Howdy-ho, Winslows. Hold on. I have audio in my ears, and I need to get this straightened out for you guys. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for waiting for me, guys. I know a lot of you watch us on replay, so make sure to leave a comment. Please don't forget to hit the thumbs up button so you can like it. That helps significantly with the algorithm and sharing the video so that other people can watch it who may be interested and may have otherwise not been able to see my lovely YouTube presentations. I have Pearl with me today. Pearl, say hello. Bonjour. Au revoir. That is Pearl. She is a Frenchie. And I am a Lacey. I am an American. And yeah, this is Criminally Confident. So what we are going to do today, I know I've mentioned this before, but this week I have a trip scheduled. So I am going to finish up my Jodi Arias coverage, and we are going to do that. If you hear snorting or snoring, I just want to let the record state that that is probably Pearl, because the microphone is right there, right above Pearl. Probably wasn't the best placement. But if you are watching, I would love it if you could comment. If you aren't subscribed to the channel yet, why? It's free. And I would love to have you guys around here more often. So let's go ahead and get started. Hello. All right, so we are going to go ahead and get started with day 4. I did, Chat GPT this, and Chat GPT said that this is a very good day, like worthy day of streaming. So day 4, 5, 6, and then a few of the other days will be for cross-examination. So let's go ahead and get this started.
About you receiving, we'll talk about you receiving a few things, but showing you exhibit number 417, the package you received contained this t-shirt and this pair of shorts or underwear, right?
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Yes.
Would you be, is there a story behind this, or why you received these particular items?
There's a story behind the t-shirt. The shorts were unexpected.
Okay, well, tell us what's the story behind the t-shirt.
Well, sometimes Travis would come out to California and we would go to Super Saturdays in Anaheim together. And I was new, so there were people that would introduce me to other people in the company. And if it was a man, he always wanted to know what we were talking about. He would be very inquisitive, and he started making this joke that said, "I'm going to get you a t-shirt that says Travis Alexander so you can wear it to all the prepaid legal events."
And this was the shirt that he had, as you say, joked about, right?
Yeah, we just joked about it. He joked about it occasionally. He would bring it up. He didn't attend all of the Super Saturdays in California, so sometimes I would go, and he would inquire what happened, who I met, that kind of thing. And so it was a joke that came up occasionally from December through January.
Now, you were telling us last week that the other item you received from Mr. Alexander was some Spider-Man underwear. To be clear, could you describe it for us? Was this one pair? Was it several pairs?
It was a package. I don't remember how many were in the package, but there were 3 designs, like 3 styles. I mean, they were all the same cut, but they had 3 different patterns. They were all Spider-Man.
And to your recollection, this package of underwear that we're talking about, did this say Because women's or girls or boys, what did it say on it?
I don't remember the size, but they were definitely for little boys. I thought maybe he was,
Oh, I guess it was speculation.
When you saw this package of underwear, were you surprised?
I was a little confused.
Okay. And did you talk to Mr. Alexander on the, what day did you receive this package? Do you recall?
I think it was on Valentine's Day, or maybe a day or two before or after. It was right on the holiday or right near it.
Okay. And did you speak with Mr. Alexander the day that you received this gift?
Yes.
Apart from being confused, did you feel anything else other than confusion when you received this boy's underwear?
No, at the time I received Victoria's Secret catalogs at my house, and there was this trend in women's lingerie at the time that kind of had boys style briefs or men's style briefs, but they were designed for women's bodies. So I figured, and he also received Victoria's Secret catalogs, so I figured maybe it was something to that effect. And
Oh.
He didn't understand the difference in body shapes, and I thought that he was kind of going with that trend. That was my thought. Was
Okay.
giving him the benefit of the doubt.
When you talked to him that day, did he explain to you, well, first of all, after speaking with him, was there any doubt that he sent those to you intentionally?
After speaking to him, no, there was no doubt.
And why do you say that?
Well, I called him and we discussed what I received and kind of laughed about it. And then I said, what's with the Spideys? I called them Spideys. And
She certainly hasn't done that.
Ask another question.
Did he wish you to wear this underwear?
yes,
Is this something that fit on your body?
he asked me to try them on while he was on the phone.
It's not his objection, Your Honor. It's improper.
Okay, we'll ask another question.
He wanted you
That's
to try on these boys'
different.
underwear.
Yes.
And did they fit?
The seat of the underwear fit, but the leg holes, the openings were too small. They were-
I'm sorry, what? The seat?
Was he pretty, did you advise him that they didn't fit?
I just told him the leg openings were very tight.
That's exactly responsive, and it's not hearsay.
All right, we'll go with the answer, we'll see.
Yeah, this is dumb.
Even though they did not fit, was there a continued insistence on Mr. Alexander's part that you try on, or that you make accommodations with that underwear so you could wear them?
Yes, he suggested a few ideas.
What?
Ask another question.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir, Judge.
I understand. Ask another question.
Did you have to make
Oops,
alterations
sorry.
to the underwear in order to get them to fit?
Yes,
Did Travis encourage you to make
Underwear
alterations?
alterations?
yes,
Did he, as you could tell, express gratification when you had that pair of underwear on?
yes.
How so? When you were talking on the phone with him, and he insisted that you tried on these boys' underwear, that didn't fit you because you're not a little boy, did he express gratification when you had them on your body?
Yes.
How so?
He said that's hot.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir?
Answer will stand.
He said that's hot.
Yes.
That's hot.
Did he
That's
explain
hot.
why that was hot?
No, I didn't ask him.
How did you feel wearing these boys' underwear?
Well, not hot. I felt kind of silly.
Did the conversation continue at that point in time?
Yeah, for a little bit it did.
Was it sexual in nature?
Yes, somewhat.
Did he express an intention to use these underwear, or have you wear these underwear during a future sexual interaction?
Yes.
How did you feel about that?
I was a little confused, but I was going to be open-minded.
Trying to what?
Be open-minded.
This sexual interaction that was discussed on the phone regarding you wearing the boys' underwear, did that interaction ever take place?
Yes.
And when did that take place, as best you can recall?
Throughout our relationship, mostly after we broke up.
Do you remember the first time that this took place? How much later was it from Valentine's Day that these underwear were used as a used in your sexual encounters with him?
It was several months. Sometime I kept conveniently forgetting to bring them when I went to his house. It was after I moved to Mesa.
Okay. And before we get to the time period we moved to Mesa, I want to focus on this time period. At this time period, February 2007, you have not had penile
I need to-
intercourse with Mr. Alexander, is that right?
That's right.
As it relates to Mr. Alexander's temper, had he been violent with you before February 2007?
No.
Had you seen instances of his temper prior to February 2007?
Yes.
Describe for us, if you could, one of those instances that was powerful to you.
Well, it was over the phone. I guess I heard it rather than saw it, but he was.
Sustained.
Over the phone, do you remember when this conversation was, other than prior to February 2007?
It would have been around the same time, just before Valentine's Day.
So you're speaking with Mr. Alexander just before Valentine's Day 2007, and since you're on the phone, you're hearing examples of temper, not seeing them, right?
Yes.
Is he yelling at you?
He's yelling on the phone, but not angry at me.
Why was that impactful on you?
Well, he was very apologetic about it afterward. He seemed a little ashamed.
Potentially, she was asked why it affected her not weekend.
How did it affect you?
It just made me realize that he still had a temper. It was something he had discussed in the past that he used to have. And that he had mastered it and had control over it.
In addition to this conversation where you heard instances of his temper prior to February 2007, did you physically see an instance of his temper prior to February 2007?
No.
We just talked about how in February 2007 you had not had sexual intercourse with Mr. Alexander, penile vaginal intercourse, but you did eventually, right?
Yes.
Do you remember what point in time that first encounter happened?
It was in the spring 2007. I think it was in May.
Where were you when this first happened?
I was in his bed.
Where?
He was in the house in Mesa.
You don't say.
We fell asleep.
Silly, huh?
And I woke up and he was on top of me. And he'd already penetrated and started having sex with me.
Let's back up a step. That night, you said you were asleep. That night before you fell asleep, did you engage in sexual activity with Mr. Alexander?
No.
Was he seeking sexual activity that night before you fell asleep?
No, we had prayed about our actions and tried to be more, like in line with the law of chastity, just be less physical.
So that night, you and Travis pray. Was there any particular about not violating the law of chastity, right?
Yes, but we didn't pray that night. We prayed prior to that night, recently.
What motivated that prayer that preceded this sexual intercourse? Was there one particular instance that motivated such a prayer?
I would hear things occasionally in church that didn't sound like they were in line with how Travis explained it to me. So I asked him one time, and as I understood it after we talked, that those standards are in place to prevent people from going all the way. So as long as we're not going all the way, it's okay if we sort of try in the gray area, as long as we don't go all the way.
Okay. And when you say all the way, that means penile vaginal intercourse?
Yes.
Now, I want to make sure we're clear here because it got a little confusing. That night before you fell asleep, woke up with him inside you. No sexual activity took place?
Not prior to that.
And were you clothed when you went to sleep?
Yes, I was in pajamas.
And what you told us was you woke up with him inside you.
Yes.
Had he talked about having penile vaginal intercourse with you before this event?
No,
Is it something that you desired?
maybe not on a conscious level. It wasn't anything I was actively seeking. We were trying to abstain from it.
Okay. Because at this point in time, your mindset was that you both wanted to comport with the vow of chastity, at least that's what your understanding of it was. Is that right?
Somewhat, yes. I wanted to comport with the law of chastity because I believe that our relationship would be blessed if we did that.
When you say you woke up with him inside you, do you recall, were you dressed?
I wore cotton shorts to sleep and they were gone, and my shirt was pulled up pretty high.
When you came to, what was happening? When you woke up, what was happening?
He was in the act
The act of what?
of vaginal sex.
When you woke up, how did you react?
Well, it took me a second to orient myself and realize it was Travis, so I didn't feel unsafe or anything. And my first thought was, uh-oh, because it wasn't the act itself that I was worried about, but how it would affect our relationship or the spiritual consequences of it.
Did you give consideration to the fact that he was having sex with you when you didn't want him to? She just said she wasn't seeking it.
Rephrase the question.
Did you want him to penetrate your vagina with his penis while you were sleeping?
Something I thought about.
So when you woke up, you found him penetrating your vagina with his penis. Your concern was primarily about chastity, right? The law of chastity, excuse me.
The consequences.
The consequences. Did you give thought to the idea that this man was having sex with you while you were not conscious?
No, I didn't give thought to that idea. I felt kind of responsible. Sorry.
How did you feel?
I felt like I was partially responsible because I went to sleep next to him, wearing cute shorts, little t-shirt. So I mean, we might have fallen asleep cuddling, I remember. But I just felt like being in his bed, you know, sleeping there, that it wasn't entirely his fault. Maybe it was invited.
Invited just by you being there, right?
Yes.
When you woke up, did you tell him to stop?
I don't think I stopped.
What do you recall happening after you woke up?
I said his name, and I remember he was on top of me and behind me. He was on my stomach, and he was kind of heavy, so I started to squirm a little bit to get out from underneath him. And I think, he began to quicken his pace, and finally, I don't know if he pushed him off him or I scooted out from under him, and he rolled over and pulled me on top of him, and then started pushing my head and my shoulders under the covers.
He was pushing your head and shoulders under the covers.
Well, I presume oral sex.
Did he ask for oral sex? Did he verbally say anything to that effect?
No, no words. Were spoken.
Did you perform oral sex upon him afterwards?
Yes,
Why?
we'd already been intimate before, so it wasn't anything new on that level, at least. And well, you know, he's turned on and just wanted to get finish it.
What was that?
I guess he just wanted to follow through.
I'm going to go ahead and mute myself because I'm sure you guys, for those of you who are new here, can hear my French bulldog snoring. So, because my mic is right here and I can hear it through my headphones. So, we're going to go ahead and mute me, but feel free in the chat to let me know if you have any questions. This is pretty salacious. This is very uncomfortable. I mean, ew, and look at her face. Woof. All right, here we go.
Follow through with what you started when you were asleep?
Yes, what his name was, I guess.
What's that?
I just wanted to let him finish.
Why was that important to you?
He had complained in the past about he complained about blue balls and how painful it was if it's the same direction it doesn't ejaculate. That's my understanding of it anyway.
Okay. But I have to ask, Jodi, this man has had sex with you while you were asleep. Well, you certainly weren't in a position to say yes or no. Why would you care about his physical condition?
At that point, I knew that I loved him and I cared about him, so it felt kind of natural, even if it was frustrating.
After this sexual intercourse and this activity took place, did you ever confront him about what he had done?
No, we actually never talked about it.
Why not?
Well, he never brought it up, and I guess I just didn't have like the moral courage to bring it up and say, "Hey, what happened?" kind of thing.
Why not simply pack your bags, hop in your car, and drive back to Palm Desert?
Because I enjoyed spending time with him, I wouldn't have done that.
Because that would have meant the end of the relationship?
Not necessarily, maybe not the end of the relationship, but I just stayed the rest of the weekend that was planned for me to be there.
And you said at this point in time, April 2007, you were in love with him. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, that incident occurred in May, I think, and April was when I knew that I was in love with him.
Prior to this incident, had you told Travis that you loved him?
No,
You said after this incident, you spent the rest of the weekend with him. Is that accurate?
yes,
And was this at his home in Mesa?
yes,
And you would have been boyfriend and girlfriend at this time as well, right?
yes.
Well, let me ask you this. What did you do the rest of the weekend? Stay home, you go out?
I don't recall the specifics of that weekend, but we would have gone to church. I believe that was the first time I went over to his friend's house. He went to his friend's house every Sunday for dinner, so I went with him that time. Just general things, hanging out.
Okay. And when you went to this friend's house, is this the incident we discussed last week where he didn't introduce you as his girlfriend, that sort of thing? Is that right?
Yes, at his friend's house he didn't. He introduced me. He was in their home, but not as his girlfriend.
When you went out in public, in this area or around his home, when you were out in public, were you guys holding hands? Were you kissing? Had your arm around each other? Was any of that physical affection apparent?
No, not in Mesa.
And I don't mean Mesa specifically, the whole valley, just so we're clear, the whole valley, anything else, anything you did while you were in public, was there physical displays of affection that might lead someone to believe your boyfriend or girlfriend?
There were when we were in other geographic locations.
What do you mean, away from Mesa?
Yeah, like Disneyland or,
You went to Disneyland that weekend?
I don't think we were in Arizona when all this occurred,
I
so,
just want to talk about this weekend.
oh, okay.
So when you're in the Mesa area over the weekend, just to clarify, there's no physical displays of affection in public, right?
No.
Does Travis have roommates at this point in time, April or May of 2007?
Yes,
And are you spending the night in his room or are you sleeping elsewhere?
I'm staying in his room.
Now we talked about the lack of physical affection displayed in public. We already heard about one incident. Were there physical displays of affection once Travis locked his bedroom door?
Yes.
What happened the rest of the weekend? Was there more penile vaginal intercourse?
No, that was the only time at that point.
What other actions took place over that weekend?
I don't recall specifically that weekend. I just remember it from that incident. That was one that I won't forget.
Well, let me ask you this. about all the other sexual interactions that took place over the weekend. Were you awake?
Yes,
Were you, on those occasions, a willing participant in the sexual activity?
yes,
Now, from what you told us earlier, around May of 2007 is about the time that you moved out of your home in Palm Desert. Is that right, April or May?
yeah, I think it would have been sometime mid-May.
And where do you move after you move out of your home in Palm Desert?
I moved to Big Sur, back to Big Sur, California.
And what was in Big Sur, California?
I had a job back at Pennsylvania. The position was open for me, and staff housing, so the rent was free, and it was just a way for me to get back on my feet.
Back on your feet financially?
Yes,
Now, from what we heard earlier, Ventana is the place where you met Mr. Brewer. Is that correct?
yes.
Was Mr. Brewer working there that summer?
No, he was on the peninsula, on the peninsula.
You also told us about last time that you worked there, you were dating Matt McCartney, or you were friends, excuse me, you were sharing a tent, right?
Yes, we were freshly grown up.
Was Mr. McCartney, was he working at Ventana this summer of 07 with you again?
Yes, he was working there.
Did you share housing again?
Yes, we did.
And was that this a tent again? Did you actually get other accommodations?
No, we had accommodations. We were in the Red House, which is right on Highway 1. It's a historic house that they let employees stay there. So we were in the house with other roommates.
And if we understood you correctly, this would have been about a year after you broke up with Matt, right?
Matt and I broke up in 2001.
2001, sorry. Several years since you broke up with Matt. Yeah.
Yes, yes, several.
And you you said you lived together. Were you roommates? Were you romantically involved?
No, we were like brother and sister by the time.
So you were still close friends several years later, right?
Yes,
And not in any kind of sexual relationship.
no, none.
Did Travis know that you were roommates with Matt?
Yes,
To your understanding, was he jealous or upset about that situation?
surprisingly, no, he didn't mind that one.
You say that one. Were there other instances of jealousy around this time period?
Yes, there were.
Describe those for us.
There was one incident where I was going to drive to Southern California and meet Travis. I think we were going to meet at the airport or for Disneyland. I don't remember which trip this was, but it was while I lived in Big Sur. And all the water on the property in town had been shut off, and I wanted to take a shower before I hit the road. So I called a friend who lived nearby, and I used a shower. He said he was in Monterey, but his house was open, and he gave me directions and the gate code so I could drive up through the mountains to go to his house, shower, and then hit the road. And when I told Travis, he flipped out on me. Yeah.
Well, you say flipped out. Was he yelling at you?
Yes,
And you say jealousy. Was he, to your understanding, angry because he thought that this was something sexual in nature?
he was worried that it would lead to something sexual or that I could be at risk because I'd gone to someone's house to shower.
At risk of what?
He didn't believe that the guy was in Monterey, thought he could drive back, something could happen. He kind of made me feel bad for wanting to shower before I got on the road. I thought I could have showered later.
Now, this jealousy you're talking about, was this expressed when you arrived? You were supposed to meet Mr. Alexander in Southern California, right?
Yes,
Was this something that was displayed before you got there or when you arrived, or perhaps?
over the phone on the way there.
And do you recall, I know you said that you don't know which trip it was, do you recall how long it took you to get to the place where you were going to meet Mr. Alexander?
I left in the late morning and arrived shortly before sunset. I don't remember, maybe 6-7 hours.
So several hours later, when you get there, is this jealousy about the showers that's still an issue?
No, not at this point. He was with Joshua, so he wasn't really displaying that.
Was it brought up at any point in time later during this trip?
It's something he didn't really let me live down for a while, but it didn't lead to any major fights.
Now, this trip to Southern California, you say you don't recall where it was. Is that accurate, where you went?
I think we were flying to New York at that point.
And this is summer of 2007, right?
Yes,
Had you expressed, I know you told us you had in May, had you expressed to Mr. Alexander that you loved him?
no,
Had he expressed to you that he loved you?
no. Well, we did way back before our relationship, but while we were dating, it wasn't I love you too kind of thing.
Now, you mentioned you were flying to New York. Why were the two of you flying to New York?
Well, some more church history, places that were significant to the history of the church there. And I had won a trip to Huntington Beach for some of my production at the company would be illegal. So I put him on my ticket as the extra person. And we decided to use one of the flights to fly from Rochester to LAX instead of just driving there so that we could actually get out to New York for half the price and then have prepaid legal pay for a flight back.
Okay. Just so we're clear as well then, on this trip, you said you flew into Rochester, New York. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes, we did. Wait, we went to Cleveland on the way there, flew back from Rochester to LAX.
Let me just ask you this for clarification then. Was it just you and Travis on the trip to New York?
Yes,
And you said this was to be another church history trip, right?
well, church history and there were other travel goals that we had also at the time.
What do you mean by travel goals?
In that same spring, Travis had discovered a book called 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, and he thought it would be a cool goal to have, maybe a lifetime goal to try to check off as many places as he could. And I began to join him in that pursuit, and so Niagara Falls was on the list. So while we were up east, we saw Niagara Falls and the Finger Lakes in upstate New York and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, Ohio.
And
It's pretty great.
Before you die. And this trip was, and also included church history, so it had a dual purpose.
Yes.
Any question?
Yes.
Ms. Arias, I'd like to show you this mark as exhibit 435 and 432. I'd like you to begin without telling me about them. Just let us know if you recognize either of those photographs.
Yes.
I move to admit exhibits 432 and 435.
May I have Rodario witness, please?
You may.
Ma'am, with regard to these photographs, exhibit number 435, was Mr. Alexander the person that took this photograph?
I believe he took both of those.
So exhibit 432, he also took those. Exhibit 435, is this the one from Niagara Falls?
If it's got the water in the background, that's the one.
And exhibit number 432, it's got some trees in the back. What was that?
The Sacred Grove in Palmyra, New York.
Objection.
432 and 435 are admitted.
This trip, I've been showing you what's been marked exhibit 435. Is that coming in clear on your screen, Ms. Arias?
Yes.
This was taken at, based on what you said moments ago, this was taken at Niagara Falls.
Have you guys been to Niagara Falls?
And this was part of the trip we're talking about, church history and 1,000 places to see before you die, right?
Yes.
In this photograph, it appears that you and Mr. Alexander were physically affectionate, acting like a couple, for lack of a better way of putting it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was that the way it was throughout this entire trip?
That trip, we acted that way, but it was a pretense.
What do you mean a pretense?
I found out by that point that he was cheating on me, and I just didn't want to bring all the drama. So I tickets were bought, paid for, and I couldn't refund them. I couldn't change his name on the ticket. I didn't want him to be totally miserable, even though I was miserable.
So this trip, before you went on this trip to Cleveland and Niagara Falls and various other places, you discovered that Mr. Alexander cheated on you.
Yes.
How did you discover that?
We were in, I think, Sandy, Utah, his friend Dave's house. We had just returned from Daniel Summit, which is a place up in the mountains near Park City. And I had been getting my suspicions about things. He was treating me a little differently, a little more distant, a lot more flirty with other women, and it just made me uncomfortable. I tried to talk to him about it. He blew up and got very defensive. He wouldn't accuse him of anything. So it was kind of a red flag. He assured me he was only dating me. I left it at that. We went on our trip. There were a couple of things that stuck out on the trip too. At Daniel Summit, but I ignored it. And then we got back to Dave's house, and he was taking a nap one day, and he put his phone wedged between two cushions in the couch in the living room. And he was in another bedroom sleeping, and I figured, I didn't know if he was being honest with me. I feel like he wasn't, and I wanted to know if I should continue in this relationship or if I should give him the benefit of the doubt. I've been cheated on before, so I thought maybe it's just past the emotional baggage. I'm reading into things that aren't there. So I saw his phone, and I debated whether or not I should look at it, and I was kind of sitting there and tapping my fingers, and finally I snatched it, and I went into the bathroom at the door, and I was clicking around on his phone. He had a touch screen. It was a smartphone. I didn't really know how to use it, but I found the text messages and began to read them.
And without telling us what they said, it was based on those text messages in Mr. Alexander's phone that you believed he was not being faithful with you.
Yes.
Was there a particular person you believed that he was dating after you saw the text messages?
No, there weren't too many names. There were just a lot of phone numbers, and it would have been a person with several people, many different phone numbers.
So this trip, when we see this photograph, you talk about acting as a couple, but you're miserable. You say you've done this because the trip was already planned and you don't want to cause any chaos or any problems. Is that right?
Yes.
This trip with him in New York, how long was it?
I think we flew out on June 18th or something and got back, I want to say like a week. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Was there sexual interaction between you two on this trip?
I think there was, but I don't recall specifics
Why do you say you think there was?
because there usually was when we traveled.
Well, let me ask you, on these travels, did you share the same hotel room?
Yes.
Same bed?
Yes.
Were you in love with Travis in this photograph?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit 432. Where was this taken?
It's called the Sacred Grove, and it's in Palmyra, New York.
Could you describe for us, for those of us who don't know, what is the Sacred Grove?
The Sacred Grove is an important place in the history of the church because it was where Joseph Smith received what's called the first vision, where he was in this grove praying. I think it was in 1820 or somewhere around there, and he was two heavenly beings there before him, and it was the Father and Jesus Christ.
Okay. So as a member of the Mormon Church, you wanted to visit this place, is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be considered a romantic spot to you or for members of your church?
I think my understanding is that a lot of church members get engaged when they go there, and Travis had concluded that was a cliche before going, so I wasn't expecting any kind of romantic interaction.
You mean you weren't expecting a proposal?
Definitely not a proposal, not after reading his phone.
But as it relates to you seeing what you saw on his phone prior to the trip, did Travis know about this during this trip?
That I knew.
Did he know that he'd been caught?
No, I didn't tell him.
So for 7 days then, on this trip, you grin and bear it, so to speak, it's because you don't want to cause any kind of fight or any kind of confrontation during that week, right?
Yeah, more or less.
And I say specifically related to his being unfaithful. You didn't bring that up the whole week.
No.
The trip itself, was it then harmonious, or were there fights anyway?
We did have a fight in Ohio. It was just a little, I don't remember. It was an argument, and he kept asking me throughout the trip, what's wrong, what's wrong? I just kept saying nothing. I was trying to just act like nothing. Everything was okay.
What was your plan in your mind? Were you going to just break up with him when you got back to California? Did you have a plan?
My initial plan when I found the phone, or the text messages on the phone, was to break up with him. I didn't want to cause a lot of drama at Dave's house, so I decided we would wait till we got back to Mesa. And when we got to Mesa, Travis was kind of domineering, so I didn't want to, I was worried about confronting him. He got very upset last time I even hinted at it without even accusing him of anything. So,
Hang on a second, Jodi, before you get too far down the road. You said when you returned to Mesa, weren't you still living at Big Sur at the end
yeah,
of the
I'm sorry, we flew back to, we flew to LAX that time. So then we had the Huntington Beach thing, and then we had Disneyland one more time, and then I was going to do it.
So obviously, you didn't have to be back at your job at Big Sur for an extended period of time, right?
Yeah, about a week, I think I took off.
Okay. But you said you landed and you went to Disneyland and that sort of thing. You didn't have a job to go back to,
I did.
but you still had some days off in
Yes.
LA.
Yes, we had four nights, 5 days in Huntington Beach.
The Huntington Beach trip, that was work related, is that right? Prepaid legal?
Yeah, it was a reward, being work related.
Was it strictly a vacation or was it also a meeting?
It was mostly vacation, mostly leisure. There was like maybe a few speeches given, but it wasn't centered on training or anything like that.
Did you and Mr. Alexander share a hotel room when you stayed at Huntington Beach?
Yes,
Was there sexual activity during that meeting at Huntington Beach?
I believe there is.
I think the part that's hard to understand, Jodi, is this idea that you just didn't end it.
Actually, that's hard to understand. Okay.
Rephrase.
Explain to us why after a trip to New York, you grin and bear it, you get back to California, why are you still willing to put up with this?
I think I was in denial at the time. I knew what was going on, and I think it was a convenient reason to deny it because we had this vacation that was paid for. There was no refunding it. If we had changed flights and things like that, it would have cost even more fees.
But I'm talking about when you got back to Huntington Beach. You're back in New York, there's no flights, there's nothing.
I mean, I couldn't imagine kicking him off the trip and saying, "Get out of my room." He was there, and
Why not?
we had friends that there's a lot of things to do in Huntington Beach. There are shops on the sidewalks and restaurants, and there's the beach itself, and there were pools and
Okay,
hot tubs.
it's a great place, and I'm sure both of you wanted to be there, and Travis probably wanted to be there, but that doesn't really get to my question. My question is, why aren't you done with him at that point in time? Why don't you get him out of your room?
I didn't have a lot of self-esteem at that time, and I was kind of a doormat, and I didn't accept myself, and I was in denial, and I knew it had to happen. I wanted to hurry up and get it over with because that was the hard part. I knew the relationship couldn't continue like that. I was kind of waiting for the right moment to tell him.
And while you're waiting for the right moment, you're still, to your recollection, not specific days or time, but you're still engaging in sexual activity with him while you're waiting for this right moment, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Why is that okay with you
Well, sometimes when we did those things, it made me feel loved, depending on how we acted during the incident.
during the sexual interaction? Right?
Yeah.
You felt, when you were, what you seem to be telling us is that when you were engaging in sexual behavior with Mr. Alexander, you felt completely loved. Why?
At times.
At times. When you were not having sexual interactions with him, did you also feel, to use your words, completely loved?
Actually, those are counsel's words, not the witness's words. Completely love. You can
That's exactly what you said.
Oh, what do you mean?
Will you repeat it? I'm sorry.
I'm going to try. You told us earlier that when you had these sexual interactions with Mr. Alexander, you felt completely loved, right?
Yes.
And what I was asking is, how about the times when these sexual interactions weren't going on? Did you feel that same sense of being completely loved?
There were some moments during that trip where we connected. It was actually more painful when we connected than when we didn't connect.
What do you mean by that?
Because it was a reminder of how much I loved him, and when we weren't connecting, it was easier to start distancing myself from him, even though that became kind of impossible. When we were getting along, it was almost like I could pretend that I never really saw any of those things in his phone.
At this point in time, had he told you he loved you?
Not since we had begun officially dating.
Now, apart from Huntington Beach, did you and Mr. Alexander go anywhere else before you returned to Big Sur?
Yes, our friend Jeff drove us to Disneyland, to Anaheim.
And you said your friend drove you, but was this, did the three of you go to Disneyland or was it just you and Travis?
Travis and I, he dropped us off.
And this was this was part of the Huntington Beach trip, is that
Yes,
accurate?
it's all one same trip.
And when you and Mr. Alexander were at Disneyland, were you holding hands? Were you acting like boyfriend and girlfriend?
Somewhat. It was just kind of feel like the park didn't have the same magic as it did before because of everything that was going on.
What do you mean everything that was going on?
Inside, like my inner turmoil with the knowledge that I was, I guess, cursed with, sort of.
Did you get along okay at Disneyland or were there any arguments?
I remember us getting along pretty well.
So now this trip to Huntington Beach comes to an end. A few days later, I would assume, right? After you go to Disneyland?
Yes, after Disneyland, I don't remember where I stayed, but we hung out on Riverside for a while.
Eventually, there was going to come a point in time, or sounds like there came a point in time when you and Travis were going to part company, right?
Yes,
And from what you told us before, this seemingly was going to be the moment in time when you told him you're done, right?
yes.
Where, do you recall where you were when the two of you were to part ways?
Well, I planned to drop the bomb in Riverside when I was dropping him off at his grandmother's house, and I couldn't get up the courage to tell him.
So you say you're at his grandma's house in Riverside, you're dropping him off, and you don't have the courage to tell him.
Yes,
Are you leaving Riverside that day, or do you stay with Mr. Alexander at Riverside?
I'm leaving town and driving back to Big Sur.
Now, I believe earlier you told us that you had met his grandmother 3 times. Is that right?
I think I didn't hear 3 times, but I don't remember at that point if that was the second or third time.
So you're driving back from Riverside to Big Sur, and you never have this confrontation you've been planning to have for about a week, right?
Yeah, more like two
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Okay. So what's the plan then? Are you driving back to Big Sur? Are you calling him, break up, and you write a letter? What's the plan?
I was really mad at myself. I wanted to do it in person, and now I didn't know when I was coming back to Arizona or Southern California when I was seeing him physically. So at that point, I realized I would have to be on the phone.
Did you ever then have the talk that you were dreading for so
Yes.
long?
Yes,
And that was over the phone?
yes.
And tell us what you told him.
Well, I said, there's something I want to talk to you about. And I told him that his phone has been the source of the problem. And like everything came out. I told him what happened in Utah. And I apologized, felt really bad for violating his privacy, even though I felt justified because of what I.
That's the problem. That's what we're going with. That's the problem. Come on, girl. You need to get your shit together.
Out, and he was apologetic.
You say he was apologetic. Did you end up breaking up with him after this conversation?
The conversation evolved. His apology was weak, I thought. And I said, in an indirect way, I said, I don't think either of us is ready to be in the kind of relationship that we thought we were having.
Was that then, when you said that, was that really, or this conversation, was that really the end of yourself and Travis as a couple?
As an official couple, yes.
And so you essentially broke up that day over the phone.
Yes, that was our end date, you could say.
Okay. And when was that? Do you remember the exact date or
Yes, I remember the date. It was June 29th,
of 2007?
2007.
Now, after you have this breakup on June 29th, 2007, is that the last you hear for Travis Alexander?
No,
How long was it, in terms of days, maybe hours or so, how long was it before you spoke with Mr. Alexander again?
he called me the next morning. He was still in Southern California.
And just so we're clear, you were in Big Sur, right?
I was in Big Sur.
And what was the subject matter of that conversation?
Well, I remember how it started. I think he was at his friend's.
Subject of the conversation.
Not his objection.
Okay, please state your question.
You say he called you the next day. Do you know where he was calling you from?
I understood that he was at his friend's house, Kristen Spice's house in Southern California.
And was he wanting to get together with you? Was he wanting to continue the conversation? Tell us the subject matter of the conversation.
At first, it was about what he was doing there. So that's why I figured he was there. And then we didn't continue the conversation from before. It was a lot less dramatic. And I don't know what room he holed himself up in, but the conversation began to turn sexual. And
What do you mean sexual?
well, he began to just say things like he's been horny lately. And
It's not being offered for the truth and uncertain judge.
Approach.
All right. Okay. So Pearl is awake and not snoring right this moment. But I am starting to get the impression that I should be writing and showing you guys what I'm thinking when it's happening. Crazy moment. What else? What other answers? Yes, no. So if you guys ask me a question, I'm just going to point to yes or to no. Since my dog's snoring too loud for me to have the volume on.
Conversation was sexual in nature, this day after you woke up, right?
Say hello to Pearl.
When you say sexual in nature, that can mean a lot of things.
Say
I wanna
hi,
clarify
Pearl.
that a little bit. Was he talking about the two of you engaging in sexual behavior?
yes,
Oink.
Did he talk about specific acts that he wanted to engage in with you?
I don't remember specifically. I just remember it was sexual, the things he was saying.
You remember it related to the two of you interacting, right?
Somewhat, I was on the phone, but I was out in the gravel driveway at the Red House up in Tana
You had just broken up with him the night before, right?
the afternoon before.
The afternoon before. Did you find it strange that the morning after your breakup, Or the morning, yes, the morning after your breakup, man's on the phone with you trying to have dirty talk?
I felt it was strange, but also I really had those levels at the time. It made me feel better, actually.
What do you mean? Describe that for us. What do you mean better?
Well, he had made promises to change. He said those women didn't mean anything, that kind of thing.
Nothing else.
So,
So he told you those women didn't matter and you did? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying, why you felt good about it?
yes, he said, I swear I'll change, just give me a chance. So this was I don't know, I still loved him. And so I thought that he was serious about changing. And so I continued to be intimate with him.
Well, let's not get too past the phone call right now. You say you continued to be intimate with him. Did you reciprocate the sexual tone of the conversation that you had with him the day after you broke up?
At first I didn't really know what to say because he had,
It's not his objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask another question.
Were you, the day after you broke up with him, was it your hope, oh, I hope Travis calls me and talks dirty to me?
no, I wasn't thinking that.
When he did start talking dirty to you, why not hang up the phone?
I wouldn't have hung up on him. He wasn't being mean or anything.
What's that?
He wasn't being mean or anything.
Well, you just found out he was cheating and you broke up with him. Why even talk to that, Jodi?
He promised to change and I still loved him.
Let me back up again. You might already answer my question with what you just said, but why even pick up the phone to begin with?
I don't know, I guess it was habit. His ringtone came through, his little picture was on the screen. I wasn't going to ignore the call.
So you have this conversation, he tells you he's going to change. And from what you told us, it sounded like you said you started feeling good about yourself based on this conversation?
Yeah, it made me feel good that he still desired me and claimed that he didn't really care about anybody else, just me. So I believe it.
What sort of things did he say that made you feel this way? Was there specific things?
Objection.
Objection, can he tell you?
Overruled.
Honestly, I don't remember specifics. He just was saying very nice things to me and they were erotic and they made me feel sexy, they made me feel attractive. So I stayed on the phone with him.
Now, if we understand correctly, he's in Riverside, you're in Big Sur when this phone conversation took place. To your understanding, right?
I think he was in Temecula, but somewhere in Southern California. He was still in Southern California.
After this conversation, what is the next contact you have with him? Are you talking on the phone? Do you see each other in person?
We pick up the routine again when he calls me at night, and his calls began getting very late, almost before in the morning. So I just went to sleep and then waited for him to call.
So after you break up, are you back together again? You said it's the same old routine. Are you back together? You say, okay, we're boyfriend and girlfriend again?
We are talking about trying it again, but we're not back together again.
When he's wooing you back on this conversation over the course of these weeks, is he then telling you that he loves you?
Yes.
Does he ever talk about, after this breakup, does he talk about a future with you, marriage, children, things of that nature?
Yeah, he still talks about that frequently, more in a joking manner, but it came up a lot.
At this point in time, after this breakup and these calls, are you still seeing the potential of a future with Mr. Alexander in that regard?
Yes, I believe he had the potential to change.
And you hoped he would, right?
Yes.
So you talk about the same old routine and these calls are getting later. What time are we talking these calls are happening now?
Definitely after midnight, 2, 3, 4 a.m., depending on the night.
And are these calls also sexual in nature?
No, they're more just loving, actually.
And what do you mean by loving? Describe what you mean by that.
He was acting more like the same guy I fell in love with, and he was just being very sweet and wanted to know about my day, told me funny things about his day. And when he talked about the future, he kept saying we or us, things like that.
And nothing sexual in these calls.
No, I don't think so.
How long then until you were back on the hook, so to speak? Hook, line, and sinker, back in love with Travis. Did you ever fall off that hook?
Not during that time, I didn't. I mean, further down the road I did, but at this point I was still in love with him.
And this is about when in 2007, June or July?
We're into early July right now.
When was your job at Big Sur done for the season?
Well, it could have gone the entire year. That season was very slow that summer. I picked up another job at the Big Sur Bakery to supplement my income. And business was just slow all over in Big Sur that season.
So you say you could have stayed on year round. Did you decide to?
No.
Why not? Is it the financial reasons or were there others?
Financially, it would have made sense to stay there, but there was another more compelling reason to move.
Time, ladies and gentlemen, please be back to the jury room by 125. Please remember the ammunition.
Yes, she was in Riverside County, California. Okay. Let me get this up to, pardon me.
Now, counsel,
Here we
please
go.
continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, before
It's Riley.
we were talking about how you were considering whether or not to move
My best
to stay at
friend.
Big Sur or move on. And
Say hi,
when you started
Riley.
talking about, excuse me, when you started talking about moving on, you said that there was a compelling reason to move on. What was that compelling reason?
Do you mean move on or move geographically?
So move on and leave Big Sur.
I'll move on geographically. Well, there were already plans, Travis started making plans for me to move to Mesa. he was very upset when I moved to Big Sur. He wanted me to either go to Mesa or stay in Southern California, but not move so far. So I already made my commitments in Big Sur. I decided to fulfill those. They were expecting me. And so the season wasn't panning out for what it was, so I noticed there. And my last day was going to be sometime in June or July, I don't remember when. And I was making plans to move to Mesa. And then I discovered that he was cheating on me, so plans kind of halted. I was going to move in with my friend Rachel. And I kind of told her that, you know, I didn't want to throw Travis under the bus. So I didn't go into a lot of detail, but I said that things weren't really working out with him. And, you know,
Oh, I just realized I'm not muted. I'm going to move this back down to 1.75 because when she talks extremely fast. But like when he talks, even if I have him on 2 times speed, like it still feels slow. So we'll have to navigate this together and let me know what you guys think, like if I should move it up or down in terms of the speed.
things are working out up here either. And she was encouraging me to come to Mesa anyway. Kind of made my Mesa, don't worry about Travis. And then Travis was also,
Well, let's just stop a minute and clarify. You had planned to move Mesa before you went to Big Sur.
Riley.
Right?
yes, in spring we began to talk about that.
And once you found out he
Hold
was
on.
cheating on you, you made the decision to go to Big Sur. Is that right?
No, I moved to Big Sur prior to all.
Okay.
There we go.
And then you were planning on staying at Big Sur until you had this conversation with him where he started being loving with you. Is that right?
The original plan was to stay in Big Sur, fulfill the commitments I made, and then move to Mesa.
Okay. And what were the commitments in terms of time?
In terms of time, about 2 months, 2.5 months.
So you fulfilled your commitment. Why did you decide then, getting to my point, why did you decide then that moving to Mesa would be a good idea considering what had happened prior?
Well, I was on the fence about it. I was going to move to Montclair. There was another woman that I worked with at the Big Sur Bakery that was moving there, and that's closer. That's in Southern California. It's close to where I used to live. It's within an hour's drive of Palm Desert. So there were 2 choices, and I decided to go to Mesa. Travis painted a nice picture of all of the benefits of moving to Mesa. He said it's a strong Mormon community. There are a lot of church members. There are always other LDS single women looking for roommates. He said I can store all of my things at his house. He said I could sock away more money. Just benefits.
Benefits to you or benefits to him?
To us both. Well, he was painting the benefits that I would reap if I moved there.
Did you believe that he was also seeking benefits?
Of course, yeah. He said we could hang out more and figure things out.
Hang out and figure things out. Did hanging out involve sexual activity?
Yes.
When you moved to Mesa, how far from Travis were you?
I don't know mileage, and I don't know if you know Mesa, but Travis lived over by Signal View in Elliott, and I lived over by Greenfield and Broadway.
Well, do you have any idea how long it took you to drive to Travis's house?
Well, depending on traffic, 15 minutes,
Okay,
maybe 20.
so you live about 15 minutes away. We heard other witnesses testify, tell us about what a ward was. Where you lived, was that in the same ward as Mr. Alexander?
No.
Was that an issue for him, to your understanding?
It became an issue.
Why, to your understanding, was that a concern?
Well, as soon as I moved in with Rachel, about, I'd say within a week and a half, she approached me and informed me that she and
Actually, here's-
rephrase the question.
Well, let's do it this way then. You mentioned a person named Rachel. Is that who you moved in with originally?
Yes, and her boyfriend.
And how long did you live with Rachel and her boyfriend?
About a week and a half. I'm
And
sorry, like 2.5 weeks.
and after this 2.5-week period, it's time for you to move on for their personal reasons. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, they eloped.
So they got married, and it was time for you to find a new place to live, right?
Yes, they were newlyweds.
And you said the issue of ward boundaries or what wards you're going to be in became an issue. Could you explain that to us?
Yes, it became imperative that I move out as quickly as possible. They were gonna have another civil wedding ceremony after eloping in Vegas. So what I did was I went to, I think it was an institute center, which is a place where young single adults in the church can go for scripture study and things like that. There's a bulletin up there with different places for rent. So I wrote down a few phone numbers that were within the price range. I called a girl. I think she lived in Gilbert. She said that that listing was old and no longer available, but she directed me to ldshousing.net and said that I could find more listings there. So I went there and I found a few within my price range. I called them all. 2 returned my call. One was a girl named Brenda. She lived in Gilbert. She had a brand new house. She said she was looking for a roommate. She had not moved into the house yet because she was in the process of buying it and the mortgage lender hadn't funded yet. And so she didn't have her keys yet. But we went by the house together, peeked in the windows. You know, she showed me around the property. It was brand new. It had never been lived in. It was in a really great ward. She said everyone in the ward is really awesome. So I was excited about that. But then the days kept going on and she wasn't getting her keys. And Rachel and new husband were like, you know, they kind of wanted their own space. So I went to ldshousing.net again. I called back the same number as before, not Brenda's, but the other one. And she called me back and said that there was a room available for rent. So I went and checked it out. The house was nice. It was in a great neighborhood. It was available immediately. It was within my price range. And I asked her which ward it was in. She told me it was in the University 6th ward, which was not the ward that Travis was in at the time.
Why did you ask her what ward it was in?
I didn't want to land.
What's that?
I didn't want to land in the same ward as Travis.
Why not?
Well, one, I figured he didn't treat me very well at church when I was his girlfriend. He ignored me. He didn't introduce me. He flirted with other women. So I figured if he was capable of treating me that way as his girlfriend, who knew what other kinds of humiliating behaviors he was capable of now that we were exes, I didn't want to show up at his ward like that.
Okay. And to your understanding, did he not want you in his ward as well?
We had talked about it, yes. We're not together.
You're saying the question is whether or not she knows if you want her or not.
To your understanding, did Mr. Alexander want to make sure that you were in a different ward?
I don't know if he went that far. We just discussed going to different wards.
Now, this home that you moved to after you went through your housing search, after you left Rachel's home, in terms of, let's just use the marker of time, how far away was this from Travis's house?
You're talking about Rachel's house or the new house?
The new house.
It was a lot closer. I didn't know at first. I was still using my.
You say a lot closer. How long a drive was it to Travis's house from where you wound up after you moved out of Rachel's place?
I would say 10 minutes or less, depending on the route.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you and Travis, and can you give us a ballpark in terms of the time we're talking about here, month and year, when you've moved into this new place?
Yes, I believe it was the middle of August 2007.
And at this point in time, I know that you had told us that you ended your relationship with Mr. Alexander, at least from a formal standpoint or from a label standpoint. You broke up as boyfriend and girlfriend, but he was telling you all these loving things, and you kind of back in good graces anyway. Were you his girlfriend at this time in August of 2007?
No.
When you moved back to Mesa, regardless of where you lived, was the sexual relationship still ongoing?
It was ongoing.
Were you acting as a couple in public?
No, we were even more clandestine.
More clandestine.
Yes.
And this clandestine sexual relationship, where was this by and large happening?
At his house.
And how would it generally work? Would you come over at a certain time? How did that work?
Typically, the cycle began to develop where there would be a fight, and then we would make up, and it would turn sexual, and then everything would be okay for a little while.
Now, the sexual relationship you were having with Mr. Alexander in the summer of 2007, did this include oral sexual contact,
Yes,
anal sex?
eventually, but I'm trying to remember if we did that summer. It was around that time, but I don't remember exactly when.
And did it include penile vaginal intercourse?
Eventually, it did one time actually that month.
Now, when you moved back to Mesa, did you find a job?
I did finally toward the end of August, and not right away, but I did
And where were you working?
at PF Chang's.
And apart from PF Chang's, did you have any other sources of income?
Yes,
What was that?
Travis offered to pay me to clean his house.
And was there a set upon hourly wage for that?
Yes, he was going to pay me $200 extra a month to come over twice a week. I can't remember how many hours, but when you do the math, it equals $12.50 an hour.
And you were also having a sexual relationship with him at this time, right?
Yes.
Jodi, I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 395. Could you take a look at that? See if you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's an email he sent me.
Regarding what?
This is kind of a joke about my uniform for cleaning his house.
Your uniform what, for cleaning his house?
Yes.
What did he want you to wear?
He wanted me to wear one of those French maid outfits.
And do you remember when he sent you this email?
It would have been sometime in early August.
Move to amend Exhibit 395, excuse me, if I said 393 earlier.
No objection to the photographic portion of the email, but objection to the hearsay or the written comment.
I'm going to go ahead and say that she's lying. I know there's a French maid outfit, but any woman who is getting paid that little to clean someone's dirty toilet is going to push back. I'm sorry. Sorry to ruin this for you guys. But yeah, this doesn't fly. Come on, guys.
Offer Mr. Alexander made to you. Were you still sexually active with him?
Yes.
Can you guys hear Pearl
You
snoring?
were cleaning the house,
Let me know.
working as his maid, if you will. Did he ever express a desire to have sex with you while you were working for him?
Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Occasionally.
And how did you feel about that? You're there to clean his house, and he's having sex with you.
It didn't bother me. We were still intimate. He's paying attention to me. He's being nice. He's focused on me, making me feel attractive. So it wasn't unpleasant.
Did he ever ask you to wear a particular uniform?
Yes.
How would you describe that uniform for us?
The picture he sent me was of a woman, a voluptuous woman with long blonde hair, a low-cut French maid outfit. She had stockings that went up to her thighs, stilettos. It was a black and white outfit with a little white apron. I think she had her foot up on something.
I'm going to show you a picture from Exhibit 395.
This is not evidence, it cannot be published to the jury.
You just didn't object to it a few minutes ago.
Send that to me, Lefty. And yeah, this is Pearl. This is my French bulldog. She actually, compared to a lot of Frenchies, she doesn't snore as bad as they do because she had surgery, not deviated septum. She had something nares, stenotic nares. So she had to have her like sides of her nose cut open to help her not snore so bad. But the reason why you guys are hearing it is because this is my mic and she's literally right under it. But this is where she wanted to sit and I was cutting it close timing wise. So I was just like, okay, we're going to work with it. Did we? Okay, never mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to stand in place, we have about 2 minutes, and you're welcome to do so.
While you were supposedly working for him?
Well, on the uniform, no, but as far as the implication, I mean, I kind of knew that was implied sometimes.
That was kind of implied sometimes, meaning if he was paying to clean his house and you were available to have sex with him, that was part of the deal? Did you believe when you were working for him, because you were working for him, he's entitled to have sexual access to you?
I wouldn't say that. I needed money. We were already intimate.
Say that.
Ask another question.
Why did you not feel that way?
I was already intimate with him and I had feelings for him. So it wasn't, it didn't, I didn't correlate the two. Usually I stuck with my duties there. It was generally during the day. He worked also. I didn't want to distract him from that. Sometimes he would come to me, or he would bump into me suggestively and say, oh, excuse me. And then it would happen again and it would lead to something. Sometimes he would just come up and kiss me.
Okay.
Okay, who actually thinks that like this happened and this isn't some like sick and twisted Young and the Restless fantasy that she's like making up in her mind? Because I'm just gonna be entirely transparent. I think this girl is just batshit crazy. I don't believe that this happened. But I think that she wanted to become the object of everyone's attention, affection. I know some of you guys in the chat are talking about how hot she is. She's got those crazy eyes. I'm just saying.
How long did you clean his house? Where was his maid?
Almost the entire time that I lived in Maine.
Thank you, Lefty.
Did he always pay you?
He always paid me in one form or another.
What do you mean by that?
Sometimes, well, it was usually cash, but sometimes, well, we went on trips together. So sometimes we always split the trips 50-50. He kept meticulous track of the cost. He could always figure it down to the dollar, who owed who what, how we reached the figure. So sometimes if he owed me money for the house, he would just eat the cost on traveling.
Okay. But there was always financial compensation for this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier today, you mentioned that when you moved back to Mesa, there was a clandestine sexual relationship that went on behind closed doors of this bedroom.
Yes.
Was there a sexual relationship that took place in other places besides just his bedroom?
Yes.
Where did those occur?
Usually,
Back on the issue, on the day when this happened.
Sustained.
Where else did you have sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander?
sometimes it was
Same objection, we just need to know when.
I'll interrupt. Answer the question.
sometimes it was in my car, in parking lots. Sometimes it was when we traveled, and sometimes it was at my house in Mesa.
Now, when you mentioned your car, earlier in your testimony, you told us about the interaction that took place after he gave you the Book of Mormon and you went to Starbucks. Is that what we're talking about, or are we talking about other occasions in your car?
Other occasions, but the same kind of thing.
And did those also occur after you moved back to Mesa, or did those occur before you moved to Mesa?
I know they occurred after I moved to Mesa.
You also mentioned that sexual behavior was going on through these trips you took with him as well, right?
Yes, right.
And you also mentioned your house in Mesa. Is that the one you shared with Rachel, or are you speaking to the other home that you moved into a couple weeks later?
The other home, he wouldn't go to Rachel's house.
Is there a specific location in this home that your sexual behavior with Travis took place?
Yes, in my bedroom.
Did it happen anywhere else besides your bedroom?
Yes, a couple times. He,
Where did these occur? Besides your bedroom, where in your home?
the front porch.
And how did you wind up having sexual encounters with Travis on the front porch? On your front porch, excuse me.
It was something he wanted to try since I had known him since 2006. It was something he expressed that he wanted to do. He had a list of fantasies that he wanted to fulfill, and he wanted to show up, get out of his car. Sorry.
Ask another question.
No need to apologize, Jodi. What was this? Describe for us, if you will, this fantasy he had involving you being on the porch of your home.
Okay. It was he wanted to drive up to the house. Something we couldn't do in Palm Desert, so now that it was in Mesa, it was a different kind of porch. It was more private. There was a huge column, a big square stucco column that offered more privacy. There was a big bush that created a shadow from the streetlight, so this would occur at night, late at night. And so he wanted to drive up to the home. He wanted to get out of the car, have me come out of the house, give him oral sex, and he wanted to ejaculate on my face and then get back in his car and drive away without saying a single word.
And were you to be dressed during these interactions or naked, or what was his fantasy?
I was dressed.
And how many times did he do this?
Two or 3 times. I can only remember 2 specifically.
Tell us about those 2 occasions. Tell us about the first occasion.
Well, the first occasion occurred just like I described, and we talked later the next day. Second occasion, after he was done, he dropped something near me and got into his car and left. And so I picked up whatever it was he dropped and took it inside to find out what it was.
What was it?
It was Pilgrim.
So he ejaculated on your face and threw you some candy?
Pretty much.
Is this hard for you to describe?
Yeah, in front of my mom and dad. It is.
What just happened? What? Oh my God. I'm telling you, this is Jodi's version of events, brought to you on behalf of the young and the restless. This is batshit crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You mentioned that Mr. Alexander had other fantasies that he described for you. Can you tell us another one of those fantasies?
He wanted to do Mile High, which we never did. He wanted to pull off of a freeway on a remote highway somewhere and have sex on the hood of the car, which we didn't do. But he also wanted to have sex on the freeway while driving, which we did. It was the 10 or the 40. We were driving east across Texas.
Oral sex?
No, I think it was vaginal.
What other fantasies did he have?
He wanted me to wear the boys' underwear. He had a lot of anal sex fantasies. He wanted me to wear the boys' underwear and have anal sex, and he wanted to wear his. He had a lot of nice suits because he was in prepaid legal, and he had tailored shirts with his initials stitched into the cuffs, and he wanted me to perform oral sex on him in his office while he was wearing those suits.
Did you comply with that desire?
Yes, yeah, that one we did many times. Probably his whole wardrobe.
Now, we were talking about the boys' underwear and anal sex. Is this the boys' underwear that you received back on Valentine's Day?
Yes,
Did he ever explain to you why he wanted you to wear this underwear and why he wanted to have anal sex with you when you were wearing this underwear?
he just said it was hot.
He didn't offer any other explanation at the time?
Not at that time.
You mentioned, well, let me ask you this. How did you feel about having anal sex with Travis when you were wearing this boy's Spider-Man underwear?
Well, after we began to do that more regularly, he used lubrication that time, so it wasn't painful. And I don't know, I guess there were times when I enjoyed being with him, so I was willing to do, I enjoyed making him happy, so I was willing to do things that he liked to do. And while he did those things that he liked to do, he was paying attention to me, so I got something out of it too, I guess, in that regard.
Okay. So based on what you're telling us, are you saying that he treated you differently before, during, and after these encounters, just before and during? You said he was paying a different amount of attention to you. Can you maybe describe for us what you mean by that?
Yes, when he was in the mood or turned on, then he was very nice and paid attention to me. Sometimes when we got together, he was very loving and romantic. Sometimes it was just animalistic. Afterward, usually when he was done for a while.
You mean done sexually or done being nice?
Done, he didn't turn mean, but done being nice, I would say,
Okay. And then would it be fair to say that when he wanted sex again, he became nice?
always.
Once you moved back to Mesa, you were having this clandestine sexual relationship, and you weren't his girlfriend, right?
Yes, that's right.
Why was this okay with you?
I wasn't, I guess I was still in love with him, and I would go on dates occasionally with other people, but there was no spark there, I think because Travis had my heart, and I'm a monogamous person, so I'm sleeping with Travis, so there's not really any room in my heart or my mind or in my life that wasn't making room for anybody else. So that's kind of just how it continued.
So was there ever any thought in your head, this isn't right, I need to stop this relationship?
There were times when it seemed very unhealthy, and I did have those thoughts.
Did you ever vocalize those thoughts to Travis?
Eventually I did, yes.
Let's talk about this time period as well, because you mentioned you were traveling with Ms. Alexander even after you moved back to Mesa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And after you moved back to Mesa in late summer 2007, where did you and Travis travel to? What were some of the destinations you went to?
Well, first we went to Las Vegas for the convention, which was in early September again. I went to the executive director banquet with him again. And after that, the weekend following Las Vegas, there was going to be another recap, but we ditched that and went with Dan and Desiree to Happy Supply.
Okay. Where else did you go?
In October, we went to New Mexico, to Albuquerque for the Balloon Fiesta. We went to Santa Fe to 10,000 Lake Spa. We saw Route 66. There might have been another place. These were all places that were in the book, 1,000 places. We began calling it the list, so we're just checking places off the list.
And that was kind of motivating your travel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Before we get too far down the road to other places you traveled, I want to show you what's been marked. Exhibits 434 and 431. Be so kind to take a look at these. And what you recognize exhibit 434 to be?
That's Travis and I at the executive director banquet in March 2007.
And exhibit 431?
That's Travis and I at the Balloon Fiesta in Albuquerque.
And when was that?
That would be October 2007.
I would move to admit exhibits 431 and 434.
431 and 434 are admitted.
Now, you just mentioned the executive director's ball in 2007. Is this what we're seeing here?
Yes.
Is it hard for you to look at that picture?
That's right.
Approach.
I agree. Oh, okay. I gotta go get a blanket.
Overruled.
Why?
Oh, it's just very sentimental. It's about happier times. When you just look back, you don't think that it would end up the way it did.
Let me show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 431. Take a look at that, please. Is that hard to get?
Yeah.
Why?
We had a really bad fight that morning, but it turned out better. And we had a pretty good day afterward.
How long was this trip?
I think just the weekend. I don't recall specifically. It wasn't very long.
Based on the picture, one might assume that you were acting as a couple during this trip. Is that true?
Yes.
Did that end when you got back to Mesa?
Yeah, I did. Well, it depends on the time.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I was still coming over to his house. His roommate tried to warn me that he was seeing other people. So, I mean, it was.
Well, what I was asking you is if this public affection, that sort of thing ended when you got
Oh, why are you crying?
Yes, it did, unless we were in his room.
So affection was okay, so long as you were in his room or on your porch where he was ejaculating on the face, right?
Well, yeah, but the latter wasn't really affectionate much.
Okay. That brings up a good point. You come out on the porch, you fulfill his fantasies, he ejaculates on your face and throws some chocolate at you. How do you feel after that?
I couldn't help thinking that it was kind of like a prostitute. I put that out of my mind and just chalked it up to one of his little antics that he did.
Chalked it up to one of his little antics.
Yes.
Was there ever a point in time in your mind that you said, enough of these little antics, I'm done with this guy?
Maybe farther down the road, but before that, no.
At that point.
No, if anything, we increased.
What?
If anything, we increased with those kinds of things, antics, all that. Being called antics.
Well, let me ask again something I asked earlier. Had he been physically abusive with you up to this point in time, late summer of 2007?
No. Well, he grabbed my wrist one time, but I didn't consider it abusive. So I don't know. That's
Well, when did that occur?
at the convention in Oklahoma City in March 2007.
Describe those circumstances for us.
He and I were hanging out at the Sheraton. This was nice after the drunk lady fell all over him. And so we were just hanging out with other colleagues and friends. And I had to use the restroom. So I went to the same restroom that I went to a few nights before. It's sort of by a bar that's at the lobby. And so this is Saturday night now. And by Saturday night, a lot of people are partying. It's convention's over. Everyone's going to leave Sunday. So there were a lot of people. There's a big crowd, a lot of people that were drinking and just having fun and being social. And as I was making my way back through the crowd, I heard somebody call my name. And I stopped and looked around to see who it was. And it was Abe, the guy I had gone on a date with some months earlier. And we talked briefly. And I don't remember if he had heard about what happened or if I told him about what happened, but he just was listening and he said he deserved better. And I said, thanks. I said, okay, that kind of thing. So then we parted and I made my way back through the crowd and I was leaving the crowd and I saw Travis standing at the edge of the crowd waiting for me. And I just smiled as I walked up to him, went to grab his hand, and his hand shot out and got my wrist instead.
Was he angry with you?
He seemed upset, but not at first. He seemed incredibly angry until I started talking, and then I realized he was pretty mad.
How did he? You said he grabbed your wrist. Did he grab it hard, or was he just holding it?
He grabbed it hard, but not painfully.
Did it ever become painful?
Not at that moment. He was just squeezing very tightly, but it didn't hurt.
And you said that he was not that angry at that time, but later you understood him to be more angry. Is that correct?
Well, as soon as he began to talk, I could tell he was pissed off.
And how could you tell that without telling us what he said? How could you tell?
By his demeanor, his tone, his words. And
Was he yelling?
no, he was kind of speaking very sternly, sort of under his breath.
Okay. And was he unhappy with the fact that you were talking to Mr. Abdallah?
Yes, he was. Well, he wanted to know what we were talking about.
And when you learned what you were talking about, is that when you became more angry?
Yes.
And you were talking about the idea that you deserve better, right?
Yes.
Moving back then to you being in Mesa and the sexual encounters, you said they were happening more frequently. Was this on a daily basis, a near daily basis?
I'd say 3 or 4 times a week.
And apart from those instances on the porch, you mentioned instances of his home. How did that work?
If it was the middle of the day and nobody was home, then there wasn't as much of a need to keep it a secret or keep it within the confines of the bedroom. But if people were home and his roommates were home, We had to be very quiet. He used to complain that his house was a KB home and that the walls were thin and his roommates could hear every sound, so we had to be quiet.
So it was pretty obvious to you that your presence there in the home was a secret to his roommates, right? Supposed to be.
Well, maybe our activities. I parked right in the driveway.
So it wasn't your presence in the home, it was the fact that he was having sex with you that was the secret?
Yeah.
Okay. Were precautions made? You mentioned daytime, sometimes this happened at night as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Were there precautions made for you getting out the next morning? Did you stay the night? How did that work?
I usually stay the night, but I left pretty early.
Was that intentional to avoid the roommates, knowing you spent the night?
Yes, because, well, usually, yes.
Okay. Did you know, well, this, using, I'm assuming, you talked about August, this is moving all the way until, well, let me ask you this. Did this state of affairs continue throughout the fall of 2007?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of this state of affairs, at the time, did you know him to be dating any other women?
No. In fact, he specifically told me the opposite.
So you were under the impression that when you were engaging in this sexual activity, he wasn't dating anyone else, right?
Not exclusively. I assumed he went on dates on occasion with people from his church. Sometimes I'd go on group dates, but I definitely didn't have the impression that he was in a committed relationship with anybody.
And you told us just a few moments ago that you didn't believe that the two of you, or at least you didn't characterize it as a committed relationship, right?
No, I didn't.
Were you dating other people?
I went on dates on occasion, but nothing that became repeated, so nothing that blossomed into any kind of relationship.
To your knowledge, did Travis know about any of these dates you had with other individuals?
He found out about one, two, actually, early on, if we're talking the same time period.
Okay. And in this time period, this late 2007 time period, these dates you went on, did he react positively or negatively to knowing that you went on these other dates?
One, he just teased me, and the other one very negatively.
You weren't in a relationship with him. What was the problem?
The one that he reacted negatively to was a guy that he hated.
Who was that?
His name is John Dixon.
So Mr. Alexander believed, or would it be your impression that Mr. Alexander believed that he had a right to tell you who you could date at this time period?
Objection being upheld.
He just specifically didn't want me to date that guy.
And was that okay with you for Mr. Alexander to dictate whom you dated?
Objection in the states on the image. She never indicated dictated, just that he didn't want her to date the guy.
Okay, so you go out on a date, you're not his girlfriend. You go out on a date with somebody named John Dixon, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander doesn't like Mr. Dixon, right?
Yes.
So because of that, you're not supposed to date John Dixon because Travis doesn't like him?
Not date him and not even be his friend.
Because Travis says so, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So you could date who you wanted unless Travis told you no, right?
Yeah, it seemed that way.
All the time when he's having sex with you behind closed doors or on your porch, right?
Objection. Foundation as to when he's having the sex and foundation as to when he dated John Dixon.
Time period, Judge.
No, he can't testify. She can't, not him.
Sustained.
Fall of 2007. He comes over, he ejaculates on your face, throws candy at you, has you having sex behind closed doors, and you're not in a committed relationship, right? The fall of 2007, that's what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the same time period you dared to defy Mr. Alexander and go out on a date with John Dixon, right?
Objection is testimony. She didn't say that she defied him. She was just upset about it. Characterization is what's objectionable.
Sustained. Rephrase.
When did you go out with John Dixon?
It was actually right before the fall, late August, I think, the very last weekend in August.
So Mr. Alexander expressed his anger in the fall of 2007 about going on a date with Mr. Dixon, right?
Yes, he found out the morning we were leaving for house supply.
But it didn't stop him from having sex with you, right?
No.
Ejaculating on your face didn't stop him from doing that, right?
Objection has been answered.
No, it didn't stop him from that.
And it didn't stop him from going to have a supply with you, right?
No.
Did it stop you from dating John Dixon again?
Yes.
Did it stop you from really dating anyone else? again?
I went on a couple more dates during that time and on through the next year.
Okay. Did you tell Travis about those, or did you try to keep those a secret?
No, I learned to stop telling him anything about my social life regarding that. I didn't tell him about John, found out.
Okay. I have to ask again, with this state of affairs, why not cut the proverbial cord? Why not break up with this guy who's telling you you can date him, you can't date him? Why not put an end to it?
Well, I mean, right now we're kind of focusing on the negative things. There were things he did that made me feel like $1 million. Very
Describe those
special.
things for us.
It was less what he did and just more how he treated me at times. He would say little things that were sentimental and have meaning between us. He
Like throwing candy at her face after a sexual encounter that was
and,
unwarranted.
still would allude to the fact that he wanted to marry me, even though I don't know that he was very serious.
Kept telling you things you wanted to hear?
Yeah, he did.
I promise you, Jodi, come on, maybe I'll marry you someday, right?
No, it wasn't quite like that.
How was it?
If I did something that he liked or that pleased him in some kind of way, like something I said or something I did, he would just look at me kind of with this enigmatic smile and say, marry me. And it wasn't like an actual proposal, but you know, it was kind of a joke, but I took it as a compliment.
Why did you take that as a compliment?
Because he only said those things when I did something that would merit me being a good wife, potentially.
I'm sorry, the last part you said?
Being a good wife. Like if I did something that might be in line with that, I took it as a compliment because that was my goal at the time. And that's what I wanted to become.
Okay. Did you want to become his wife? Travis's wife?
That was my desire for a while until probably after Havasupai.
Okay. What changed after Havasupai that made you decide, I don't want to marry this guy?
My feelings for him didn't necessarily change, but in my mind, we had such a bad fight that morning. He said some very ugly things to me that it was a boundary we had never crossed before. And I couldn't imagine marrying somebody that had said those things to me or raising children with a man who their father had said those things to their mother, kind of thing. That's how I imagined it.
What kind of things were we talking about?
He said,
Not being offered for the truth of the matter, so to the effect on the listener.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:15. Please remember the admonition.
Oh my God. The whole like throwing of the candy, the way that her defense attorney just kept saying that. It's too much, guys. It's too much. Hey, if you haven't done so already, please make sure, hold on.
Council, please approach.
Please make sure to like this stream if you haven't done so already. And if you aren't a subscriber to my channel, that's silly because it's free. And I would love to have you in here and chatting about cases. I do these both live as they're happening and replays, kind of like today with Jodi. So please consider subscribing. And I appreciate you liking the stream. It helps boost the algorithm. So we'll get back to this. Thanks. Well, maybe. Guess I didn't have to. Yeah, so let's get this show on the road. Oh, okay, we're getting to a most replayed moment. This should be good.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. Why is it in fast mode? Because I live my life in a 1.5 speed, like, period. There are 75 days of this. And in order to cover like 10 core days, it has to be at a enhanced speed. So I apologize, but also it's really slow if I don't do it at a higher speed than normal.
And all counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Jodi, before the break, we were talking about an argument that you had with Mr. Alexander.
No, you're not being rude.
Before
You're
the
good.
Havasupai trip, and when he had learned that you went out on a date with John Dixon, right?
yes.
The argument you had with him, where did that take place?
I believe it started downstairs over the backpack. That's kind of what started it. And I took the backpack upstairs into his bathroom to look for my toothbrush. Everything had been repacked, so I didn't know what was what. And I just woke up, wanted to brush my teeth before we hit the road. And he came into the bathroom, and the argument escalated in the bathroom.
This was the argument that Mr. Freeman testified was all about makeup and personal care products, right?
Yes, but it wasn't makeup.
What sort of things, you said that Travis said things to you up in that bathroom that made you realize that that wasn't the type of person you wanted to marry, right? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. What things did he say to you that made you feel that way?
It was only one thing specifically as our argument escalated and got more and more. By this point, I was brushing my teeth. I found my toothpaste and toothbrush, and I was crying. He had found out about my date because I wrote it in my journal, regrettably, and when he repacked it, he read it, and I was incredibly detailed, but it talked about the time.
That's not responsive.
I'm sorry, I
That
cut
was
it.
an argument, and then she wants to tell us about a journal, that sort of thing.
Enough.
She's just not being responsive, so objection, beyond the scope of the question, unresponsive.
Restate your question.
Sure, Jodi. What did Travis say to you that made you realize you didn't want to hear it? What specifically?
He said, "Fuck you."
What else? Say anything else?
Well, he said a lot of things about John. He was calling him John Dickhead instead of John Dixon. That was his nickname for him.
Oh my
last
God.
year. And after he said F you, he turned on his heels and left the bathroom.
What a child.
Why'd you still decide to go to have a soup fight with him?
Well, there was a lot of crying and that kind of thing. Dan came in the bathroom. I didn't realize he was in there. I was blowing my nose crying and was embarrassed to be arguing in front of him. So Dan kind of was like, Dan and Desiree were like the glue. They sort of said, you know, hey, let's just calm down. Let's try to get along. Let's try to get on this trip. I wanted to go on the trip, but I contemplated just going home because it was really bad. And I was,
What was that?
it was really bad between us. I was mortified. Like we had never argued to this extent and much less in front of somebody else. So I was very embarrassed and I felt really ashamed. And so I stayed in the bathroom for a little while trying to calm myself down. And then I don't remember how it all came together, but eventually we all were in the garage in the car and we were beginning to drive off.
So the plan was to suck it
And
up, so to speak, and go to have a soup fight anyway, right?
Objection, Sarah, that's really leading.
Overruled. May answer.
Yes.
And it sounds like during this trip, you two were acting like boyfriend and girlfriend. Yeah, right?
how was that the most replayed moment? What?
During some parts we were kind of, well, I felt like my feelings were hurt. So I wasn't very responsive to him at that time. I wasn't ignoring him. I wasn't being rude or anything. But I just felt like an emotional chasm between us.
Chasm.
And this trip was when again?
It would be probably the second weekend in September.
Let's move back then towards the late part of 2007. We were talking about how the usual course of conduct was late night rendezvous, be they on your porch, be they in his bedroom, right? And that happened, you said, about 3 or 4 times a week, right?
Objection, that's the answer.
Overruled. May answer.
Yes, that's correct.
And at this point in time, and now we're talking late 2007, has he been physically abusive with you? Other than the one incident you told us about?
Late 2007. There was a point in October, late October, where he pushed me down on the ground in his bedroom. But I landed on my knees. I didn't fall over or anything.
You say he pushed you down on the ground in his bedroom or your bedroom?
His bedroom.
Not that there'd be any excuse for it, but what did you understand his motivation to be?
Objection, argument, Sarah, not that there would be any excuse for it.
Sustain.
What was his reason for pushing you over?
We were arguing.
Objection, here's, tell us what he said.
Overruled.
We were arguing, and I got up to leave, and he wasn't done making his point, and he wanted to stay. He wanted me to stay, so I guess he could finish yelling at me.
I guess it was what I didn't understand the last
He
part.
wanted me to. I got up to leave his bedroom, and he blocked the door and took my arms and shook me down, and I landed on my knees, and he said, "You're not going."
Not being offered for the truth of the matter certain and excited utterance.
Approach.
I don't have myself muted right now, so if Pearl's snoring does get too loud again, please let me know. I don't hear it with my I don't hear it as bad right now as it was earlier.
Overruled.
What did Mr. Alexander say when he pushed you down?
He said no like 5 times fast. Like no, you're not going anywhere.
You weren't allowed to leave, right?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
Were you allowed to leave?
I didn't push the issue at that point. I tried to leave one more time, and he stopped me again, and then on the third time I tried to leave, he didn't stop me.
The second time you tried to leave, he said he stopped you. Did he grab you and throw you down again?
No, he just put his hands on my shoulders.
Forcefully?
Yes,
Call you names?
yes.
Like what?
That was such an awful fight. I don't remember all the names he called. I just remember one thing that really sticks out is he was insulting my family. It was-
Again, I understand what he was asking.
She was very mousy acting.
Well, let's ask this. How was he insulting your family? Was he calling them names?
yes,
What was he saying about your family?
he was saying that my brother was a faggot because his name is Carl.
That's my damn name.
I told him that he was named after my grandfather, and he said, "Your grandfather must be a faggot too, then." That's just something I remember specifically that bothered me. It's not that I don't care if they're gay, but that's Travis's way of issuing an insult to him. That's insulting.
Did he say anything about your other family members?
Not
Did you
in,
recall?
not in that specific argument.
Now, this specific argument where he grabs you, throws you down, restrains you a second time when you get to leave. What was the thing that was so important that Travis wanted to do? Insult your family, or was there something else?
I just kept ranting and raving and yelling.
You don't remember about what?
Honestly, my brain sort of went on freeze and I don't remember a lot of what he was saying. It's just-
Oh, okay.
Why wasn't this day? The day he throws you down, the day he grabs you, the day he won't let you leave the room, the day he insults what he believes are insults to your family. Why wasn't that the last day you saw Travis? Last day.
Well, it was going to be because when I was leaving the stairs, or going downstairs, he followed me all the way up to my car, just saying one mean thing after another. And then his tone changed to something very friendly, but it was like artificial friendly. And he said, "Have a great idea." And he said, "How about you move to Antarctica and never call me again?" And I said, "Minus Antarctica, sure." And I was getting into the car, and after my leg got in the car, he slammed the door hard, and I started to drive away. So I thought we were not going to talk at that point. It was a very low point for me. Throughout the fall, I'd been feeling suicidal, so I thought that was kind of the point where I decided I wanted to go through with that. So I called my friend Matt because he had guns, and I was going to ask him if I could borrow one because I wanted to kill myself. And he could tell I don't know, he called a suicide hotline and had me call them, and he called my dad and my parents. And as I was on the phone with Matt, Travis began calling again as I was driving back home. And I wanted to answer because Travis always apologized after he had been very mean, and I thought maybe this is his apology. But sometimes it took a while to calm down, so it could just be more of the same of his anger. So I hung up anyway with Matt, and I answered the phone, and Travis was very sweet and very calm, and he was telling me to come back, and he was too harsh on me, and he felt bad, and I needed to help him make his bed. I'd been there doing laundry and cleaning the house when that fight started, so I hadn't finished making the bed, and all the sheets were out of the dryer.
So he wanted you to get back to your duties as a maid, right?
Actually, he just said that.
Is that right?
The invitation was more, come help me make my bed so we can make up.
Make up meaning have sex?
Yes.
Did he request this French maid outfit again?
No.
So he makes this call, you begin to feel better. You go back over to his house?
Yes, I'm telling him no, but at the same time, I'm turning around in the turnabout that's in my neighborhood.
What's that?
I'm saying no at the same time that I'm actually doing it anyway. I'm going through the turnabout on the way to my house instead of all the way through it and turn around.
Why'd you turn around, Jodi?
He was being the nice person that I was, I guess, craving. Like I felt like a writhing ant under a magnifying glass for the last 3 hours. It was a long fight, and now he had relented and he was being nice, and he was implying that his feelings would be hurt if I had come over. He was saying it very sweet, almost baby talk, but not quite. And so I came back to his house.
Did you have a sexual interaction with him after you came back to his house? Did you pick up?
Yes, we went to bed, and then yes,
And then yes, what?
we had anal sex that night. It was kind of loving. I mean, he said I love you, and he whispered those things in my ear while he was doing that. And yeah.
I want to ask, there was an incident talked about earlier where you walked into Travis's house and Lisa Andrews was there. Do you remember hearing about that during the
Yes.
trial? Was that around this same time period when all these things were going on?
Yes, it was right before after we were in New Mexico.
So you get back from this trip in New Mexico, Exhibit 431. You're acting as a happy couple in New Mexico. How is it that you came to Travis's house the evening that Lisa Andrews saw you there?
This might have been before New Mexico, but it was all around the same time. I had been hired at P.F. Chang's in the summer, and his roommate, John Hepworth, was always talking about how much he liked honey chicken on their menu. It was his favorite dish. And so one night, it was a Monday night, which would be family evening in the church. I worked though. For short, it's called FHE. And I got off work early because it was Monday night and it was slow. And there was an extra honey chicken that was getting thrown away, so the chef said I could have it. So it was still fresh. It was in a to-go container. I put it into a to-go container. And I'd taken food home before, and I usually offered to split it with my roommates. They never really wanted it. It was still early, so I knew, or I assumed Travis was at church. And so I was going to call him, but I called John because he lives close by, and I said, "Do you want half of this honey chicken?" And he said yes, because he liked it. And so I was going to go over there, split it with him, and then go back home. Because if you put it in the fridge, it gets all soggy. It's breaded and glazed. And so I headed over. Well, he said Travis wasn't home. I asked him, "Is Travis home yet?" He said no. So I started driving over to his house, and I pulled into the driveway in the same place where I was going. And I always came and went in his house without knocking. It's just something I did, and a lot of friends always did. And so I walked into their house with the container of honey chicken in my hands, and I'm walking down. It's kind of a walkway with tile. There's a living room here, and as I was coming toward the kitchen, which is just beyond that, there's a wall just beyond that. I was going around the kitchen to get a plate for John. John was on the couch over here watching TV, and I came around the kitchen, and Travis was standing there with another girl. I didn't see who the girl was because I just saw hair, and he was standing in front of her. So I was mortified. I was like, oh my gosh. So I immediately turned and walked right back out, straight out the front door, and got in my car and I left. And I was really embarrassed because I thought I wasn't home. And I started driving. I drove west down Elliott, and then I turned north on Signal Butte. And right as I turned north on Signal Butte, there was a car that came right up behind me with their high beams on, and they were right up on the tail end of my car.
And who was in that car?
Well, I didn't know at first. I thought it was somebody that had to go somewhere fast. So I was coming up on an LDS chapel that was on the left side of the street, and then across from the street from that was a turnout. So I assumed just gonna drive a few more yards and then pull over in this turnout. But this car pulled over the double yellow line and sped up. And so I thought, wow, they're really in a hurry. And then pulled in front of me and braked really hard. And I almost hit the car. And then that's when my headlights hit the paint, and I could see it was purple and it was BMW. It was Travis's car. So he pulled in into the turnabout, and I assumed he wanted me to pull over because of that, so I pulled in behind him.
Did he offer explanation for what you had just walked in on?
After I asked, yeah.
During that discussion, did he admit to you that he was dating Lisa Anders?
No, he didn't say who it was. I didn't see who it was. He just said a girl from his ward was there, and she wanted to see his house, and he was just giving her a tour.
Did he invite you back to the home?
Not that point, but he gave me a hug and he squeezed my butt and said, "You're coming over later tonight, right?" Like that.
What did that mean to you? What were you coming over there later that evening for?
To hang out, sex, pretty much.
After he was done with his date with Lisa Anders, you were to come over to have sex with him. Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah.
Now, late 2007, you talk about how this relationship is going on and on and on. Are you still living in Mason early 2008?
Yes.
Are you having sexual intercourse with Mr. Alexander in 2008, early 2008?
Yes. Well, yes, not vaginal.
Okay,
So much.
not vaginal intercourse?
No.
Was that, you'd had it before, was there a reason you weren't having it at that time?
Yes. Well, the first time I was asleep. The second time was in August 2007. That was consensual. And I knew we had gone all the way. So obviously that was pretty black and white, but that was not okay. So I confided in Rachel. I didn't want to tell her that we went all the way, but I said, I think Travis and I might have gone too far, even though I knew we'd gone too far. I wanted to get her advice. And she asked me how far we'd gone. So I thought oral sex was okay. So I threw that out there. I was like, well, we've had oral sex. And her jaw dropped onto the floor and she freaked out and said, you have to go to your bishop right now. And I didn't know that. And she said, Travis has to go too. You need to do it right away, get right back on the right track, and go tell him right now and wear your seatbelt. You know, the implication being you don't want to get in a car accident and die before you repent. It was that serious to her. And so I didn't know that. So I got in the car and called Travis and went over there and
So to make a long story short here, you didn't want to have vaginal sex because of the vow chastity or the law chastity, right?
yes.
Did anything happen in January of 2008 that changed the relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
What happened?
Objection, if we could have the, foundation, if we could have the date and time.
I'm asking what happened in January 2008. She can explain.
Council approach. You may continue.
This event that happened in January 2008. Before we go into the particulars of it, do you remember where it occurred?
Yes.
Where?
In his bedroom.
Do you remember the date that it occurred?
It was on a Monday and it was like January 2008. I think it was around the 21st.
What did you see on the 21st or late January 2008? Or I should say this. What happened on the 21st of January 2008 that changed the course of your relationship with Travis?
Objection, have the foundation, if we have time, morning, noon, afternoon.
She can explain the story, Judge.
All right, okay. I got off work. I was working at Mimi's Cafe at that point in Mesa. I got off work and came over to his house and helped him. He was loading boxes into the attic. He was just rearranging stuff, he said. So I was helping him. I was just handing them up to him. And we were hanging out for a while. He disappeared in the attic for a minute. So I was waiting for him. And then he kind of popped out and said, "Boo," and scared me and laughed about that. And then he came down the ladder and he handed me a little porcelain. It was a white porcelain angel that he had. And he handed it to me and called me an angel and gave it to me. And I thought it was sweet. And so I went and put it next to my purse, which was on the dresser in his bedroom. And we hung out a little bit longer downstairs in his office. And then I was leaving. So I ran upstairs, got my purse, shut the bedroom door after I'd already said goodbye to him, and I left. And then as I was driving back home, I realized I left the porcelain angel there. And Travis I knew he would, just knowing him, he would call me and make me feel guilty about it, or in a joking way, but in a way that was, I wouldn't live it down for a while.
So what did you do?
So I thought of getting it later, but because of that pattern, I turned around to go get it. And I called him real quick on his cell phone, he didn't answer. Called him real quick on his house phone, he didn't answer. I hadn't been gone 10 minutes, so I didn't think it was a big deal. I just went back there, I walked in and I ran upstairs and I went into his bedroom to grab it.
And what did you see when you got there?
I walked in and Travis was on the bed masturbating, and I got really embarrassed. Even though we've been intimate like more times than I could count, it was just kind of awkward walking in on him like that. And I was headed toward the dresser, but then I stopped and I was trying to think of something funny or witty to say, like, do you still need my help or something? And he started grabbing at something on the bed, and I realized they were papers. And as he was grabbing the papers, one kind of went sailing off the bed, and it fell in that chaotic pattern. The paper falls, and it landed face up near my feet, and it was a photograph.
What was in the photograph? What was the photograph of?
It was a picture of a little boy.
Could you guess how old the little boy was?
Oh, 5-ish, 5, 6. I'm not a good judge of age.
Did you recognize the little boy?
No,
Was the little boy dressed?
he was dressed in underwear, like briefs.
After you saw this, what did you do next?
I was frozen there for a minute. Well, maybe not a whole minute, but I didn't know how to react. It kind of seemed like one of those dreams where something is really off, but you just can't figure it out. And so I left the angel there on the dresser, and I turned to quote, and he called my name, and I just ran. I didn't stay, and I got in my car and started driving home again.
Did you say he called you a name or he called your name?
He called my name.
Okay.
He said, "Wait." He called my name.
So I'm sorry, you were driving away from his home. How did you feel about what you saw?
I felt nauseated. I drove all the way home, and I was trying to drive fast enough to get to. Well, I was trying not to pull over to throw up. I got home, and I was sitting in the garage door opener about half a block away, so it would be open. And I pulled right into the garage and ran inside and threw up in the bathroom.
Did you speak? Did Travis make further attempts to call you after you saw what you saw?
Yes.
How soon?
After I cleaned myself up, I went back out to my car to get my purse and my phone, and I saw that there were some missed calls from him. Like 4, maybe 3 or 4.
Why wasn't this moment in time? Why wasn't this the end of your relationship with him?
Well, I wasn't even thinking anything along those lines at that time. I was confused and I was crying, and I didn't really know what to make of all that. So I went for a drive. Before, when I didn't answer the phone, and when he called repeatedly, he would come over to the house because I didn't live far, and I didn't want to be at the house when he came over. I wasn't sure how to talk to him or what to say. So I left, and I drove around for a while in Mason, and then I ended up at the Temple Visitor Center, and I hung out in there for a little while. And I just was collecting my thoughts and not really meditating, but just trying to figure out what to do next and how to handle that.
Did you get, or did you come to a decision as far as what to do next?
Well, I wanted to, I couldn't imagine like never talking to him again.
Why not?
That would just be, if we never spoke again after that point, I would feel unsettled, and I don't know, I wanted to let him explain at least. I went out and checked my phone again. My phone was turned off in the visitor center. So I went out and checked my voicemail, and there was a frantic voicemail from him finally, and there were more missed calls. And he said, just come over and talk to me, and that kind of thing. And so there was some
Well,
things.
again, Jodi, let me address the question. And perhaps it's difficult, but why would it be, from what you told us, you saw him masturbating to the image of a child. Why would it have been a problem for you? Or why could you imagine not having any more contact with him after that point in time?
When I was thinking in the temple, I mean, I've heard in the past that usually people who have problems like that were hurt when they were children. And I kept thinking, what if he was hurt when he was a kid? And it made me angry to think of him as a kid and somebody violating him, and just really made me mad. And so I tried to mitigate it in my head in that way. And I wanted to talk to him and find out what was wrong, like what was going on with him. So
Did you return his phone calls, or what happened next?
I called him back finally after a while, and we agreed to meet up. We were going to swap cars for a family home meeting. And
But you were going to swap cars for family home evening, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us?
yes,
So he could have your car, or you could have his?
both. I mean, at the time I was driving his car, but he didn't want to drive my car to church with people. He wanted to take his own car.
So he was the one going to family home evening, right?
Yes,
Same day he got caught masturbating to images of children, he was going to family home evening, right?
yes.
So you return to his home, and you're going to trade cars. Do you just get your car and get out of there?
We never hooked up before family meeting. I had a migraine and I needed to just sleep. And I don't know, I woke up later in the evening and I went over to his house later that night.
Okay. You go to his house later that night. Do you talk with him?
Yes.
Do you ask him about what you saw?
I didn't really have to ask him. I just was silent and let him do the talking mostly.
What did he say?
Objection, here's.
We approach it?
Good Lord. Very uncomfortable. All right, let's see if, oh, no.
She can talk about what the subject matter was and the effect, which is what we discussed.
After that conversation, did you come away with the understanding that Mr. Alexander had a sexual interest in children?
Yes.
Did you come away with the understanding that it was boys and girls, or was it just one or the other?
Objection, here's the substance, they're just prefacing it by saying that your understanding.
phrase.
Did you believe him to have an interest in young boys?
Yes,
Did you believe him to have an interest in young girls?
I already knew he was interested in young girls, but they were like sexually mature girls, but minors.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I want to finish this conversation. Did he express, or did you come away with the understanding that you could help him with this problem?
That's the impression he gave me.
And what was your understanding of how you were to help him with this problem?
He preferred sex with women.
He what?
He preferred sex with women.
Why?
Made him feel normal, more normal.
In this conversation, was there any discussion about why he wanted you to wear the boys' Spider-Man underwear?
Oh my God.
That was the reason for it, apparently. That's what he told me.
The reason being, if I understand you correctly, that he liked pretending that you were a young boy.
I didn't ask him what he was visualizing, but that's
Speculation.
That was your understanding of why he was doing it after the conversation, right?
yes.
Is this the last time you ever spoke to Travis Alexander?
No,
Did you leave right away after this discussion?
no,
Did you submit to a sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander after this discussion?
yes.
And what sort of interaction was that?
It was sex. It was anal sex.
Why, Jodi, were you willing to submit yourself to sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander, having seen and having heard everything you saw and heard that day?
It's hard to describe because it's very embarrassing, but he seemed very ashamed with himself, and like he didn't want to be that way. It was something he struggled with, and that's not who he wanted to be. It's not who he wanted to be in the future, and he was trying to deal with it. And when he had sex with women, he felt like a normal heterosexual man, and that's what he wanted to be, and that's what he said he was, and that's what I believe him to be. And so when he had sex with women, he felt more normal, and it was preferable to his other deviant
She's so crazy.
urges, as you could say.
So were you doing this to help him?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I still loved him.
Did you ever do
How?
anything else to try to help him?
Yes.
What was that?
Before I moved back to California, I gave him a pamphlet that I found, just some of them that I found in a mall. And I picked up a few of them because it was about mental health services. I don't remember what the name of it was. It had an 800 number and it also had a 602 number. And might have had other phone numbers in the website. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it looked like they were services that were complimentary or maybe not free, but cheap or affordable or something. I thought maybe he could just talk to some people. I thought it was confidential and somebody he could talk to that would be able to counsel him or that had a degree in psychology or some kind of certification in mental health counseling.
Okay. So was this in January 2008 that you found this brochure?
No, it was closer to somewhere in mid to late March. It was before that.
Okay. How did he react when you gave him this brochure or pamphlet?
He was upset. It led to an argument. We had an argument about several subjects that day.
When you say argument, was this verbal or was this?
It started off verbal and then it became physical.
Now, you mentioned him grabbing your wrist at conference.
Can you guys hear
And now we're talking about this incident in March
Pearl snoring?
of 2008.
Sorry.
Had he been physically abusive with you before March of 2008?
This incident was in April, and yes, he was physically abusive before that.
Let's talk about that then. This, after he grabbed you at the convention.
Okay, I'm
when
gonna
was the
mute.
next time that he was physical with you?
It would have been that argument the night that I got up to leave twice, 3 times ultimately.
When he wouldn't let you leave the room, when he threw you down?
He pushed me down.
Was this incident in April then, when you gave him the pamphlet? Would this be the third instance of abuse, physical abuse?
The pamphlet came later. The third incident came the day after I walked in on him.
Okay. The day after you walked in on him, you mentioned that you had sex that night. Did you leave that night?
Yes.
Okay. How did you come to, or where did you see Mr. Alexander the next day?
I was getting ready to leave for California, and before I left, I wanted to see if he was okay. I figured if that were me, I'd want to go jump off a bridge. I wanted to make sure that he was okay.
And you said before you leave to California, where were you going?
I think I was going, San Diego might have been a few weeks later. I was either going there or I was going back to Palm Desert. My neighbor still had some things lying in a garage that I had collected yet.
So what happened when you went over to check on Travis, I guess on the 22nd of January?
What happened when I went over there?
Yep.
I went over there just to see how he was doing. We were talking in his bedroom and told me he needed to borrow, I think it was $200. But I didn't have it. I just,
Hey guys, if her snoring gets too loud and too distracting, please let me know. I'm going to leave it unmuted so that I don't have to keep going back and forth. But let's take this moment to remind everyone, if you haven't done so already, please make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel. It's free. And I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you're saying hello in the chat. Thanks.
lent him $6.99 and like a few days prior. And I had just enough money to get to pay for the gas on my trip, maybe some food and get back. All my credit cards at that point were shot from my house. So I didn't have anything else to draw from except my checking account. So I told him, I guess I didn't really snap at him because he had reacted very badly in the past when I snapped at him. So, but I did say, I said, I just lent you $700. Oh, he called me selfish because I told him I didn't have it and I was going to California. And that if I couldn't afford to lend him a few $100s, then maybe I shouldn't go to California. Maybe I should stay and pick up more shifts because that's not a lot of money. And if I don't have it, then that's a problem. A reflection of my own personal finances. So I thought, how can you call me selfish? I just lent you $700. And when I said that, he got angry and he crossed the room and he started shaking me and he said, I'm fucking sick of you. And he was screaming real loud and some of his spit got in my face. And he wasn't spitting on me, but as he was talking. And he probably slammed me on the floor at the foot of his bed.
What did he do after he slammed you on the floor at the foot of his bed?
Well, it startled me. It didn't hurt, but it startled me. And so I kind of let out an unexpected sound. I guess it could be best described as a yelp, sort of. Can't really explain it. It just was unexpected. So it startled me and then impact and the sound came out.
We'll do a
He was
poll.
triggered because he said, don't act like that hurts. Called me a bitch. And he kicked me in the ribs. And that hurt for real. But he would kick me again and I put my hand out and to block his foot and it clipped my hand and hit my finger. Yes, my left hand.
So he kicks you once in the ribs, and he goes to kick you in the ribs again, and you try to stop him with your hand, and he kicks your finger, right?
Yes, on the second kick.
What happened after that second kick?
I screamed really loud. I think I yelled out my finger in my hand or something to that effect.
And what happened after you yelled that out?
He stormed out of the room and left, went downstairs.
There you go. Vote in the poll.
And what did you do?
I rolled over and sat up and stood up and was holding my wrist. My finger was starting to swell up. I couldn't hear Travis. I didn't know what was going on. He was left very angry. I was in the room. The bedroom door was open. I kind of peeked around the bedroom door on the landing and looked down the stairs. Couldn't see anything. And then the doorbell rang. And so I was listening at the top of the stairs to see who it was. I don't know who it was, but whoever it was, he sent away. And so the front door shut. And then I heard him walking back on the tile. And then I leaned my head back in and I could hear him climb the stairs. And my anxiety shot through the roof. I didn't know what kind of mood he was in or how he was going to react or what he was intending to do. And he came in and he seemed visibly more calm, and he could see that I was holding my wrist, and he wanted to see my hand.
Was he yelling at you? Was he assaultive with you after we came back to the room?
No,
What was his demeanor like?
he was calmer, but when he first asked to see my hand, I kind of pulled back a little just as a reaction, and then he said, "Let me see it," but he said it kind of in a snappy, stern way. So I didn't want to provoke him anymore, so I just let him look at my hand.
And you say your hand, was there a particular part of your hand that was injured?
Yes, the ring finger on my left hand.
Which finger?
The ring finger.
Did you seek medical attention for this injury?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I didn't have medical insurance too. I was worried that like maybe the police would get involved if I went down there. If I mean, I guess I could have made up a story, but Travis made a splint for my finger at his house, and I just stayed with that. It was swell. We put ice on it, and he had like 2 or 3 little popsicle sticks that he broke so that they were the length of my finger, and he tied it onto my finger.
I think it also has to be, as you talked about, why you didn't get medical attention. Why did you call the police?
I would have never called the police on Travis.
Why not?
I was
This is the slowest I can do Jodi Arias's trial. It's 1.5. So that's like 0.25 slower than I was at. So I hope that helps you guys.
I couldn't imagine doing something like that.
Why not?
It would have felt like treachery. I wouldn't have betrayed him. I was loyal to him.
You just mentioned the word loyalty. Given all that you went through, what did you have to be loyal to?
Well, I looked at him as someone who had his own issues that he was struggling with, and I didn't see him as a bad person. I just saw him as somebody who was conflicted and had issues, just like everyone has issues. He just had different issues. And I wanted him to get help. That was one of the conditions we had made the day before. Of course, he didn't want me to say anything, and I promised him I wouldn't say anything as long as you get help, of course. And he said he would. And so I just couldn't imagine doing anything to betray him.
The splint you put on your finger. Let me ask you this. Was the finger broken, as best you could tell?
I believe it was broken.
Do you still, is that injury still visible on you today?
I think so. It's crooked.
Could you hold up your hand for us so we could see? Hold it up, Jodi, if you can.
Okay, let's get her big on the screen.
What do you think about?
I didn't see shit.
See that injury on your hand?
Objection, no.
Sustained.
How do you feel when you see that injury on your hand?
Objection, no.
Goes to state of mind, battered women syndrome, Judge.
And I think this is when they break. We're going to do half of the next day. I don't want to press it. I think she's going to say one more thing. Hey guys, I know I just said this, but if you are new, please make sure to vote in the poll. Hit the subscribe button for the channel and like the stream. It helps the algorithm a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, well, maybe I will. Let's just go to the next day. Come on. Oh, it looks like things are going to get spicy
Please bring in the jury.
again. Okay, sorry about my dog. Come on. Thank you. Her trial was 75 days. Like, that's how many I had to go through all of this. No, it's not, is it? This is a mall. Wait, no, this side. It's a mall. I've had it my whole life.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Nerman, you may continue. with-
No, it's not me making the noises. It's Pearl.
What's been entered, excuse me, as exhibit 420.
What did you say? I'm sorry. Just let me just talk for a little bit about happy things and get normalized for a moment, and we'll see where it takes us.
So we'll see where it takes us. I like that. I like to get taught. I get happy and get normalized part.
Kick the shoes off, get happy. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be June through the beginning of June through like the beginning of July. It's going to be a busy time in Mr. Alexander's life.
Yeah, me too.
And then the end of July too.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, for me, I might make a trip at the end of the month to Utah. But I'm almost in Daniel Summit, so it's like, I don't know if I'll do that. I want
Why would you go to Utah?
just to visit and see the sights and see my friends and all that.
Why would you go and if you're going to Daniel Summit?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just right around the corner, so I may not. I just be Daniel Summit. But I don't know. We'll see. Like,
Daniel who?
Summit, you know him well. You've met him more times than I have. You're funny. So, but yeah, June, you're going to what, Cancun, and you're coming here. But let's see. What are you doing?
Washington, D.C.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Well, if I can afford it, I'd like to go to Washington, D.C., but I think that's out. What I'd like to do, though, is I'm going to travel around with you. And
Why are her eyes
have
closed?
the money, I'm going to go to the Team Freedom event, which is in June. And I've got places to stay in Palm Desert, so that's easy. No money there.
Here's the problem I have with the Team Freedom event. It's in Palm Springs, right?
Okay, in the summer. They're really done for in the summer.
Yeah, which is like a horrible place in the summer.
Yeah.
Number two, their idea of social time is to get drunk. Their
No,
fun is get drunk.
not everybody.
Training would be awesome. I don't like those people. I respect them as business people, but that's about it.
Really?
They just don't have a soul.
Are you serious?
They're godless. Just like look into their eyes, it's like dark.
What about people like Kara and Mark Smith?
Okay, Tara's nice, and maybe there's something there, but like I said, I respect them for what they've done in their businesses. I like them as business associates. They don't have a soul.
You're crazy.
Look at them all. Tell me else nothing.
Oh,
You're
I've gotten to know
crazy.
different people a little bit differently, is all.
Like the people you have to know are the worst ones.
Oh, Tara Boston Bob. I know you
They're
don't like.
lost off.
Okay, I know you don't like Abe.
Yeah, well, he's soulless. He's like the top of the list.
I wouldn't call him soulless. I would just call him like focused, like business
Okay.
person.
He's not focused on business.
Oh, I know.
If he's focused on business, he'd be solid ED for starters.
He told me the other day that he hopes you get your ring.
He told you the other day?
Yeah.
How the hell did that come up?
Because I went to leave him a comment on his MySpace because I hadn't talked to him in like 4 months. He left me one out of the blue after not talking to me for 4 months saying, it said who, what, where or something. And I was going to say the same thing back just to throw it out there kind of thing. And I went to add comment. It says you must be this user's friend in order to make comments about them. I was like, what? He's always been my MySpace friend. So I texted him. I said, hey, I said, I've got a bone to pick with you. And he wrote back, what? And I said, you're not my MySpace friend anymore. And then the phone rang. It was him. He's like, hey, listen, this is why. He's like, I deleted you from my friends because I just didn't want to be any part of your drama with you and Travis. And I was like, okay. He's like, nothing against you. I think you guys are both great people. I just didn't want to be associated with that. And he's like, I hope you can understand. So there's nothing to do with you. I think you're a great girl. I think Travis is an awesome businessman. In fact, I really hope he gets his ring. I think that'd be awesome because that's just more stories that I can tell. And he just said it in passing. He's like, I hope you understand. I was like, well, okay. And then he
See,
said,
that
what?
is dramatic.
What?
That's dramatic right there.
I know, I thought it was too. He's like, I mean, he did bring that up though. He's like, I don't understand. You know, I see him in the bathroom and I'm a ghost to him. Like he looks right through me. Or he doesn't even see me or say hi to me. And he said, and I have no problem with that. If it's got to be that way, then fine. He's like, I have nothing against him. And that's when he said, in fact, I hope he gets his ring. That's what he said.
It means I intimidated him in the bathroom.
He said nothing but nice things about you, but that he didn't want to be a part of my dramas. I was like, okay.
He's a ghost to me because what am I supposed to say? Hey, you kissed my girlfriend? Well, let's talk about that.
That was before I was your girlfriend. You're so cute.
Nah. You know, what am I supposed to say? You know what I mean? What am I supposed to say? Hey, I just got ripped a new one. Some drunk chick freaking fell on me, and now you're drunk and you're freaking trying to hook up with my girlfriend 5 minutes later. You know?
When was that?
Oklahoma. Remember, I was gonna go beat him down.
Oh, he said something not so nice. It was a compliment. It was meant to be a compliment to me, but it was an insult to you, and I should have stuck up for you. I was timid, and I was still like that. I need to work on it.
Yeah, I was so you gave like crap over Clancy, and then you didn't stand up for me. Like, you're getting
So he was hanging all over me.
Hey, not true. Not true. We don't need to go there. Not even go there.
Let's not go there then. We already said the other night we're never going to go here then, so let's let it go. Okay, back to the Team Freedom thing. Yes.
That's why I intimidated the bathroom.
You're funny.
I thought I was too, because I was right next to him. And I put out like the I'll whip your A vibe if you say one word to me.
I think you grabbed my ass like right in front of him when we were walking through the casino last Vegas of 07. We walked by, you're like, and you grabbed my butt, and you're like, there was Dave. And I was like, what? Like, I love it when you grab my butt because it feels nice. But you only do it like when you're trying to prove a point to somebody else.
That's not true, but I always do it when I'm trying to prove myself.
That's true.
You cannot say I don't work that booty.
Oh, never mind. You do know how to work the booty.
your butt has got more attention than anyone on the face of the earth. I want that.
Well, it kind of screams for attention. It sticks out.
I love that. It is if they had After the Planet Award, it would win.
Aw, I don't know about that. Thank you.
No, it would. And so many categories, it freaking just gets an A+.
You're an A+.
For example, I'm not the freaking tossed salad type, to be honest. But I would do it. I love doing it to you.
And you have done it. Ooh.
I freaking, no, I've more than done it. I've freaking done it.
You have chomp. Okay. You've gone to town like it was the all you can eat salad bar.
Yeah, I went to town after like 45 minutes one night.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot of
That's
fun.
something about you. You have the most incredible stamina that I've ever even dreamed of encountering. It's just crazy. Like you have.
And we've had 2 and 3 hour sessions anytime.
Yeah. More than that.
No, it's I think 3.5 like our tops or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, nonstop.
It's because I pace myself.
Yeah, and I think for me it's just because I have that constant renewable energy.
Yeah, you got renewable. You can just never stop. I am extracurricular, so and I'm a doer, so I don't mind recouping while I'm doing what I need to do. So
Renewable energy.
no, I agree.
But I don't mind receiving while you're doing the giving.
No, I'm glad.
Oh,
And I like how you play whatever role you need to play.
I like that play. That's fun.
You know, if you need to, handle me, I'll handle me.
Oh, I know. And I know you love being handled, but like if I had to put the one before the other, I like being handled. I like being handled. But yeah, I totally will handle you.
Yeah, you're a wish. Mercy. No, we got into this quicker than I thought we would.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened.
Yeah, let's do that work. I'm really excited by a little forest
Adventure.
event. Yeah.
What is coming up here before Cancun?
Yeah, that's my plan. Yeah.
What is your itinerary? Are you gonna do San Francisco, or is that gonna be another time?
No, I think I'm gonna do all that stuff.
Then you'll see me, and we'll go Oregon Coast and Crater Lake, Shakespeare. If that goes as planned, and then I guess you'll go up to see your friends in Washington or something.
I'm not gonna do all that.
So it's
You're the top of the list.
in more ways than one. No, just kidding. Oh, that was funny.
No, I laughed.
Okay, so then you'll drive back.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, you're the top of the list. I think that's just too much. Like all that. What I'll do is I'll fly to Seattle and stay with my friends and go to British Columbia on that same trip.
Okay. Are you going to be traveling abroad anytime soon? I mean, other than Mexico, of course.
DC.
That's not abroad. I mean, international.
Oh no. I might get Argentina in September. I'll probably get Argentina in September. Let's wait September.
Oh, cool. What brings you to Argentina?
Just Stevens and a bunch of guys are going down there to live, and I might go down there for a month.
Who's going down to live?
Stevens and Danny Jones and a few other guys.
Oh, they're going to go down there and live? That's crazy. Danny Jones moved to Virginia.
Good. He's just a waste of potential, that guy. So it's being cool. Yeah, he's a freaking boss. He, like his picture on Facebook, like, are you the dumbest ass on the face of the earth?
I haven't seen it recently. What is it?
He's kind of grabbing his crotch.
Oh, yeah. I know. It's like, are you 16 years old?
Seriously.
Like, he makes you wonder, like, are you a church member? I mean, I'm all for the wild streak, but don't broadcast it to the whole world.
like she should be judging.
Interesting comment on that picture.
Like what?
I also, your mission president would be proud.
You should. Why don't you?
Maybe I should.
He hasn't been back for even a year, or barely a year, I think he's been back. You should, Travis. Don't be intimidated by him. You would do that to anybody else. Why would you stop with him?
Why would you say I'm intimidated by Danny Jones?
I wouldn't. I didn't mean to imply that. I'm just saying, like when Victor Ruiz, when his friend apparently got a hold of his Helio and such a bunch of stupid bullshit, you blasted him to Mars. And he's not even a church member to be held accountable.
Well, it's because he sent me an email and I took that as personal insult.
Oh, I thought he just posted a bulletin or something.
Maybe he did. I blasted Mario for sending me a maybe I'm getting those stories mixed up. Mario sent like some jokes with the F word in it,
Oh, yeah, that's what it was.
and I ripped him to shreds, and I ripped Victor to shreds.
Yeah, so you can put a little mark on there. Don't do it if you don't want to. I'm not trying to pressure you, but
I would prefer to probably do it by emailing him rather than posting a comment because, you know, I don't want to like humiliate him.
I know, but yeah,
But then on the other hand, he's already humiliated himself, so I haven't.
true. He's begging for comments, basically. He put that picture up for attention. He's asking for comments, and I think you should oblige. But yeah, if you want to do it privately, you did it privately with Mario and Victor, so. But nonetheless, you gotta let keep posted on that. That's funny. Your mission president would be proud. That is funny. Hey, did you look at my profile?
That's kind of a rude thing to say, but what?
Did you look at my profile picture?
Oh, I totally forgot. I don't know what to do.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to know. It's kind of an average picture, but I'm kind of hungry for pictures.
You got great pictures. I don't know why you would say that. You're like very photogenic.
Well, I don't know. I'm not photogenic. I just choose them carefully.
Nah, you're pretty.
Thank you.
You are just so attractive.
I'm getting used to myself, I guess, in front of the camera.
No, you are. No, seriously, man. Like I've never seen you look that in my life.
Yes, you have. When I have
No,
puffy eyes and have cried off all my makeup.
you don't look bad then either. You just look miserable. But you look hot still.
That is funny that you say that. Thank you.
It's true. Think about it. Like I like think about this. There's been many times you've been like miserable, and I've like raped you.
That's true. We've had lots of makeup time sessions. That is true. But it's a good way for us to de-stress.
Yeah, it's true. We've done that in the middle of like when we were just pissed at each other.
Yeah, we have, haven't we?
Well, like it was like I thought our only way out, you know.
Yeah, there was one time I remember. I think I kind of vaguely remember. I mean, I don't keep track of it. There's been so many, but I mean, there was a time when we were just like, I don't even know who initiated. I think you did.
I did.
Yeah. Other times we've been like so discouraged with each other that I didn't think it. Like, freaking, we could have been injected with aphrodisiacs. It wouldn't work.
Well, it kind of puts things in perspective a little more because you get your mind gets off it for a while, and when you do come back to the problem, it's like that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
But certainly the best times when we just go for a freaking ROM session, just like go wherever.
You're not joking. I mean, like there are times when we just, I'm trying to make an example. There's been a few times where I've been bold enough to just pull you onto bed and start. And oh my gosh, you remember that time I came to visit you when I was still working in California, and I fell asleep on your chair next to your bed, and you just like woke me up by pulling my pants off and totally licking my pussy.
Yeah.
I was so embarrassed because I just like got my Brazilian on and I was like worried about what it looked like. And I was like, and the lights were bright and they were on. I was all self-conscious. But I remember that was hot. I was totally tired and I was asleep. And I would have been completely content just cuddling with you once we got into bed, but you had another agenda.
Yeah, you got to admit though, like there's not many guys that would do that just for fun. Like yeah, like that.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what the ratio is, but I get the impression that I mean, it's kind of an awkward subject to bring up, but you know, eventually we're both going to be married people, and I just get the feeling that there aren't a lot of Mormon guys like that. And there may or may not, I'm sure there are plenty of freaky Mormon girls, but are they the marrying type? I shouldn't say that. I'm just saying, are they the type that you'd want to marry, or are the guys out there?
Oh, if she only knew.
I don't know. Like, I really would like to marry a return missionary, but like you, someone who can be freaky. Like, I just worry about that. There are plenty of nice people out there, but like, I worry that I might feel like a wilting flower is all. Who never really blossomed to her full potential, at least in the sexual realm. I feel like I have with you, but like I still have plenty of blossom time left, and I want to live all those years being that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I'm gonna enjoy your blossoms and make them look there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
What's that?
I'm gonna tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
Oh my gosh. That is so debasing. I like it.
I'm going to zip tie your arms around the tree, blindfold you, and put the picture of the camera on a timer while I'm recording it.
Oh my gosh. You are full of ideas.
It takes creativity to top ourselves.
I know it does. We've gotten way creative in the past. I think you give most of the credit though, as far as the creative ideas go. I'm game for like almost everything you come up with. But you really are a wellspring of ideas. You are like quite the source.
I mean, just think of how I pounded you with a full Castillo pop until it was nothing.
I know.
And, you know, and you're
all over me, and then licked it up.
I did. It was fun. And then, yeah, we had Pop Rock. That was a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like the Pop Rock unless I liked the Cathedral Park though.
Yeah. Yeah, they were interesting.
I grew up and I see the Pop Rock got all over the place.
You know what I really liked is when we were in the bath with the candles and I had the braids
Yeah.
with her bubbles that was on top of.
Oh, I love the braids.
I know those are hot. I know, I like it. I don't know, there's just, it is fun. I want you to do that more.
I want you to do it more.
All right, well,
Like you ride my freaking face. Get a horse.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
you get some 69 picks too.
69 picks?
Yeah.
How will we do that?
Yeah, timer.
Oh, yeah. You're smart.
And I'm gonna get some great shots of freaking put everything. Like the actual putting it in you and like your reaction and just the angles and the whole bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are right though, that in the bath. Oh, God.
Oh, when we took a bath together? That was surreal. Like, honestly, I think, I mean, maybe the candlelight and the bubbles all had something to do with it, but you were amazing. You made me, seriously, you made me feel like a goddess. Like, I wasn't saying you were like worshiping me, but you made me feel like I was the most freaking beautiful woman on the whole planet. Like, I so felt like I was the goddess. And so, aside from all those warm, fuzzy feelings, but like, it was so sexy and it was so hot and oh gosh.
Well, that wasn't hard to make you feel that way because you were freaking, you were, you are. Seriously, I want to force you right now for that. Because I'm touching yourself.
I am already.
I just started.
I wish those were my hands giving you a hand job.
Honey, so, you know, like, before I met you, I never checked up. When she left, I check up every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Oh, it's always just,
totally never did that before her.
I know. Yeah. I wish you were here. If you were here, my grandparents are asleep. I'd let you right in my bedroom like 7 months ago, and we would just have a big talk and go at it all night.
oh, too, maybe I'm gonna be there. You know?
I want you to come.
Oh, you're coming around like I come when she comes.
I meant come here.
Oh.
But yes, we can. I love you now.
Yeah, well, I have to come baby. I can't wait to get pictures of Jizzle on your face.
That's gonna be cool, actually.
I'm try to get one pad like coming on your face, and then
Yeah, definitely.
like mid shot.
Uh-huh. You make me so horny. I seriously think about having sex with you every day. Several times a day. I don't know, I feel like your cock deep inside of me. And I remember it. And I want it again.
Is it wrong that I'm glad we started fucking?
What?
Is it wrong that I'm glad that we started fucking?
Well, if it's wrong, then I don't want to be right. Because I'm glad too. Like, seriously.
Generally, I'm like, okay, I'm just Jodi, I'm all Jodi.
Like,
How is this allowed on
I don't know,
TV?
what's wrong is that I wish we were doing it before. Because
Yeah.
that was good. And it's
Once we did it, why not do it? Yeah.
I know what you mean.
I like to do cream pie too.
What's that?
A cream pie. That's what was just
What's a cream
said.
pie?
Like what do I want? Right. Just like a quarter inch of pleasure cookie.
Oh, yeah.
Just
A cream
shoot
pie.
like picture of that.
Uh-huh.
You get a lot of cup shots with you.
Yes, definitely.
A lot of pudding.
Yes.
I mean, you can have some great pickups.
This is secondhand embarrassing.
You look like a porn star. It's got that every part of you just like it's not exotic, like round, bubbly.
That.
Oh, I had a great thought about you. It's just, well, I'm just drinking off this morning. So I was like,
You stop this one?
oh yeah, I think I found you so ferocious and went off this morning. But like, and then you know all these great pictures of a quality camera and like a setting that's, you know, perfect. I mean, it's like, let's just.
All right, just because I'm cruel. I noticed there are only 8 likes on the stream that I'm watching right now. Please make sure to like this stream because I see like 80 people watching right now. So use a freak, but it's okay as long as you like my stream. Just, be polite.
Bit of a fork
Yeah.
in every sense, and you're gonna have that yourself. Like,
I'm gonna come soon, honey.
let me tell you what I was thinking about today.
All right, but if I come, don't come yet, okay? Because I'm gonna come 2 times and you can come a second time.
Like everything about like the details of your body are so hot. Like those big freaking nipples. It's just accentuate how female you are and how hot you are. Like you're this prototype of sweatiness. You're this prototype. You made this freaking guy. And then most of all, I love it, is how much detail your pussy has.
Really? I like the things because I've always been self-conscious about those things, and you make me feel like
it makes you like a super woman. It's just like it's all, like they're feminine because they have boobs and they have clean stuff. You're ultra feminine because you have freaking so.
right now.
Yeah. The grandparents definitely heard that.
So like the way you know that it sounds like you're a 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. It's so hot.
Sounds like what?
12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. Like, or in the top of a little girl.
You're bad. You make me feel so dirty.
You like it, I think of yourself some more because I keep coming in, I saw your video. I just want to have a mess with you. Like that term. It's a marathon. The way they can have your your body. It's just, I don't know, way you can
She just jumped off the couch.
Oh gosh. Seriously though, if you don't know how hot that is. So hot.
How hot what is?
Your pussy.
I like it when you suck on them. And you just like, you suck on them. Like
Okay.
they're candy, like they're lollipops. You just lick them.
You taste, like seriously, there's like people that, obviously don't taste good, there's people that they taste fine. I've never had anyone that actually enjoyed the taste of it. But you I enjoy it. I like it. Flavor it.
Pearl,
That's awesome.
stop eating your foot.
I just love how naturally hairless you are. Just like no hair you sound. I mean, I know you wax, but even still, it's just so smooth through that glass. I like trying your hair full.
I like being smooth.
Hold on.
You're smooth too. You're smooth all over in places like I didn't.
Okay. So hello, everyone just now joining. I feel like that was a good reminder. My name is Lacey, and if YouTube recommended you, that was a really bad time. We are going through testimony right now with Jodi Arias. I would only assume that she recorded this call, and it was a call during which she had phone sex with the man who she inevitably kills. And I apologize. I from the secondhand embarrassment. That is what I apologize for. Holy crap. I'm gross.
I could get them.
Oh, baby. That's a hard worker.
You did.
True. You need to take it off.
And you're.
Still thinking of yourself.
Yeah. I like the way your dick gets. Like it's one thing that you're all smooth everywhere, but of course your dick is way smooth. Head of your dick is smooth. It's like putting my lips all over it. Makes me feel good now. I really, really, really want to suck your dick right now. So bad.
I'll tell you, I'm sure you teabag me and like take them down, you're gonna have an impression for it.
I think since we're gonna do a porn star thing, I'm gonna put on a little extra makeup. More than I know.
Well, whatever you want, baby. You know what I want to do?
What?
I want to get like some like park ranger type outfit for me to wear.
Really? Oh my gosh, that's clever.
And like somewhere along the sequence, like well, I'll do it. You're gonna have park ranger outfit.
Oh my god. Wow, that would be hot. Like you bust me for being like nude in public or something, and I say I wanted to go out and be like one with nature, and you're like, all right, you can redeem yourself in a one way.
I agree wholly.
Exactly. like, I'm gonna put it to like a storyline, like type up a story and everything.
Oh, we are creative. It's seriously, they write novels about this stuff, and it felt, but it's for like those little.
Dan, I
moments
just
that you
put
and
out my
it's really
drink.
nice. Writing about that stuff.
Are you thinking of yourself, baby?
Yeah, sorry, I stopped for a second. Laughing.
Yeah, don't stop. Like, I could have gained what you do the first time.
That's right. I have to not see if I can get in that. Hang on, I thought I heard somebody. Let me just double check. Oh, I think it was my charger. Oh. All right, we're good. Let's toast this here. Let me get back into the groove of things.
I'll tell you, the pictures I'm gonna take are so hot.
How long is this?
Like, what are we gonna do with ourselves? We are just horny toads.
Like, one of them take some of the pictures, I think. I think lots of tired or something. Like, one of them's gonna be laying on my back, cock hard, you know, sticking straight out. And you just sitting on my face, like two tips.
Yeah.
And it'll have some sense of you alone in it. And you sit in my face, and then we'll get a couple angles of like from my point of view when you're sitting on my face.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get a couple angles from your point of view, and then
Yeah.
and then I'll get to make. Huh?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bring it in.
I was saying, I'm kind of envisioning one, like when you're kitty fucking me, but like I'm looking with my head tilted back, so all you can really see is like the outline of my chin and some of my cheek and jawbone, and like my ears and hair, but you can't really see the rest of my face. You can just see a dick between two tits, like in focus with the neck and everything sort of a little bit blurry, but they're kind of artistic, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know if we could do that, because your legs may take up the spot where the camera should be, but I think we could get something like that.
We're at the point I don't know if I should continue.
Worst case scenario, we could do it from like the reverse angle or like looking the other way.
I should still blur my face and put your cock in focus.
I'm gonna die.
You have a good looking dick, baby. I just want to let you know.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's
No one
It's
should have
like-
ever had to hear this.
oh, it just so smooth, and it goes so
Oh my god.
So you went just where I needed it. Just went where I just needed it bad. You fucked me so right.
We'll take some video too.
Yeah.
I feel like there are moms making dinner right now who are like,
Getting really close.
Maybe I have to go try and do it. There's so many things I want to do, and we're all doing it. We're gonna have to do Danny special.
hold on, my dogs need out. 1 second. I was muted. I'm going to stop right there. I'm glad that Josh is here. Oh my god, and watch, the number just jumped from that. I don't want to get a strike, and I feel like that's where this is going. Look at how much this was replayed. God, you people out there. All right, let's fast forward 10 minutes. Where are they still cringe?
Keep going.
And then, yeah, I don't like the Spider-Man, but I don't like the Supermans. I don't like the Fantastic Four, except for looking at Jessica Alba. But you like the X-Men are good, right? So look at that. Batman's okay.
Have we moved on to Marvel characters?
I like freaking Batman. My favorite one is Batman Forever. Wait, Batman Returns? Yeah, Batman Returns, which has the Riddler played by none other than Jim Carrey, and Two-Face by Tommy Lee Jones. It's got a big name. It's got Nicole Kidman.
Little be this, little be that. Who is the big black bat?
Drew Barrymore. And who else?
Is she in that?
She's in Two-Face. She's in Batman Forever.
All right,
and
let's
Returns.
go back.
Drew
Let's go
Barrymore,
to the
Jim Carrey,
testimony.
Val Kilmer, Nicole Kidman, Tommy. You are so cute right now.
Seriously, everyone's here.
Not Jodi.
It's
How many songs you sing to me, and I'm like, I've never heard it, and you're like, what?
They took a break. That was exhausting. That was exhausting. I don't know how else to say it. That was exhausting.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr.
Defendant.
Nermy, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So this is the intruder lie.
Jodi, the conversation we just heard before the break, when did that take place?
May 10th, 2008.
Where were you when that conversation took place?
I was at my grandparents' home in Wairika, California.
Were you living there at the time?
Yes.
When did you move back?
Somewhere in the first half of April, 2008.
Okay. What motivated, to your understanding, how did you wind up having this conversation with Mr. Alexander?
Those kinds of conversations were something we began to have on a regular basis after I moved back. And that day, I can't remember if we were talking or chatting, but he said something kind of mean and I got offended, and then we got online and started chatting about it. And the conversation turned sexual again, and he wanted to get off the phone so that we could further the conversation. So I told him I needed a little bit of time to psych myself out of the bad mood, the sad mood I was in, because I didn't want to talk to him in that kind of mood. At least that wasn't the mood he wanted me to be in. So after that, we logged off, and I think I called him a little while later.
And the recording of the conversation, do you know how that came to exist?
Yes, and when I got my Helio phone the day I moved out of Arizona. The phone that I had was a Motorola Razr, and I put it in the drink cup holder in the U-Haul truck, and I went to sleep inside the truck. And when I woke up in the morning, I realized that I set it in the bottom of the drink holder was a whole bunch of hot chocolate that had spilled the day before, and it basically soaked in hot chocolate all night. So my phone didn't work anymore. I met up with Best Searcy somewhere in Southern California. He had a free phone deal, and he let me have the Helio. And I agreed to pay him for it, but I don't remember how that worked out. And so as I had this phone and figuring out the features, and then I realized we can record on it, and I told Travis, and we joked about recording it, and then we tried that, and a few times I failed at it because you have to hit a record button on the phone, and then if you hang up the phone at the end of the conversation before hitting save, then it doesn't save the conversation. So he liked, when we recorded things like that, he liked to play it back. And so the first few times I forgot to save it because it went all one long recording, and then I would hang up not thinking and lost the recording, and he would get upset. So throughout the conversation, I began to hit save, 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 so that I didn't forget. So at least even if I forgot at the last one, at least a portion of it previously was saved.
So you recorded it at his request?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some of what we heard on the tape. Early on, there was a discussion about Abe and a compliment he was making to you that was an insult to Travis that you should have corrected. What do you know what that was a reference to?
Yes, that was when we were in Oklahoma City in March 2007, and that's when Abe said, "You deserve better," and he didn't mean it like in a way like you deserve me instead of him, just in a way that he thought I deserved better, to be treated better. And I took that as a compliment because that meant to me that that he saw me as enough value that I needed to be treated better. And I didn't say anything to change his mind or anything, and I wasn't even going to tell Travis until he demanded to know what we're talking about. And I wanted to be open, forthright in our relationship. So I told.
And by demanding to know, that was when he grabbed your arm by the elevators?
It wasn't by the elevators outside the crowd, right at the edge of the crowd, but yes, that's when.
There was also, and just so we're clear, when we say Abe, we're talking about Abe Abdallah, right?
Abdul Hadi.
Abdul Hadi, excuse me. And Mr. Abdul Hadi was also mentioned that Travis made a comment about he was going to kick Abe's ass in the bathroom. I gave a whip your A vibe to him,
Yes.
relating to kissing you. Can you explain to us what the backstory of that is?
Yes. When Abe and I went on a date in January 2007, prior to Travis, we were in Barnes & Noble and looking at books, and he said something, and I went to look at him, and he leaned in and kissed me, and I wasn't expecting that. I was kind of shy about it, even though he was nice, but it was nice, but it was kind of threw me off a little. So I pulled away, and I was shy, and we didn't kiss again. We went to dinner. I don't remember what else we did, and he was walking me back to my car, and he began to kiss me more near my car, and after that, Travis had interrogated me about the dates that I had that day, because I went to lunch with John and I went to dinner with Abe, and I hung out with John afterward. And
Damn, she's busy.
so I liked John a little bit more than Abe, but I was getting a platonic vibe from him. So when I described the dates to Travis, he said he picked up on that I liked John, but he asked me directly if either of them kissed me. And
What is he, her
I said,
pimp?
well, Abe did in Barnes & Noble. And then I sort of trailed off, and I could tell by the tone of his voice after that he was not happy. So I never told him about the parking lot. And after, when I was getting ready to move to Wairika, we had a conversation in his bedroom a few days before I moved, and we kind of just came clean about some things that we were keeping from each other. And that was one of the things that I feel like I never told him that I should have.
You and Travis had a kind of a come clean conversation before you moved, right?
Yes. And so after he told me some things, and I told him those things, and he felt like I had lied to him from day one about our relationship, and that our entire relationship was based on lies, and that I was a fraud, and that the whole relationship was fraudulent because I never told him about that incident prior to us getting together. And he thought one thing about Abe, but then he, and then he's like, oh, but he was kissing more with you in the parking lot. And he was just mad about it.
When you told Travis this, was he violent with you?
Yes, he was that day.
What happened?
Well, he was already upset because I'd given him a pamphlet earlier about the one that I talked about yesterday. And
Was this the same day or is this a different?
same day,
Okay.
same conversation, pretty much. We had just moved on to other subject matter. And at that point, he just flipped his lid, blew up, and he threw me on the ground and got on top of me and started choking me.
When you say he started choking you, were you conscious the entire time?
I was conscious for not long. He squeezed my neck and I couldn't breathe, and everything turned gray really fast and then went black.
Did you fear for your life that day?
It went so fast I didn't have time to think, oh my God, he's gonna kill me. The only thought I could think is I can't breathe. I didn't have any air. And before I really thought about it, I just started to get, like, my arm, he was on top of my base, but my arms were free, and I thought, trying to push him off. He weighed over 200 pounds at that point. And I just remember getting,
She
my hands
lying.
became like lead, and they just fell back on the carpet. And that's the last thing I remember until I woke up.
Mm-hmm.
And when did this incident occur?
It was sometime in the first week of April 2008.
Is this after the incident you were telling us about yesterday where you
I got my
realized
appendix
you
taken
were one
out
of
that
those
week.
battered women?
Real
Didn't
talk.
speak up?
It was about 3 months after that.
Okay. There was also talk on this phone call about a drunk chick hanging on Travis. Is that the story you told us before?
Yes.
There was a lot of sexual activity discussed on this tape. Did all this sexual activity that was discussed, did that all take place before you moved back to Wairika?
The things we were talking about, yeah.
Yes.
Well, some things we were making future plans, but a lot of it was references to prior experiences.
So when you're talking about things you did, all those things happened before you moved back to Wairika, right?
Things we did, yes.
Yes. One of the things that was brought up is that Travis always grabs your ass to prove a point. Now, early in your testimony, you told us about an incident in a truck stop in Ehrenberg. Were there other instances where Travis grabbed your ass to prove a point?
Yeah, there were other instances.
Tell us about those.
Objection by the foundation, place.
He's telling us, Judge.
Once was right after the executive director banquet in Oklahoma City, 2007, that same weekend that we were just discussing. We were walking out of the banquet area. We were walking down to the restrooms, and he grabbed my butt and said, and then they
Objection,
didn't.
hearsay.
Something offered for the truth of the matter, sir?
Restate the question.
He grabbed your butt. For what purpose did he grab your ass, to your understanding?
My understanding was that he grabbed it because there was a guy named Mark standing nearby, and Mark had expressed an interest in me about 2 months earlier. He was also an associate. We never went on a date or anything, but there was an interest there.
So the point he was proving was that you belonged to him?
Objection, meeting speculation.
Did you believe that was the point he was proving?
Objection, meeting speculation. What's the question?
What did she believe? Did you believe, what was your belief as to why he was doing it?
Just that he was claiming me. That's usually the only time he ever claimed me in public. And there's another guy around or something.
I guess you weren't wearing a t-shirt, huh?
No.
Objection. Speculation, which teacher are we talking about?
I guess you weren't wearing the t-shirt that had Travis Alexander's apostrophe S on it, right?
No.
Probably weren't wearing the shorts that said Travis's with an exclamation, or excuse me, an apostrophe, right?
No, I never wore those in public.
There's no other reason, no other way for him to claim you as his property other than you grab your ass. Is that right?
Objection, meeting speculation.
Did he prove this point of you being his on other occasions by grabbing your butt?
Yes.
Objection, since that was the point, and that was previously.
We've already discussed that, Judge.
Overall, you may answer.
Yes.
Tell us about another occasion when he did that.
Well, there was the occasion in the truck stop restaurant. It was like a convenience store and a restaurant adjoining. I think it was in the convenience store more so near the registers. And there were a bunch of truck drivers in line, and he did that. And the other occasion was the one I referenced on the tape, which would have been in Las Vegas at the convention in 2007, where he did that again in front of Abe, the same guy we were talking about.
Okay. Was this a fairly persistent pattern with him? If he thought a guy might be interested, he would grab your butt?
Well, in public, he only did it around when he perceived other men to be watching us.
Okay. And the t-shirt he gave you, that was for the times when he wasn't around. Is that what your belief was?
No, it was a joke. He wanted me to wear it in public when we were in Huntington Beach. He wanted me to wear it into the lobby, and there were other associates there, but I refused because it was embarrassing. So I just wore it kind of as pajamas.
Another person was discussed in the tape, an individual by the name of Danny Jones. Who is, well, let me ask you this. Was Danny Jones a friend of yours or a friend of Travis's?
He was more an acquaintance of mine. I didn't really know him. We carpooled together from Gilbert to Las Vegas, one of the conventions, in a huge, it was like a suburban sized vehicle, and he was in the very back, and I rode shotgun, so we didn't really talk or get to know each other. So he was more a friend of Travis's.
Did Mr. Jones, referring to Danny Jones, did he ever express any kind of interest in dating you?
No.
In the tape, it sounded as if Travis was, at least from what he told you, interested in either visiting or spending a month down there with Mr. Jones in Argentina. Had he talked about that before?
No, he talked about going to Brazil.
That sounded like a
year and half
loaded
before that, but
crap
He never went to
to
South
me.
America.
I want to ask you then about some of the sexual behavior that took place. It was discussed on this tape. It took place before you moved. There was a discussion. Well, let me ask you this. When you recorded this tape and you were living in Wairika in May of 2008, were you 12?
No,
Was this your first orgasm?
no.
There was talk about Mr. Alexander performing oral sex on you when you were asleep. You made a comment about cuddling. You were content cuddling, but he had a different agenda. Do you remember that event?
Yes.
Where did that take place?
In his bedroom, there's an oversized chair next to his bed, and I had driven most of the night, and I was kind of tired. I was very tired, actually. I fell asleep on it. Sorry.
Jodi, what happened after you fell asleep on his oversized chair?
I woke to him pulling my pants off, and I was groggy, and then he was spreading my legs and starting to perform oral sex.
Is that something that you wanted?
I mean, it wasn't really discussed.
So you didn't say, hey, Travis, by the way, wake me up, pull my pants off and have oral sex, perform oral sex on me?
No, I didn't.
You weren't awake when these events started, right?
No, I was awoken in the process, kind of, but no, I was definitely asleep.
Now, we've heard from you that Mr. Alexander had intercourse with you while you were asleep and now performed oral sex on you while you were asleep, or began to as you were just waking up. Did he perform any other, did you wake up in the middle of Mr. Alexander performing any other sex acts on you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. There was discussion on this tape about Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops. Could you explain to us what that means?
Yes, one night, I think it was on a Thursday, I was scheduled to go to my friend Lonnie's baptism. I think we had a lot of nights, but I think this was the night that he was getting baptized. And Travis asked if I wanted to come over, so I ditched the baptism and got ready to go over to his house instead. And he wanted me to dress up in a schoolgirl outfit with braids. I didn't have a schoolgirl outfit, so I looked through my closet to see if there was anything comparable. And
Let me stop you there. Was there a certain wardrobe that was desired for this schoolgirl outfit?
yeah, like a private school girl.
Okay, but what do you mean? So if you could be specific, Jodi.
Well, we had discussed it briefly before, and so I don't know how specific I can be, just like a schoolgirl, maybe in a skirt with a blouse.
What else?
Knee-high stockings, Mary Jane shoes, that kind of thing.
What about underwear?
Sometimes no underwear, sometimes with the Spideys,
Sometimes what?
with the Spider-Man underwear.
So this schoolgirl outfit, you did this on more than one occasion?
I didn't have a schoolgirl outfit, so I just put something together that I thought he would like instead.
Okay. And how does this relate to Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks?
He asked if I would go swing by and get those on the way over.
For what purpose, to your understanding?
I was actually, he wanted me to get a cock ring, and it was, I didn't know where there were any adult stores around. So he looked it up for me and said there was one in Apache Junction, which was near East Mesa. And I went there while he was at home. He refused to go there. He said too many people in the community might know him. And so I went in there, dressed up in my stupid outfit, looking for a cock ring, and came away empty. And while I was in the store, I called him and told him they didn't have any. And that's when he said, go ahead and go get some pop. Sorry.
After you were not able to obtain the cock ring, sounds like you were then instructed to go get Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks?
Yes.
There's like a
And
helicopter right over my home.
at that time, what was your understanding of the purpose of obtaining these items?
I didn't know what he intended them for. I imagined it was some kind of idea or play or something he would incorporate into what we were going to do.
Okay. So did you obtain these items?
Yes, I went to Walgreens in East Mesa, and I didn't want to go in. I felt dressed really inappropriately. So I left Walgreens and I went over to Walmart, this other Walmart that I never go to, and I went in there and got that. And I think I bought some bubble bath and the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks.
And when you say you went in there, that outfit, you were talking about the schoolgirl outfit or the outfit that you could best put together from that request, right?
Yes.
Did you have a coat or anything to put on over it to cover yourself up?
Yes, I wore a black jacket.
So once you have the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks and the bubble bath, where do you go?
After I pay and leave and go to Walmart, leave from Walmart, I go to Travis's house.
And just describe for us what happens when you arrive.
I'm trying to not confuse the incidences because there were.
Is this bad?
Like this.
Is this
So,
going to be a bad thing?
By this point, I go into the house. We had taken a bath before, but there were no bubbles. And this time there were bubbles. And we had sex in the bathtub and then again on his bed with the candy.
Okay. You mentioned you and Mr. Alexander took a bath together with the bubble bath you purchased, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have sexual relations in the bathtub?
Yes.
And what sort of sexual relations did you have?
That was one time we had vaginal sex. We actually did twice in the bathtub.
And why was it okay to have that in the bathtub?
Well, it wasn't okay, but he said it was okay.
Goes to effective listening, bitch. Why did he say this kind of sex was okay?
I didn't think it was serious. He said it's underwater, so it doesn't count. I agree with
Well,
him.
hang on. You mentioned then you had sexual intercourse twice in the bathtub, vaginal intercourse, right?
Yes, prior to us actually just going all the way, like, to heck with it, it's just, sleep together.
Prior to what?
Prior to it, just, we kind of reached a point during our relationship that we just began sleeping together without any boundaries or limitations.
You mentioned that the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks were involved in this session. How so?
He wanted me to put Pop Rocks in my mouth while I gave him oral sex.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And the Tootsie Pops, what did they turn out to be needed for?
He wanted to put the Tootsie Pop inside of me. Just spend time down there doing that, I guess you could say.
What do you mean inside of you?
Inside my vagina.
And you allowed him to do that?
Yes.
This bath, you mentioned you talked about taking a bath with him and feeling like a goddess. You talked about that on the tape. Was this the occasion you're referring to, or was there another time you took a bath with him?
That was the time prior to that.
Okay. And when was that, relatively speaking?
I believe it was sometime in the fall or winter of 2007.
And what did he do to make you feel like a goddess, as you described?
I came over to his house. It was kind of late, so the roommates weren't out and about. They were in their bedrooms. And he told me to meet him in the bedroom. And when I walked into the room, he had a light, kind of a decorative lamp on the side of his, on one of the nightstands. And it was like the shape of a candle, or a cluster of candles, but it was actually, it was like a fountain. So if you pour water in it, turn it on, it bubbles over the candle and goes in the other candle, and the candle recycles the water. I think there are pebbles and things around it. So he had that on, and it had a soft glow. He had hurricane candles lit on the dresser. He had a CD playing low on the other nightstand. And then his bathroom, where there's a long hallway, he had the hallway lined up, like it was lit up, kind of like a runway with hurricane candles on each side all the way down. And he had red rose petals kind of just scattered throughout down the hallway all the way to the bathtub. And the bathtub was full of hot water, and there was steam coming off of it, and there were no bubbles in that one. But there were candles in the corners of the bathtub also.
Sounds like, did you perceive this as romantic?
Yes,
Okay.
very.
Did that evening remain romantic?
Yes.
Did that romance include sexual intercourse?
Yes.
How is it different then than the other occasion? What distinguished one evening as being feeling like a goddess and the bath that you were just talking about?
That was the same evening, like when I
No,
made that
the
comment about.
bath you were talking about with the Tootsie Pops.
Oh, it was the Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks were more playful and experimental, and the other was a lot more romantic.
And you preferred the latter?
If I had a choice, yes, but I would have gone with either.
What do you mean if you had a choice, didn't you?
Well, yeah, but usually I just kind of, I didn't set the theme, he set the theme, and I was a willing participant.
A comment was also made about braids. Braids were hot, was something that was said on the tape.
Like Pocahontas?
You alluded to a schoolgirl outfit, and early in your testimony, you talked about Mr. Alexander having an interest in younger women. Was the braids a part of this interest, or what was your understanding about the braids, or describe that for us?
The braids were, at that time I still had blonde hair, and he called me Pollyanna with braids, that kind of thing. So yeah, I believe it was to make me appear a little bit younger.
Pollyanna?
He liked you to look a little younger?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did he ever ask you to act a little younger?
Yeah, one time.
Tell us about that time.
Objection, foundation.
You know, she doesn't even describe the incident. There's no proper objection.
Ah,
Tell us about this incident. Where did it take place?
get it together, Lacey.
In his bedroom.
Do you remember when?
It would have been sometime I remember it was the fall or in 2008, but it was prior to when I walked in on him. I remember that.
Prior to when you walked in on him?
Mhm.
In January of 2008, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did he want you to do?
Well, I knew I was coming over there to hang out with him, which probably would lead to sex. And I came into his bedroom, and he had some toys out on the floor. We didn't do anything with them, but I think he had ideas for it. I don't really know. I looked at him kind of funny, and he dropped it.
And what's that?
He dropped it.
Drop what?
Whatever ideas he had about it.
But you said he wanted you to act younger. There must have been something in that regard.
It was a little train car. It wasn't a whole train or anything. It was just a little, I think it was a red caboose or something.
Did he want you to play with it?
I thought he was going to do something with it. We had already incorporated candy and massage oil and all kinds of things like that. So I wondered what he had in mind with that. And I don't think he wasn't very vocal about it. He just kind of almost like a massage. But
But sexual?
yeah, I was there, and he wanted me to be in the braids that time. And I don't know.
Embarrassing to talk about.
Yes, extremely.
For us
You say you
too.
What else happened? You know what happened?
We ended up having sex, anal sex.
Were you wearing the boys' underwear?
Yes, at the time I was.
And you were playing with these toys?
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I don't know that I could really say playing, but kind of like, yeah, kind of like adult play, I guess you could say.
She is a freak.
When you told us earlier that you were of the understanding that Mr. Alexander liked younger women, you mentioned the braids and the schoolgirl outfit. Is there anything else he requested of you that made you believe that?
There were things I learned about him that made me believe that, but
Well, how about things he requested of you? Did he request you do anything else to make yourself look younger?
braids, schoolgirl outfit, Spidey's. I don't remember.
There was a lot of talk on this tape about photo shoots and pornography and the porn star thing and pictures of you with semen on your face, making quote unquote legitimate porn. Based on those, it brings up the question, did you and Travis ever videotape yourself while having sex?
Yes.
And whose desire was for that to take place?
That is.
And these videos, how were they made?
On a digital camera. It was only one video. It wasn't plural.
What's that?
There was just one video
One video. And when was that video made?
on June 4th, 2008.
But it sounds to me like, so all this talk beforehand in May, you're saying that before June of 2008, there was no recording or pictures or things of that nature. Is that what you're telling us?
No, I'm only telling you that there was no video.
Okay. So we saw the pictures that were taken of you on June 4th of 2008. Did he take other pictures of you?
Yes.
And when did he do this? Was this a consistent thing that happened on a lot of sexual encounters?
No, it's something I had to, I guess, build up the courage to do. I hadn't done that with previous boyfriends, except one photo that Daryl snapped one time with my phone, and it was deleted. And ironically, the thing I was afraid of is that it would get out, and so I didn't want to do it. And so
What do you mean get out?
he wanted me to email him some pictures, or maybe phone pictures, send him. And he began requesting this very early in our friendship/relationship in 2006, and I refused.
Is that the time of on November 11th, 2006, when he sent you the picture of his penis? Is that when he began requesting those pictures?
No, it was prior to that.
Okay. So he's asking for a year and a half, 2 years. When do you finally relent?
I let him take pictures of me in July 2007, but they weren't completely nude. My birthday is in July, so is his. So right before I moved down there, I flew from Oakland to Phoenix just to test the water and kind of see how things work. So we get broken up, and I spent the weekend with him, and he was like the old Travis, like very charming and very loving. And sorry,
How was he acting?
he was treating me very well, almost like he was trying to court me again, and which I believed he was. And it kind of sealed the deal, like for.
Did his behavior motivate you? Did he talk you into taking the pictures? Did he charm you into it?
He had to do a lot of coaxing.
Jasmine, if you think that this attorney is liking this, just wait till the prosecutor gets up there. Like that guy, it is so much more cringe. And I like now that I found out that he has been disbarred due to some like sexual misconduct allegations that were made against him, I pick up on that vibe. You know, hindsight being 2020, but just wait until the other side comes up, because like it's 10 times worse in my honest opinion, but I'm open to hearing what you guys think. All right, let's keep going.
And begging and pleading up to that entire point for all this month. So he bought me some lingerie from Victoria's Secret. as a birthday gift, and he joked it was his selfish birthday gift to me. And so when I tried it on, he wanted to take photos, and I let him.
He what?
I let him.
After all this kindness, you relent, you take pictures. What's he take pictures of?
My body.
Well, are they more similar to the pictures of you laying dead, or are they more similar to the pictures where he seemingly has the camera a couple inches from your vagina?
I would say somewhere in between that. He just got different angles up close. But I was wearing lingerie.
And part of the agreement was to be that these were to be deleted. Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah, I told him we can do it only if we delete them. It was my camera anyway, so they were going to get deleted regardless. But that was that's how he got me to do it. So we agreed to delete them.
Once you agreed to these initial pictures that happened in July, was that the only time that happened besides June 4th?
No, he wanted to take a few pictures of me while we were at Havasu High, and we were alone.
Did you relent to that?
Yes, he had been asking for over a year since I didn't want to concede to give. Sorry.
It's in proper objection, Judge. Did you wind up taking photographs? Did you wind up allowing Mr. Alexander to take photographs of you, nude photographs at Havasu High?
No, they weren't nude. They were in my bikini.
Were you wearing all your bikini?
Yes.
Were those to be deleted, or were those for him to keep?
I wouldn't have let him keep them at that point.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I don't know if they were deleted because I think I saved a couple that were normal, like just one of me standing there, and some of us as in a group shot. But the ones he took were a little bit more up close, like cleavage and that kind of thing. So those were deleted.
Hold on.
Over the course of your relationship.
Hey guys, I hear my dog's crying, and it's not normal crying. So I am going to leave this. Josh is one of my mods. I don't know if maybe's in here still. And Lefty is on his way to work. So just continue talking and I will be back. I'll take my phone with me so I can see what y'all are saying. But I gotta go tend to them. So I'm putting this on full screen. Thanks, guys.
Relationship then, were there several of these photo sessions where he would take nude photographs of you and delete them?
Well, I don't know what you mean by several. Do you mean a lot or a little?
Well, how many would you say that there were?
With the lingerie and the bikini and June 4th, I think there were maybe 2 other times.
Okay. Besides those times?
Yes.
There was talk in that tape about taking pictures of you with semen on your face. Did he ever do that?
He never took photos of it. That was something we were planning.
Okay. There was also reference in this tape to Ehrenberg. Early in your testimony, you had told us about a trip you made to Ehrenberg with Travis. Refresh our memory, when was that?
It would have been in October 2006.
Was that the only trip you made to Ehrenberg
For
with
trip?
Travis?
Yes. Yes.
And this was the kind of weekend trip that you discussed earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned on the tape about grinding in Ehrenberg. Is that what took place, apart from oral sex?
Yes.
It also sounds like from the tape, it would be someone listening to the tape, someone would walk away with the impression that he was also proselytizing to you about the Book of Mormon on this trip to Ehrenberg. Is that correct?
I would say so. We discussed some things about it and some of the doctrines, a few stories in the Book of Mormon.
So this weekend in Ehrenberg includes oral sex, grinding, grabbing your buttocks at a truck stop, and proselytizing about the Book of Mormon. And a movie,
Judge has to answer.
and a movie, right? Is that the weekend?
Yes, and dinner at Sizzler.
Dinner at Sizzler, I'm burning some CDs. There was also some talk on the tape about introducing Travis to KY. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
So we're clear to your understanding, what is KY?
KY is a personal lubricant.
And did you in fact introduce Travis to it?
Yes, I did.
Why?
He refused to buy, well, he was using Astroglide before that with Esther, and she brought that over. He ran out of it eventually and then just went back to Vaseline because he refused to be seen in public buying personal lubricant. So I brought KY over one time, and
And what?
well, on the tape I was about to say that Daryl introduced it to me, but I didn't want to bring up an ex-boyfriend because before that I did mention that I was using baby oil. That's what I used in prior relationships because I just never thought of using KY. And so when I began to date Daryl, that's what we used, and so that's what I was familiar with. He was only familiar with the Vaseline and the Astroglide, but Astroglide I think was more expensive, or the kind that I saw on the shelf. So rather than buy that, I just went with the brand that I knew and the cheapest version of it.
Okay. What was the KY used for?
For sex,
Anal sex?
all kinds of sex,
All kinds of
except
sex.
oral.
There was also some discussion about Mr. Alexander, and I'm paraphrasing here, tying you to a tree and putting it in your ass all the way. What was that a reference to your understanding?
Judge, my connotations is talking about the time when she said she liked it.
Rephrase the question.
On this tape, you talk about, Mr. Alexander talks about how he wants to zip tie you to a tree and put it in your ass deep, right? Remember that?
Yes,
There's no mistake in what we're talking about here, right?
yes, no,
Okay.
there's no mistake.
What was that a reference to?
That was a reference to a photo shoot that he wanted to do out in the woods somewhere. And he had a fantasy that he had had for quite some time since before I met him, where he wanted to,
Judge, what observation?
She's describing it, Your Honor.
Judge, the way it works is I make the objection, you rule.
Yes. Follow up with another question. Sustained.
He wanted to do a photo shoot of what?
he wanted me to dress up like Little Red Riding Hood.
And you said this was to take place in the woods. Where?
Well, he wanted me to find a spot because he was coming up to Wairika. There is a lot of forest up there. So there are trails and things near a park called Greenhorn. It's toward the southern end of town, and it goes into the woods quite a ways. And I figured if we went early in the morning or late at night, we could find a spot there and we wouldn't have to worry about any hikers or anybody coming upon us, because that would have been mortifying.
Were you tentative about having sex in public?
Very much, yes.
You also made the comment in reference to this incident that it's so debasing, I like it. Recall saying that or hearing yourself say that?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean by that?
Well, when he said tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, the first image that flew to mind was this scene from the movie Me, Myself, and Irene, where toward the end, there's some kind of antagonist or bad guy or some kind of movie where he is tied to a tree with his arms around the tree and his pants are pulled down, and a chicken or a duck or a goose or something, his beak and head are shoved up his butt, and it was a really awful scene in the movie. It's supposed to be funny, but it was disgusting to me. So when he said that, and I can only think that man, not that that really happened, it was just a movie, but I thought how degrading. And so I said that. And then as I said, how degrading, it's so degrading, I didn't want him to feel bad for expressing himself and his fantasies. So I quickly added, I like it, just so he didn't feel like I was insulting his personal fantasies.
Pleasing him was still important to you, even in May of 2008 after you moved back home?
Yes.
Is this why you made many a comment to him, complimentary? Is this why you complimented his stamina?
Objection made.
Overruled. Can you answer?
Yes, Travis thrived on compliments.
Is this why you called him superhuman?
Yes.
Is this why you were so complimentary of his genitalia?
Yes.
The orgasms or the sounds you made on the tape that might be normally associated with orgasms, were those real orgasms or did you fake it?
I was faking them.
Why?
Well, I was on the phone. Sorry, it's kind of embarrassing.
Okay, take your time.
I was faking them because, well, there's several reasons. One, I wanted him to be, well, he was turned on by it, so I wanted him to be turned on. I wanted him to like it. And also I was faking it because I can't, well, when I'm on the phone, when I do something like that, like masturbating requires both hands, so I couldn't use just one and actually reach that point. So I just faked it so that he could, like, he was very mean to me during some of this period of time at times, and when he wanted phone sex or something like that, he was really nice, and I liked that side of him. So I wanted to prolong it and, I guess you could say, draw it out or enjoy it while it lasted, because he would turn into Mr. Hyde soon, or whatever the analogy is.
I'm trying to figure out what to do.
So those things were pleasing to him.
Okay. This begs the question, Jodi. Why, at this point in time, May of 2008, you moved back. Why were you still craving or so desirous of positive attention from Mr. Alexander?
When he was nice to me, it reminded me, he made me feel better. I liked the way I felt when he was nice to me. It made me feel good. So I sought those things. And when he was mean, it didn't make me feel good. So that's why I preferred one over the other.
Well, why any contact at all?
I'm sorry?
Why any contact at all? Why talk to him?
Well, he pawned his car off on me, so I had to pay him for that. There was still that connection that we had.
We'll get that to a little bit, because obviously you weren't discussing the car on this phone call we just heard.
That's true.
And you also mentioned even earlier that night you were having chats with him over the internet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what day you moved back?
I don't recall the specific day, but it was in the first half of April,
Okay.
2008.
Well, let's back up a little bit then. Back up to the time, what you were telling us when we ended yesterday. You had said that after this incident where you were kicked in the ribs and then kicked in that hand and suffered the injury that you showed us on your finger, you realized, you told us you were one of them. And if I understood you correctly, that was a reference to a battered woman, one of these women that don't call the police when their boyfriend harasses them, right?
Yeah, women that just put up with it.
Dogs are good. Thank you.
Now, at this point in time, you had told us about 3 incidents. You said when you came to this realization, there were 3 incidents. 1, he grabs your wrist in Oklahoma City out of jealousy. 2, he throws you down, won't let you leave the room, and insults your family. The 3rd incident being the one I just referred to, the kicking. And you also talked to us today about the incident when he choked you to the point that you passed out. Are there any other instances of physical abuse that we haven't already talked about?
Yes.
Hey guys, sorry, I should have just done this a few minutes ago. If you're just now tuning in, hi, my name is Lacey Jane, Criminally Confident channel. If you aren't already subscribed, please go ahead and hit that button. It's free. And if you haven't done so already, please like this stream that I have going right now. It helps boost the algorithm and get it in front of some other people that I may not have had the option to get in front of before you liking it happened. So that was a very convoluted way of explaining things. Anyways, I appreciate you guys being here. Make sure to say hello in the chat. If you're watching on replay, make sure to comment and say hello anyways. I am doing this trial. This is Jodi Arias, and we are watching some coverage of her trial just as a filler. Granted to say, I think it is a good filler and a good reminder of who you trust and allow to be in your life, right? I mean, especially with the internet nowadays. But this did happen in 2013. The very first week of January coming up, we are going to be covering a live trial. So I appreciate you guys hanging with me and watching this trial. It was recommended to me by several of you. And yeah, I know there are a lot of places to be right now, and you've chosen to spend some time with me tonight. And I'm very, very appreciative for that. So thank you guys. And let's get back to the trial.
There's one other, but I didn't consider the first two that you mentioned abusive.
Okay, well, let's talk about not what you consider.
She's not
but
getting a
let's
new
talk about
trial.
this other incident where he was, let's use the words physical with you. Was there another occasion that we haven't talked about that he was physical with you?
Yes.
When did that occur?
It would have been the beginning of March 2008. It was on a Saturday because we were driving together to a tax seminar being held for previous legal associates in Tempe. And we were on the freeway and we began to argue about, I was moving back to California, and it was something I had told him I was considering maybe a few days or a week prior, but I didn't really get into it. So I told him that I was for sure going to move, probably right after convention. And he made a few comments and we argued and the argument escalated, and then he reached his right hand over to hit me.
In the car while driving?
Yes.
And you say hit you. What does that mean? Did he punch you? Did he slap you? Describe what happened.
I don't know if he just meant to smack me or what, but it was like a backhand.
Okay. And so we're clear, prior to June 4th, was that the last time he was physically violent with you?
That wasn't the last because the choking came after that.
Okay.
That was the last.
So prior to June 4th, have we discussed all the incidents of violence that you suffered before June 4th?
Well, yes, some I didn't think were violent, but
What do you mean? Some you didn't think were very violent.
like he grabbed my wrist. I didn't think that was violent. It was a little forceful, but I didn't consider it violent or abusive. And after a few seconds of him demanding to know what we were talking about, I looked down at my wrist and he let it go.
Okay. But I want to make sure we're clear. Are there any other incidents where
Let me ask the question for
You
the
didn't consider
fourth
them
time.
abusive, where he was physically with you, restrained you, anything of that nature, hurt you physically in any way?
I didn't consider the incident when we were arguing in his bedroom to be abusive, or it was a little bit physical, but it didn't hurt, and I didn't consider it abusive. He pushed me and I fell, but I landed right on my knees. So I didn't think that was a big deal.
Okay. My question is, are there any other incidents where he was physical with you that we haven't talked
Oh,
about?
I'm sorry. No, not that I can remember.
You tell Travis that you're going to move back to Wairika, or California, excuse me. And I'm assuming you're meaning Wairika, back to your grandparents' house where you wound up, right?
Yes.
Okay. After he backhands you in the car, what happens next?
I was crying pretty hysterically, and I called my mom from the car on the phone. And I asked her if she would please lend me some money so I could move back.
Where were you living at the time?
I was still renting the same room in East Mesa.
Okay. And from what you just said, you didn't have the money to move back, right?
No, I was broke most of the time.
Why were you broke?
I didn't have
She was
big
traveling all the
pay.
time.
I wasn't able to afford my car payments anymore, so I wasn't paying my car anymore. I guess my money it seemed to just get used up. We were going on trips. I would lend Travis money. He typically paid me back. Sometimes I
When
didn't
you
have.
say you lent Travis money, let's be clear. How much money did you lend Travis?
Um,
I'm asking a total amount and discuss.
All right, everyone, answer the question.
Total, if I did my math right, I lent him $1,299 total, $1,299 over the course of our relationship.
Over the course of your relationship. Did you lend him any money in 2008?
Yes,
Lend him any money in January 2008?
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Jodi, I want to show you what's been marked as exhibit 436. Can you take a look at this, please?
Bye, UK. Have a good night.
You recognize those?
Yes,
What are
they're canceled checks that I wrote out to Travis.
they? And the first check, when was that written?
January 11th, 2008,
The second?
January 15th, 2008,
And the third?
January 30th, 2008,
How much was the first check for?
$100.
She testified as to the document, not evidence. I have no objection, she doesn't take it into evidence.
And we'll move it into evidence.
Any objection? 436 is admitted.
Before we have it marked, Jodi, how much was the first check for?
$100.
And what was why did you give Travis $100? Or why did you write him a check for $100?
I don't remember specifically what he needed it for, but it had to go in his bank account, his checking account.
And the second check?
$699.
And what was that for?
His checking account was going to be overdrawn or was already overdrawn. I don't remember which.
And the third check?
$220.
Okay, and do you remember what that was for?
I think it was to put toward his mortgage.
Now these checks, Jodi, you mentioned talking to him about, or needing to talk to him afterwards about his BMW. But this check number 3008, that didn't have anything to do with the purchase of his BMW?
No, we hadn't discussed, he hadn't discussed selling it yet.
And likewise, check number 3009 to Travis for $699, that also had nothing to do with the BMW?
No,
And the final check, 3012, for $220, that also didn't have anything to do with the BMW, is that correct?
no, he wasn't selling it to me yet at that time.
So, if I'm doing my math right, looks like you gave Travis over $900 in January 2008. Is that right?
About that, yes.
Did you really have that kind of extra money to give to lend?
At times, the money was in my account, but it was generally allocated to my own bills.
This money that was generally allocated to your own bills, why did you give it to Travis? Or lend it to Travis?
He needed it.
Didn't you need it?
He promised he would pay it back before any other checks cleared my account or before I needed to make payments to for my own bills.
Did that always happen?
What?
Did he pay you back before you needed to pay your own bills?
Not always, but usually.
Did you have checks bounced because of this?
Yes, I had a lot of checks bounced that month. A lot of fees.
Did Travis pay those fees for you?
No, he screamed at me for incurring them.
Did he pay the $900-something back to you?
Eventually he did, yes.
Eventually, meaning, do you know how much later? Months?
It
weeks?
wasn't, no, it wasn't too much later. One payment was late to the point that I got a bunch of fees that hit my account, and it was an overdraft fees. And that was the only time it was late, I think, that I remember.
Did your bills go unpaid?
I don't remember if Washington Mutual covered the bill and just charged me a fee, expecting me to put money back in my account, or if there were payments that were returned to the people or companies or creditors or whoever I was paying.
Crazy.
Now, we saw those checks in January when you had no money to move back to Wairika. Did Travis owe you money then?
I don't recall. It was in early March, so I don't recall if I lent him money around that time or not.
Okay.
I want to hear about the intruder. Come on.
Yes.
So after you call your mother and ask for money to move back to Wairika, what happens?
We turned around on one of the exits because I was crying and he was angry, and we decided it would be best to not attend a tax seminar. People there knew us, and he was probably just as interested as I was in not letting it be known that we had the kind of drama that we did in our relationship. So he turned the car around and drove me back to my house. The phone conversation with my mom had ended, and he pulled up to my house, and we had talked part of the rest of the way a little more calmly. He was apologizing, and he asked if I would come over to his house so we could make it better.
Bang.
And
What do you mean? Make it better.
well, it wasn't really discussed, but the implication was makeup sex or something to that effect. So I leaned in to give him a kiss on his cheek, and he turned and kissed me on the lips, which I felt was very affectionate because by this point in our relationship, he wasn't really kissing me on the lips at all. And then he walked me to my door, and he told me that he loved me. And so I went, I changed out of the business clothes that I was wearing into just more casual clothes, and I cleaned myself up a little bit because I had been crying. And then I swung by Starbucks to get him a cookies and cream frappuccino, and I think I got a strawberry. And then I drove to his house, and we hung out.
So he hits you in the face. Then if I heard you right, in the car later when he's at the home, he tells you he loves you, right? Did I hear that right?
Yes.
And
I'm sorry, he didn't hit me in the face.
you said he slapped you in the car.
He
Or you
did.
drove it?
He
Yeah.
did. But it wasn't in the face.
Okay, what was it?
I don't know, he might have been aiming for my face because it was just to the side, but I turned my head and it was kind of more like my jaw and like this area, my neck sort of in my jaw.
Okay.
We kind of argued about that too.
Oh my God.
So after dodging a slap in the face,
Boom.
and he tells you he loves you and wants to make up sex, not so many words. And then you bring him, you go over to his house with items from Starbucks. Is that accurate?
Yes, 2 frappuccinos.
A lot of guys do, David.
And you've already decided you want to move back home, right?
Yes.
Why did you decide at this point in time, before we go into what happened afterwards, why do you pick up the phone to call your mother to move back to Wairika? Why do you want to move back to Wairika?
So we're in the beginning of March, and I decided actually during Christmas that I wanted to move back there because I was there with my family. I was broke, so my mom paid for me to fly back for Christmas. I flew into Sacramento. My dad picked me up, and I'm sorry.
No, she's describing why.
Ask another question.
What was the motivation or the sudden urgency for you to pick up the phone in March and say, Mom, I want to move back home?
Because it was miserable in the car, and my mom and I don't have a very great relationship, but it just sounded, I knew she would help me if I needed to.
Why did you want to get out of Mesa so quickly?
I didn't have a way to get out, and I wanted to, it was miserable. I wanted to leave, but it wasn't
What
right
was
away.
miserable, Jodi? What was miserable?
Use your words.
My relationship, my circumstances, how things were going.
Your relationship with Travis?
Yes.
The circumstances being how he treated you?
Yes, the roller coaster we were always on.
What do you mean by roller coaster?
The ups and downs. The ups were great and the downs were horrible, and it was at the point where it was a horrible point, and so that's why I picked up the phone and called her.
So you had considered it earlier for personal reasons, but that day in the car, you realized you wanted to get away from Travis. Is that right? It wasn't healthy for you to be with him.
Oh, well, can I answer?
Yes.
So
All right, hold on.
what happens after you speak with your mother?
You mean while we're speaking or after we hung up?
Well, after you hung up, do you decide you're going to move back to Wairika?
Yes. Well, I already decided, but
Okay.
we had discussed it openly at this point. That's how the fight escalated.
It was my fault. Were plans in the works after you talked to your mom to secure the funds to have you move back to Wairika?
Yes. I asked her to come help me move.
Okay, what's that?
I asked her to come help me move.
Moving back to these circumstances and what happened in the car, why then do you return to Travis's house with the 2 frappuccinos? Because you've just told us you realize you want to get away from this man. Why are you at his house with 2 frappuccinos?
Because it's complicated. I still love him. He was he had calmed down. He was very tender and gentle by the time we reached my house, and the way we parted was very sentimental. And that's why he invited me over, and I could foresee that it would be a pleasant time that we could spend together. And I wanted that since we had just had such an unpleasant incident.
Do you still love him at this point in time,
Yes, I love him.
even though he hit you?
Yes.
Okay. So you have the 2 frappuccinos. You're in Mr. Alexander's house. What happens? Do you have sex?
We did have sex that day.
Do you advise him that you're still going to move away?
We didn't talk about it.
How long did you stay at Mr. Alexander's house that day?
We spent almost the rest of the afternoon and early evening together.
When did you finally tell him that you were going to move back?
In the car. Well, we had discussed it a few days earlier, or maybe a week. I can't remember. It was sometime in late February. And I discussed with him that I was going to, but it just was indefinite. Like I didn't know when exactly, but it was somewhere on the horizon. And then in the car, it was more definite.
Okay. And I should have been more clear in my question. Was there continued discussion between you and Mr. Alexander as to whether or not you should stay in Mesa?
In the car, there was. And there were a few times he joked about it. And, in a nice way.
In a nice way?
Yes.
In these, what you're characterizing as jokes, did he want you to stay?
Yes.
About how long was it before the day where he hit you in the car until the day you actually moved back to Eureka?
Approximately a month and a week.
And so in this, we'll call it about a 5-week period. Are you still seeing Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Is it business as usual, so to speak? You're still coming to his house late at night for sexual rendezvous?
Yes.
I have to ask again, why? You decided you want to get away from this man. You're making plans to get away from this man. Why are you still acting as his booty call?
I was making a string of bad choices during that time in my life.
You spoke about that you were still living in this home in East Mesa. Did you live there the entire time before you moved back to Eureka?
The majority of the time, I moved in with Rachel first, and then she eloped with her boyfriend/fiancé.
Okay. Did you stay with Travis before you moved back?
Oh yeah, I did. The last 4 days, or maybe it was somewhere between a week or almost that. Not quite.
Did he have roommates at that time?
Yes,
Did the roommates know you were staying there?
I think they did. I parked right in the driveway.
Okay. Where were you sleeping?
In his bed.
Okay. Do you remember the actual day you moved?
I remember the actual. Well, there was one time I pulled out of town. Well, not out of town, but onto the freeway, and then I ended up coming back to his house and staying another night, maybe 2 nights. And then the last time I rolled out of town, finally, I did. I remember that day.
Okay. Well, as it relates to the day that you started driving out of town and drove back to Travis's house, why did you wind up driving back to Travis's house?
I had been staying with him, and then I went and hooked up my car to a U-Haul. I was taking my car. So then I had parked. There's like if you go 3 or 4 houses down, or 2 or 3 more houses down, and then you make I'm talking like facing east, and then you turn north. There's this stretch of pavement and street where there are no houses, just the cinder block walls for backyards, and you can complete the whole block. But in that stretch, I parked the U-Haul there because it was too big at that point to park in front of the house. And as I was getting ready to leave, he made a joke, kind of saying, "If you get tired, you can always turn around and come back and stay in my bed again." Or it wasn't stay in my bed; that was the implication. And so I got on the road, and I got to, I think, Sossaman, I think is the name of the street. It was late when I got on the road. I wanted to get going, but when I get tired at the wheel, I'm almost narcoleptic. So I pulled over to sleep in the seat of the U-Haul. I texted Travis and told him that. He sounded a little bit irritated. So
I am narcoleptic. I take offense to
But
that.
I ended up coming back to his house anyway, and I stayed there 2 more days.
Why 2 more days?
I'm trying to remember if there was I don't know. I know there was a prepaid legal event on the Tuesday that I ended up staying and going to.
You mentioned the U-Haul having your car on the back of it. What was your car at that time?
2004 Infiniti G35 Coupe.
We also heard from the testimony earlier in this case about the U-Haul and the BMW, and the BMW not surviving its experience on the U-Haul. And earlier you also said he pawned off his BMW on you. What do you mean by that? What was going on with the BMW at that point in time?
What I mean by that was around January, I knew that I needed to get my car back to Infiniti Financial, which was the lender, and I couldn't afford the payments anymore. And because I had gone from excellent credit down to having a foreclosure and now soon a repo, and all my credit cards were shot. My credit was shot. So Travis was in the process of looking for a Toyota Prius, and he wanted to unload his BMW, but he said he could get more by selling it private party than trading it in. So he didn't want to go through the process of selling it to somebody and worrying about collecting payment and that sort of thing. And so I was going to, there was a guy at his cafe that I worked with that wanted to buy it, and he offered him all cash for $4,500, and Travis scoffed at that and said that's not nearly enough. He wanted to sell it for, I think it was $6,000. So he proposed that I buy it because I had to give my car back. He said, your credit's horrible right now. No one is going to lend you a dime. Why don't you drive it? And you can pay me. And he gave me very easy terms to pay him. And I had seen that car break down on him at least 3 times in the time I'd known him. So I was a
Hi,
little
Josh.
leery of
Thank you.
getting that car. It didn't have a warranty. And one of the reasons I bought the Infiniti was so that I didn't have to worry about my car breaking down. So I was reluctant, but his idea at the time made sense to me because I did have to get my car back. So I agreed to do that. And I drove that car out to the U-Haul Center, which was in Apache Junction. And I bought a tow dolly that has the back wheels on the pavement and the front hiked up, and it was attached to my U-Haul truck. And when I drove there, they had the dolly hooked up and instructed me to drive up onto the dolly. So I did that, and I shut off the car, and the U-Haul guy checked it out for me. He took the keys out of the ignition for me and everything, and then he shut it, and I asked him to please lock it. He locked it. And then I took off on the road. It was somewhat near the freeway, and as I was hitting the freeway, I tried to speed up, but it seemed like there was a lot of drag on the vehicle, and it wouldn't really go, even though it was flooring it. And there were some cars driving by honking, and I didn't know if they were honking at me, but as that continued, I wondered what was going on, and I looked out the side view mirrors and I didn't see anything different or strange, but they continued, more vehicles continued to do that, and they were passing me because I wasn't going fast enough. I was trying to go faster, but they wouldn't speed up. And then I looked again in the side view mirrors, and I noticed a ton of white smoke coming out of that on both sides of the U-Haul truck from behind it, and so I knew that wasn't a good sign. So I pulled off the exit, the next exit that I came up on. I think I was still in Apache Junction, and I didn't want to take it any further because it looked like it was bad. So I pulled off the exit on the exit ramp, on the shoulder of the exit ramp, and I got out to see what was going on with the car.
And ultimately, what did you learn happened to the car? Did it suffer any damage?
Yes, the car was left in first gear, and I towed it that way, and it was either the engine or the transmission blew up, and there was black oil all over this white pavement, which was the exit ramp, and it was just going everywhere.
Okay.
And there were pieces of metal on the pavement.
And was this on the day that you were the day that you left and came back, or was this on the day that you ultimately left for good?
Neither. That was right before. It was like in the same week period, but it was neither of those days.
Okay. Was it before those days then?
Yes.
Okay. So was this BMW, was his or yours that you were in the midst of purchasing? Was it drivable? Was it functional?
No, it was completely ruined. At least the mechanics of it were.
Did you fear telling Travis what happened?
Yes, I was very, very worried about that.
What were you worried that he would do?
Well, he had been, we were like in, I guess you could call it like this period where he was being very sweet, very kind, very loving. I was staying at his house for a couple of nights. I was out of my house, and I was afraid of ruining that and pissing him off and having him explode again. And this time I knew it was completely my fault, or maybe U-Haul's fault. We didn't really determine. But basically I was the reason his engine blew up. And he had just told me 2 days earlier, I was loading up the truck, and my houseplants were at his house for the entire time that I lived there, because my house, the one I was renting, didn't have a lot of counter space. His did. So my houseplants lived at his house while I was there in Mesa. And so I collected those, put them in the front seat in a box with a seatbelt around it, so if I hit the brakes, they wouldn't go flying. And I left them in the car one night, and this is April. I went to Travis's house, slept in, didn't get back. He drove me back to my house where the U-Haul truck was parked on that day. And I opened the front door and saw they were all wilted brown. I was really bummed because I'd had them for years since I owned my house in Palm Desert. And they were important to me. And so they were all turned brown, and Travis got really pissed off at that. He liked my plants too and was upset that I was taking them back. And he told me everything I touch turns to shit. So then 2 days later, or a day or 3, I don't remember how many days, but it was the same week after this point, I blew up the engine in his car. So I thought he was really going to lose it then.
What do you mean by lose it? Become physically violent with you?
Maybe that, or just his general wrath. That was usually worse anyway.
What's that?
Either way, like I feared him screaming and yelling at me, because to me that felt worse.
And tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock tomorrow, please remember the admonition. You are excused. Have a nice evening.
Okay. I want to get we're either going to hit one of two things. We're going to get to the intruder, or we are going to get to 9 p.m. It's one or the other. So let's go ahead. I already have this keyed up. Share this tab.
Back in January. Mr. Nermi, Ms. Wilmot.
Who is this?
Ms. Hughes, please come forward to be sworn.
Can you spell your first and last name for me?
I-
Hughes, H-U-G-H-E-S. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear.
Do
that
you
the testimony
guys
you're
know
about to
who
give
this
is the truth
is?
and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you.
Ms. Wilmot.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Hughes. Can you tell us your full name, please?
Skylee Hughes.
And Ms. Hughes, are you married to Chris Hughes?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been married?
10 years.
10 years. Do you know Travis? Did you know Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Travis?
We were good friends.
How did you meet him?
I met him at church.
And were you already married to Mr. Hughes at that point?
Sorry. No, I was not.
Okay. So you met him when you were still single?
Yes.
And about when was that?
In about 2001.
All right. And so had you known him continuously since then?
Yes.
Eventually, when you and Mr. Hughes got married, I take it you both were friends with him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And did he
I've
go
heard
around a
enough.
lot?
Yes.
Did he spend a lot of time with you and Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
And eventually, you and Mr. Hughes have a son?
Yes.
And did he spend time with your son?
Yes.
Did he ever sleep over?
Yes.
Would
We're
he
on a
spend weekends at your
schedule.
house?
Yes.
And would he go to church with you all together?
Yes.
All this time that you spent with him, I imagine you got very close to him,
Yes.
and you cared about him,
Very much.
and you loved him very much as
Yes.
well. In the last 4 years, since 2008, you've been interested in what's been going on in this case, right?
Yes.
And because of the care and so much how much you cared for Travis, I would imagine you care about what happens in this case, right?
Absolutely.
Because ultimately you would be hoping that Ms. Arias is convicted.
Yes.
And in the last 4 years, your interest has included contact with the prosecutor's office, right?
Yes.
And you've spoken with the victim witness advocate?
No.
Who have you spoken with?
I've spoken to Philip and Mr. Martinez.
Okay. Was there somebody else that you were going to say?
No.
Okay. So Philip, and just to be clear, that's Mr. Martinez's paralegal, right?
I believe so.
All right. And you've spoken to Mr. Martinez himself?
Yes.
And this is over the last 4 years?
Yes.
And you have been watching the trial since it started, right?
Yes.
And you've been watching it because it's being live streamed?
Yes.
And when you're watching the trial, your contact with the county attorney's office is continuing, right?
Yes.
And when you're watching the trial, you're watching to see if there is any inconsistencies or things that might be helpful to the prosecution.
I watch to see if there's things that I remember or that are, inconsistent. Yes.
Okay, so in other words, if there's something that's helpful to the prosecution, you would have contact with the prosecution to let them know that.
If there's something that's helpful for Travis in his case, then I will let
I want to.
the prosecution know.
Okay, and if it's helpful for Travis in his case, it would be helpful for the prosecution, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so your contact with Philip and Mr. Martinez has continued throughout this trial, right?
Yes, much less than in the beginning, but yes.
All right. And on January 15th, you received a call from the county attorney's office?
I don't know what date it was, but
The call about Gus Searcy.
yeah, I don't know the date, but I did get a call about this.
And who did you speak to about that?
Philip,
All right. And what did Philip tell you?
he asked me if I knew Gus Searcy. I said yes. And he says, how do you know him? I said, he works with Chris in Legal Shield.
Okay. And do you remember, I know you don't know the date, but do you remember the time approximately of when you got the call?
I don't, sorry.
That's okay. Do you have any memory of whether it was morning
It's
or
not
late night?
important.
It wasn't late night.
Okay.
It was probably morning.
More morning
sometime,
time?
Yeah.
And did you communicate your conversation then to your husband?
Yes. I had to ask him for a phone number. So yes.
I'm sorry, you asked?
I asked Chris for Gus's phone number
Oh, why did you
Okay.
do that?
to give to Philip.
And because Philip wanted to have Mr. Searcy's number?
I just said I might have his number. Let me get it.
Oh, okay. And so did you ultimately give it to Philip?
Yes.
And
Yesterday, we were talking about
Sorry, I can't.
the time period in which you were getting ready to move back to Wairika, and you were talking to us about the BMW that was ruined based on the U-Haul. And what we started to talk about, or what we're going to talk about is
He's talking so
the time
slow.
period in which you moved out. Do you remember the exact day that you pulled away from the U-Haul from Mesa for the last time? Not the date, but do you remember the day what took place?
Yes, I had stayed the night at Travis's the night before. The U-Haul was parked down the street and around the corner where there was room because now my car was on a tow dolly. And this time I got a tow dolly that had all 4 wheels up instead of towing one, since the last time that didn't work out. So after, we hung out, we stayed the night, we slept in a little bit, and then I don't remember what started an argument that day because we argued several times that month. But we were arguing and I just remember I left crying. I didn't want to leave things that way, but I knew that he'd call me or I'd call him and there would be apologies because that was always the cycle. So I felt unsettled leaving things that way, but I just thought we'll talk about it later because we were both too upset. So I left, I walked down the block got into the U-Haul truck and started to leave. And I thought, I pulled up to the house one more time just to see, you know, if anything, and I called him, and he came out on the front porch, and he came around to the
God
side,
bless
and we were
you.
talking a little bit more. It seemed like things were going to go well, but then he was still upset, and so then
Right?
I was still crying, and he went over to the front porch, and he was going to go inside, and I was watching him before I pulled away, and he turned around and flicked me the double bird, and then walked in the house and shut the door. So I just drove away crying.
And you were crying as you drove away?
Mhm.
A pretty
Yes.
serious fight that day?
It didn't turn violent that day, but yeah, it was serious.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 439. If you could just read that to yourself.
Yes.
What is that, ma'am?
An email I sent to Travis before moving. Maybe I don't remember the date. I think it was like February 2008.
And was this before the last day you moved?
It was
Before the day you pulled
Yes,
away?
it was before I moved.
What was the purpose of you sending this email?
I had kicked around. Well, I knew that I wanted to move, but I wasn't sure how to tell Travis because he was kind of reactive sometimes whenever I made exertions of independence. So
Right.
I sent him that email to sort of like just remind him that, you know, we're not always going to be hanging out like this and doing things like this. We're going to move on and see other people, marry other people, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. After you pull away crying, you said he flipped you the double bird. You're driving your U-Haul with your car on the back, is that right?
Yes, my Infinity on the back.
When do you next receive contact from Mr. Alexander?
I don't recall, but I would have called him or he would have called me. I do remember receiving contact from him while I was in Hollister, California, staying at my older half-sister's house.
Would this have been the same day or the next day?
Maybe, well, it might have been the next day. It was late at night, so I want to say it was the next day because I remember stopping in Southern California to meet with Gus Searcy. If I had driven straight to Hollister, I could have made it there by the evening. I'm not sure where I slept. I know I slept in my U-Haul some nights. It took me a few days to get up there because I made stops. But it would have been that day or the next day.
Okay. When you, backing up a little bit, when Travis flipped you off, were you mad? Were you sad? How did you feel?
It hurt my feelings. I didn't want to leave things like that. He used to say we should never go to sleep angry at each other. And so I kind of, I saw it like similarly that I'm leaving town, I'm leaving the state. Who knows when we're going to see each other again. He wanted to go do the Pacific Coast Highway and come up and see Wairika and visit me there and do things there that were on the list of 1,000 places. So that was sort of a tentative plan in the future. And I would see him at frequent legal events, but it was going to be a long period of time that I wouldn't see him. And I didn't want to leave it like that, even though we were going to talk on the phone.
Why did you care about leaving it like that? You had this horrendous fight. You had sex the night before you had the horrendous fight, right?
If we didn't, I don't remember that night before, but definitely the day of that I left.
Okay. You had sex the day of this fight?
Yes, before the fight.
Okay. What was the fight about?
I don't recall the specifics, but there was a running theme at that time about,
She's describing what the fight was about. What was this running thing that you were fighting about?
one was the pamphlet.
We're talking about the day she left Mesa to move to Wairika. This is a very specific point in time. On the day you left Mesa, the day Travis flipped you off as a goodbye, you had an argument, right?
Yes,
You said there were running themes in your argument
Okay.
at that point in your relationship, right?
yes, during that month.
Okay. What were those running themes?
They were, he had come clean and told me about Lisa Andrews at that point. So I wasn't angry. I was just shocked. Like I thought,
All right, we're gonna have to
Asking for theme.
You don't need to apologize to him.
speed this up. This is
I'll object to
ridiculous.
Defense counsel's outburst. It's an objection. What should rule?
Yes, I'm going to rule in the objection. Let's not make comments. Ask the question. I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
Damn.
He told you about Lisa Andrews.
yes,
This is the first time you knew about this, right?
no,
Yes, lady.
someone else had told me the day before. I think it was in April that this person told me.
And you were describing, before I interrupted, that you weren't angry with him?
Sex on evidence.
Were you angry with him when you found out he was dating Lisa Andrews?
No, I wasn't angry.
How did you feel?
Well, by that time I knew he was interested in me. I felt really bad because I knew what it was like when I found out that he was seeing a bunch of girls on the side while I was his girlfriend. And now he had a girlfriend and I was one of the girls that he was seeing on the side that his girlfriend didn't know about. I guess she didn't know about me. I don't know.
And you mentioned Mimi. Is that Mimi Hall?
Yes, Mimi Hall. I think she said Marie Hall here. She goes by Mimi.
And You said at
Good
this time you
night.
knew he had interest in Miss Hall. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
yes,
Is this at the same time that he was having sex with you?
yes.
Why was it then okay with you to be having sex with him when you knew he had this interest in Miss Hall?
Well, internally, it didn't always feel okay, but it's kind of like old habits die hard. We were still together physically, so the opportunity was always there to act that way. And obviously, there's still some chemistry or attraction to a degree. And I knew it was unhealthy, but I wasn't making healthy choices at the time, so I just continued to sleep with him.
Well, let me ask you this before we move on. When you were making these bad choices and you said old habits die hard, were you under the impression that he was or was not having sexual activities with Miss Hall?
Definitely not, was my impression.
Okay.
They weren't together, was my impression.
Okay. As it relates to, you said you and Travis made a pledge, if I heard you correctly, to not to go to bed angry at each other. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that was one of his philosophies.
Okay. So after this fight and when you were pulling away, or the day that you pulled away, did you speak with him that evening then?
I don't remember if it was that evening or the next evening, but we did speak.
Okay. So you might have gone to bed angry one night, huh?
Yes. Well, I wasn't angry. He might have gone angry.
Okay.
I was
You
very
weren't
sad.
angry.
That is so dumb and unrealistic,
When
in my
he calls
honest
you after all
opinion.
this, you find out he's interested in another woman. You know that he was dating yourself and another woman at the same time. He flipped you off leaving his home. It again begets the question, Jodi, why pick up the phone when he calls?
Objection, supervisor. She indicated that she wasn't sure. She called him or he called her. I think she indicated she called him.
Restate your question.
Why talk to him on the phone?
Well, he did send me a text message. It was either that night or the next. It was a very mean text message. And in the text message, he had a lot of his facts screwed up. So I called him to correct him.
What was this text message, and we'll get into some of those later today, but in terms of the subject matter, what was he mad about?
He was mad about the person who had informed me about Lisa. He was mad about, he had got into my Gmail account because he had my password, and he found instant messages between me and a guy named Steve Harrell that I had started chatting with on LDSLinkup.net. It's a Mormon social networking site. And I don't remember, it was so long. He just, yes, my phone started beeping and it beeped, beep, 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 because all of these text messages were coming through, and it was all one single one that he typed out and sent, and it just comes through broken up with X amount of characters per text message.
So you said something of interest there. You said he got into your Gmail account. How did he do that?
He had my,
The same.
Before he texted you in April 2008, you said he got into your email account, right?
yes.
How did he gain access to your email account in April of 2008?
Objection, assumes facts out of evidence. She hasn't testified when it was.
She just said he got into her email
Cool, you may
account.
answer the question.
I gave him my Gmail password and my Facebook password in October 2007.
Why?
It was a suggestion he threw out there for us to rebuild trust. He gave me his MySpace password and Facebook password, and I gave him my Facebook and Gmail password. He originally suggested that we exchange password on each of our accounts, and I said, I don't care, I'll give you two. And he said, okay. And I kind of regretted it as soon as I said it, but we stuck with that, so it's 2 for 2.
So based on
Hey.
these concerns you had in October that you talked about his being unfaithful to you, a deal was struck where you who had not been unfaithful to him was to give your passwords to him as well?
I'm sorry, I kind of got lost in
Okay.
the question.
In 2007 in October, you talked about how you got the feeling he was being unfaithful to you, right? Or that happened during the course of the relationship.
Well, I wouldn't have considered it unfaithful because we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, but his roommate came up to me and said, sorry,
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
he told me that Travis was seeing other people, and that wasn't a revelation to me because I assumed that maybe I wondered if he was still carrying on the same behavior that he was while he and I were official. But he told me that he's trying to date other people, whereas Travis was telling me I'm not dating anyone, but I occasionally go on dates with people, and occasionally he sleeps with people. So we weren't together, so I didn't feel like it was my business to know about other aspects of his life there. But at the same time, we were trying to reestablish trust between each other because we weren't sure whether or not we were going to get back together and be exclusive or supposedly exclusive.
Okay. And this concern that he was dating and or sleeping with other people, that motivated you to give your passwords to him. That was part of the deal that was struck, is what I'm
Can
asking.
you say that one more time?
This information that Mr. Hepworth gave you about Mr. Alexander sleeping with other people, that somehow wound up in you giving your passwords to him?
Objection, that's correct. Yeah, he was seeing other people, not sleeping with other people.
Restate your question.
You received information that Travis was dating and having sex with other people, right?
Well, his roommate didn't say he was having sex with people, but because that's what he was doing while he was with me, I assumed that was
Objection, no, the question, she didn't say that.
Based on that, what did you assume?
based on that. I assumed he was still carrying on the same behavior unless he had changed his ways.
So this information then, going back to my question, said that ultimately then
Bye, Lefty.
you wound up giving your passwords to him, even though he was the one who was being unfaithful. Or I know unfaithful is not the right word. He was the one seeing other people.
Yeah, we exchanged passwords
Why did you feel the need to give yours to him? Is, I guess, my question.
because I wanted it to be an equal exchange. He was giving me two, so well, originally it was gonna be 1 for 1, but I threw out, sure, I'll give you 2, just so that he knows, like, he can trust me, and so, that's why we went up to 2.
So after you pulled away, you say, he's texting you, he's angry about the fact that you're conversing with someone named Steve Carroll. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you made, if we understood you correctly, you made contact with him because him being Mr. Alexander, because he had his facts wrong. Is that right?
Yes, he did have his facts wrong.
Why would you care if Mr. Alexander had his facts wrong?
I could tell by the text message that he was angry, and I don't know why it still affected me, but when he got to that level, it wouldn't make me feel good, and I would just start shaking and get like, it's hard to describe. I would just feel some kind of trepidation or apprehension, or I don't know if fear is a little bit strong, but just unsettled.
When he got mad at you, you said you would visibly shake?
Yes. Well, not at the beginning of the relationship, but
But at this point, in April of 08, if he were to get mad at you, you would shake.
yes.
Did this shaking, did that begin before or after the beatings began?
Before.
Did this begin before he slapped you in the face or in the cheek?
It was kind of like the jaw neck area. Yes, it began in the fall 2007.
Before he threw you down and choked you?
Before he choked me, yes.
Before he broke your finger and kicked you in the ribs?
Yes.
Before he pushed you down in the room, wouldn't let you leave, and insulted your family?
No, I think they already began by that point.
Okay. So some of the physical contact began, and you actually got to a point in your relationship where you would shake when he got angry. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, it was like my nerves. It's kind of like how a chihuahua shakes, you know, they just kind of tremble a little bit.
And you could observe yourself having this reaction in April of 2008, even when you're miles away from him in Hollister, California. Is that right?
Yes, I was asleep and it woke me up and I began to have that feeling. It starts like as a tingly, uncomfortable, like nervous, like your nerves. I'm starting to just get frayed.
Afraid.
No, frayed. My nerves were frayed, like just frazzled.
What were you nervous?
Yeah, so are
about? What was gonna
mine.
happen?
Get to the
I
damn
remember in my text
point.
message, he was threatening to, he was just threatening to, he was angry because he wanted to know the name of the person that had told me the information about Lisa. He misunderstood and thought her name was Michelle. And he said, if you don't tell me Michelle's last name, I'm going to, you know, I don't know. He just said, I'm telling, he said, I'm going to tell all your friends and family basically about all the, I can't remember how he characterized it, but I think it was something like psycho things that you've done. And I didn't know what he was talking about. And so, and first of all, her name wasn't Michelle. He got that wrong. So I called him back and it was a very friendly phone call. I threatened him back.
You know
So
what?
right in the back, what do you mean?
When she said it, like, I actually believe that part of what she said because she was like, oh, yeah. And that didn't come across as like she's lying entirely about that part. Like, I'm, from what I've done professionally, I feel like I'm a pretty good judge when I'm being lied to. That genuinely did not come off as a lie, in my opinion. But
I think the last part of his text message said time to spit it out. And he was talking about this girl he thought was her name was Michelle. It was Marie, but not Marie Hall, it was Marie. And what I said was kind of mean. I was at that point, the way we left, and now he's waking me up in the middle of the night with a whole bunch of text messages. They're all unkind. He's threatening me. I just felt like he was being a complete bully at that point, and I was tired of being bullied. So I called him up and I said, after he said time to spit it out, and he just felt like he was trying to reach through the phone and still exert control over me. And I'm at my sister's house and I'm sleeping. So I think I just got fed up and I called up and I said,
What'd you say?
it was really mean. I said, the only thing I'm gonna be spitting out is the fact that you're a pedophile with a past and something like that. And I was saying, I don't know. At the time I characterized what I saw as child pornography, but I realized it wasn't child pornography. It was just a picture of a young boy. So I think I said something to that effect and he got very quiet.
Did that then end the conversation?
No, I felt really bad about it. So my tone turned softer because I didn't like to snap at him. Usually it turned really bad when I snapped at him. But this time he was a little bit more humble. And he went back to this Michelle character that said her name wasn't Michelle, it was Marie. And I didn't know that Mimi went by Marie, so he was worried about Marie who, and I described her, and I don't know. It wasn't that same Marie. And so, I don't know, we just talked it out eventually, and I don't remember how it ended, but I think it ended up like I was more apologizing.
Lies.
It always seemed that way, like our arguments would always end up with me apologizing more, and I felt bad for saying that too.
Okay. From Hollister, then, where do you go? Is this where you meet Mr. Searcy to go back up to Wairika? Can you just explain that to us?
I think I met Mr. Searcy in Southern California and then drove to Hollister and stayed there one night, maybe 2 nights. I think it was just one night, and then hit the road and went all the way to Wairika.
And at that point in time, then you began, this is when you moved into your grandparents' house from what you're telling us before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you are hours away from Travis, right?
Yeah, about 1,000 miles.
Okay. You talked earlier about how you felt like he could reach through the phone and grab you. Did you feel any differently with a few more days and a few more 100 miles behind you?
It was a gradual process, but I started feeling after I moved to Puerto Rico like this cloud was lifting off of me. I don't know what kind of cloud, just maybe I wasn't seeing things clearly while I was in Mesa, or I was very depressed. I was suicidal during that time, and I wasn't feeling that way then. Finally, when I went to Puerto Rico, I enjoyed spending time with my grandparents. They're not getting any younger, and so I liked the time that I was spending with them and my little brother and sister. But all just the association with family, I was enjoying, and my photography business began to really take off. Well, I had a lot of weddings booked. I didn't end up getting to shoot those weddings, but other portraits and things. The market was pretty open there for the taking.
Okay. You were happier there in Wairika?
I was still depressed, but I felt better than I did in Mesa.
Okay, are
Was
we
it still
moving
depressed-
on?
Depressed about what?
It was still up and down with Travis, so I would feel down at times and then up, and then sometimes I would do something to piss him off, and he would say, send more mean text messages or emails or chatting or something like that. So I didn't like that because I knew that I would still have to see him in the future as far as at prepaid legal events. And I wanted us to be able to be friends. I wanted us to be able to show up at these events with our own respective spouses and be happy for each other. I was friends with my previous exes, and I wanted it to remain that way with Travis.
Was that this desire to remain friends and the fact that you might see him at prepaid legal events? Is that the motivation behind continuing any kind of relationship with him?
Well, maybe partly, but it was more the fact that I still had feelings for him and I still wasn't making the best choices for myself. And so I would still call him. I would still answer calls when he called me. And we just continued almost the same thing, except from far away.
Okay. We heard yesterday a recording of could only really be characterized,
Oh,
both
God.
of it anyway, as a phone sex conversation that you recorded on May 10th. Were you having other similar chats of a similar nature with Mr. Alexander when you moved back to Wairika?
Yes, that's when they started to.
How often did they occur?
I can only think of 3 other times other than that one. And then prior to moving, it had only happened one time.
Now, you mentioned earlier this desire to be friends and that your families might spend time together and that sort of thing. Why talk about subjects that we heard on the phone call? Why talk about those? Why not just leave it at talk about prepaid legal or mutual friends?
Actually, I liked it. It wasn't about the sex. It was more about, I mean, I wasn't having sex, but it was more about, he was very nice to me. He was complimentary. He said nice things. Even when they were explicit, they were still complimentary toward me. And there were times when he was very mean, and then he would be nice. And I craved the nice from him rather than I dreaded the mean. So when he was nice, I tried to prolong it so that it would last longer.
The nice that you got from the sex, so you try to make the phone sex calls last longer. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, I wanted to draw it out some so that it wasn't just, like my mom and then hang up. So that it was actually we used to have long conversations and they were pleasant, and it wasn't sex. The topic of sex might have been broached, but it wasn't phone sex. And so now it seemed like he would be very nice to me, but then it would always lead to that, or he wanted it to lead to that. So at times, like the one that you heard yesterday was, he wanted me to get on the phone and start talking to him. And we had already sort of had that topic come up just prior to that phone call, minutes before that phone call. And so
I agree with this.
Knew that's what that phone call would be about. So I did call him knowing that that's what it would be, but he was being very, very nice online, and I hoped that he would continue to be nice to me on the phone.
To a degree.
And we're talking May of 2008, right?
Yes, that one would have been May 10th.
But these other calls, was this the one we heard yesterday? Was this the last of these calls? Was it the first of these calls?
No, it was probably the third. Well, there was the one the day after we broke up. I don't know how much, I've never done that before, so I was just kind of listening and trying to say some things. I'm sorry.
The phone call you were just describing for us, that was the first instance you had phone sex with him. This is before you moved back to Wairika, right?
I was in Big Sur that day, and I guess it was phone sex. I got the sense that he was masturbating.
Okay. Let's talk about the calls in Wairika when you moved back in May of 2008. How many phone sex conversations did you have with him during that time period?
I believe there were 2 prior to the one during that
God.
time period. There were 2 prior to the one that was played yesterday, and then 1 afterward, I think.
What other things, you mentioned your photography business starting to pick up. Did you have a job when you moved back?
Not right away. I was putting in applications everywhere. There weren't many places in Wairika.
Did you also, was your mind open to the ideas of dating?
It wasn't on my mind, so I can't say if I wasn't consciously closed off the idea. Of it.
Please.
If you were dating another individual at that time, would you have felt like you were betraying Mr. Alexander?
I don't know, because prior to that, I would have felt that way. But at this point in our relationship, I probably would have felt more like I was betraying the other person. I don't think I would date anybody else, at least on any serious level. Maybe I'm monogamous, so if Travis and I aren't technically together, but I would have had to cut that off if I were to go forward with something else.
During this time period, was there, I know you mentioned chatting with a gentleman on LDS LinkUp. Were there any other individuals to which you had an interest in at that point in time in your life?
Yeah, there were a few other people, and we didn't chat on LDS LinkUp. We chatted on Gmail, but we met on LDS LinkUp. There was another guy that I was beginning to talk to at the beginning of 2008 on LDS Link Up as well. His name was Sam Schultz, and I wasn't sure where, anyway, we might get off topic, sorry, but,
Well, let me ask you this. What about Ryan Burns? What was your relationship with him?
okay, I didn't really have a relationship with Ryan. What happened was I got a text message from Zion, another person in the business, and out of the blue, he asked me what's up in Spanish. He was texting me, and I texted him back, and he asked me where I was. I texted him back and told him where we got, and then he said, you need to come out to Utah. There's some people I'd like to meet, and I thought people means plural, so I said who, and he took me back and said I found your husband, and I wanted to know who he was, so I think I joked about the future. I think I said Mr. Arias as a joke, and he didn't tell me, but he started giving me, I asked him for clues. He started giving me clues. He said things about his accomplishments in the business, and I just been on a conference call with somebody with Ryan Burns as the speaker, and so it matched. And so I thought, probably not him, but I wasn't sure. And so I think I asked him how many letters does his first name have, and he thought that was funny. He told me 4. So I'm like, okay, that matches. Things like that. We just went back and forth until I finally texted him. I said, I think I know who he is, and he asked if he could give the guy my phone number, and I said yes. And so I think it was the next day, or maybe that same day, that Ryan called me.
And what period of time would this have been? Would this have been May or April? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I think it would have been April, because I remember texting Zion and saying, make sure you don't edify me as a blonde, because I am a brunette now, because I dyed my hair before moving out of Mesa.
You dyed your hair before moving out of Mesa. And just so we're clear, is this in April 2008? Or before April 2008? You said you moved.
Actually, I think it was late March. I don't remember. The only reason I remember those dates is because I used to have date and timestamp photos. I guess I still do on the hard drive. But I remember the last Super Saturday that I went to was sometime in late March, because it was after convention. And I waited until after convention to dye my hair. And I showed up at convention with dark hair and a few blonde highlights.
This might be a good time for the recess. I can proceed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 125 in the jury room. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please tell me that at 125 they are like, okay, hypothetically speaking, go with me, guys. All right, we are leaving off at 132. I want to hear what this is.
Okay.
Without reading what he said, you recall some of the things he would call you.
Judge, if you could just give us the date, that'd be the time of the date, and whatever she's going to say, that she's refreshed about.
Judge, her recollection of what she doesn't have to give a date and time just to testify. It's not an appropriate objection.
Objection, like a foundation.
All right, never mind. I'm gripping this so hard. I'm like, please get to the part that I want to hear, because I've Googled it and I can't figure out an answer.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Ms. Arias, before we pick up again and speak about your relationship with Mr. Burns, I'd like you to take a look at exhibits 440 and 441. And actually, let me say 440 for the time being. And let me see if you recognize.
Hold on. The question, if you're talking to me, the question is, when does she start talking about the intruder theory? I've looked, I've chat GPT'd it. I'm allegedly in the right video. I just like, I'm sick and tired of hearing about things that I don't need to, I don't need to know about. So let's get to the good stuff. Also, just so you guys know, my laptop is down to 29%. So I don't know why that is. Because it's plugged in. So we're going to adjust as needed, but yeah, I don't know. Let's go back.
Yes, I recognize him.
I'm having my husband grab me
And what is exhibit number 440?
a charger thingy.
These are text
Thank
messages
you,
sent from
guys.
Travis and I, dated, well, it says it's dated from 2106 to 6608.
And do you recognize those as being those text messages?
Yes, these are all the text messages. Well, not all of them, some were deleted, but the ones that were recovered, these are the text messages between us.
And as best you can recall, are the times correct?
Actually, no, the time is 7 hours off. It's 7 hours ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Arias. Now, we ended this morning with talking about Ryan Burns, and I believe you were just telling us how misused his brother Zion told you he found your future husband, that sort of thing. And I think we're at the point in time where Ryan was going to call you, or you received a call from him, right?
Yes, I received a call from him one time when I was walking out in Wairika.
Okay. And had you recalled meeting Mr. Burns before?
I think he recalled more than I recall. The only thing I remember about him is I saw him in Oklahoma City in 2008. He didn't seem very approachable, not because of his manner, but because,
Your question calls.
yes,
Can you describe your impressions of him when you met him?
yes. He was surrounded by a lot of people, so I don't know if I made my way up to him and introduced myself, or if he made his way over to my side of the room and then we just introduced ourselves to each other. I can't remember that. I just remember it was at a gathering with some people that were on Team Renew, and then also on Saturday night of the convention, a bunch of us piled into a limousine and drove.
Yeah, she was asked about her impressions.
Sorry.
What happened, Jodi?
The only other thing I remember about Ryan in Oklahoma City is that we all piled into a limousine together. I wouldn't even have remembered he was there, except when I reviewed my pictures later, he was in one of the pictures inside the limo.
So it sounds like that Mr. Lovinger was attempting to play matchmaker between you and Ryan Burns. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And were you open to dating? How did you feel about it? Would you feel like you were betraying Travis if you dated Ryan? Can you just kind of explain your mindset to us?
Yes, I wouldn't have felt like I was betraying Travis, but I was worried about how Travis would react. So I asked Zion in one of my text messages, and not that you would, but please don't tell Travis about this. He's a good friend, but in order for this to have any chance, he shouldn't know about it. And Zion texted me back and said he shall not know.
And why were you concerned, or what gave you concern if Mr. Alexander were to know about you perhaps dating or speaking with Mr. Burns?
Well, it had been a pattern of Travis's since before we dated that he didn't take kindly to me going on dates with other guys. And throughout, well, I didn't go on dates with other guys while we were together, but even after we broke up, I went on another date with John Dixon, and that didn't go well at all when Travis found out. And then there was another guy that I went on a date with, and he teased me about him for forever after it almost. And also when we had that big fight in his bedroom the week that I was moving, that's when I told him about this guy, Steve Carroll, that I was text messaging or chatting with, and that erupted. So I just didn't want to hear it from him. I knew he was 1,000 miles away and he couldn't hurt me, but it still hurt my feelings when he screamed and yelled, and it was a headache, it was drama, and I just wanted things to be peaceful between us.
Even though you were 1,000 miles away, let me ask you this. Were there occasions during this period of time where Travis yelled at you on the phone?
Yes,
Did you do the shaking that you spoke about?
I probably did.
Okay. Now, from your understanding, when you were having these phone conversations with Mr. Burns, where did he live?
My understanding was that he was in West Jordan, Utah.
So you're thousands of miles away. Is this a relationship that thrives over the telephone, text message? Describe that for us.
We began talking. There weren't any major fireworks. He was nice. We just talked back and forth for a little while. Nothing ultra flirty, and then it sort of tapered off for some days, maybe a week or so.
No phone sex, in other words.
Then he texted me again out of the blue, and I explained to him, well, I texted you a few times, he didn't answer. So I kind of thought maybe he lost interest. And then he explained he was camping and he didn't have cell phone reception. And as a joke, he was saying things like, love her, how could that ever happen? And all these nice text messages. And I thought, okay, well, he does like me. He just was out of cell phone reach. So we sort of picked up again and began talking some more.
Began talking now. I know you were hundreds of miles away and you're not seeing each other, but in terms of the relationship, was this a romantic relationship, a prospective romantic relationship?
I would say a prospective romantic relationship.
This is old. Thank you for your key insight.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 280. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a text message that Ryan sent to me when we were text messaging back and forth.
Is there a background to that text message that was related to a conversation?
Yes, eventually we talked about meeting, and it would make more sense for me to go out there because there's more to do in Utah by far than there is Wairika. Plus there are national parks and other things surrounding the area he lived. So I was gonna go out there and hang out so that we could get to know each other.
No, Judge, if I may approach. Ms. Arias, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 392. Can you look at that? Those of you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a text message Travis sent to me immediately after another one he sent to me.
I move to admit Exhibit 392.
Whatever, Judge.
Hi, Matthew. Have a good one.
Can you see the date on there, Ms. Arias?
Yes,
Oh, no. There's another one.
See 0502. What does that denote?
May 2nd, that would have been 2008.
2008. And how can you be sure it was 2008?
I didn't get my Helio phone until April 2008, and that's on my Helio.
And the text message says, send me some pictures. I want to see you right now. What does that mean?
He had just sent me a much longer text message talking about, alluding to the Little Red Riding Hood thing that he wanted to do, and the pictures that he wanted to take, the same thing we were talking about on the tape that you heard yesterday. And he wanted me to take phone pictures of myself and send them to him right then.
Phone pictures of yourself, like pictures of your face?
Well, explicit photographs.
What do you mean explicit?
Maybe nude, like sexually explicit.
Was he specific in his request?
That was the only, I think that was the only request that I remember on that day.
Just a sexually explicit picture, correct?
Well, he said pictures plural.
Okay. And you said this was also related to a discussion of well, you said Little Red Riding Hood fantasy, is that right?
Yes,
Is that the fantasy we heard described yesterday on the tape?
yes, that's what it was alluding to.
So on this tape recorded call that we listened to yesterday, had he alluded to that fantasy previously, or was that the first time he brought it up with you?
No, I first learned about it in early in our friendship in 2006.
He brought it up. in
Sorry for
2006?
the
Yes.
noises. I'm going to mute myself.
I want to show you, if I may approach, Your Honor,
Yes.
What's been marked as Exhibit 391. Do me a favor and take a look at this exhibit, see if you recognize it.
Yes,
And what is it?
it's the longer text message on that same day right before the one you just showed me.
That was the one you were referring to moments ago?
Yes.
Move to Exhibit 391.
No objection.
And so we're clear, Ms. Arias, before we begin to discuss this. In your recognition of this, was this, we have different pictures of it, but was this part of one long text message?
Yes, it was.
And 5.2 that we see there, we're talking also May 2nd
Yes, same day.
and 2008.
Yes.
He says that this photo shoot is going to be one of the best experiences of your life and his. And he talks about all the pictures he's going to take of you. Was this doesn't mention Little Red Riding Hood, so I just want to be clear. Is this what we're talking about?
Yes, that was the only photo shoot kind of thing that was planned at that time that was of the nature that he's referring to in this.
Okay. And he says the progressiveness of it from the very clean to the very dirty and everything in between. What did that mean to you?
The same thing that he explained further in the tape was that he wanted to get different angles, different shots, different positions.
He says a day that has not gone by that I haven't dreamt about driving my shaft and hard into you. Is that a reference to your understanding, is that a reference to what we talked about or what we heard on the tape when he talked about zip tying you to a tree?
I hadn't heard about that because this is the 2nd of May and the conversation was on the 10th, so I didn't hear about the zip tying to the tree until that conversation occurred.
Okay.
But presumably in the forest.
Objection. That's right, we should presume.
He references in this email, I have no desire to think of anyone else in my scandalous fantasies. Is this a reference to Little Red Riding Hood or is it a reference to other fantasies, to your understanding?
My understanding is that he's saying he doesn't want to fantasize about anyone else except me, but he said that to a lot of girls. So.
Okay.
Objection, speculation, strike. Just go ahead.
Stay preemptive. Asking.
You found out that when he was dating you, he was dating Lisa Anders and Mimi Hall, right?
I wouldn't say we were dating, but I guess we acted like that.
Okay, you're right. I should say when you were having sex with him, he was dating those two other girls, right?
Yes.
Okay. He talks in here and in the tape about fantasizing about you and getting himself off on many occasions. To your understanding, is that a reference to him being by himself or a reference to these phone calls, this phone sex you were having with him?
I assumed it was a reference to by himself.
He also says in this message, you are the ultimate slut in bed. What did that mean to you? Is there some history behind that?
Yes.
What's that history?
Sometimes he would call me that when we were having sex.
Is that one of those things that made you feel special, or how did you feel when he would refer to you as a slut in bed?
Well, he wasn't saying it as an insult, so I just felt, I don't really remember how I felt, but I just knew that he was enjoying himself.
He says he wants to send one down your throat and another on your face. What did that mean to you?
Oral sex and
Ejaculating in you?
yeah, yes.
He also says you're going to get taken like you have never been taken before. What did that mean to you?
We were always trying to top ourselves, like go a little bit farther than the last time, and usually he would come up with some creative ideas. So most of the time, I was game for it.
Most of the time you're what?
Game.
Okay. But how about feeling like you've been raped, but you enjoyed every delightful moment of it? Did you want to feel like you were raped?
No.
So you're accurate here. He also says, you'll rejoice in being a whore. That sole purpose in life is to be mine, to have animal sex with, and to please me in any way I desire. Was it your ultimate goal in life to be Mr. Alexander's whore?
No.
Based on what you said before, you were interested in the fond and affectionate feelings you got from him being happy, right?
Certainly.
Not being his whore.
Well, I mean, that wasn't like how I would have put it, but that's,
That's how he put it, right?
well, I mean, sometimes I wouldn't enjoy like being with him, so
Were you willing at this point in time in your life, in May 2nd, 2008, to have animalistic sex with him
probably.
and please him in any way he desired?
Well, there would have been some limits, but mostly yes.
And this was after the abuse and after you'd moved away, you were still willing to do this for Travis, if that's what he wanted, right?
Yes.
You were still willing to be tied to a tree, if that's what he wanted. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure I would have gone for that, but I let him entertain the idea.
He also asks or talks about him doing anything that you want him to do in this part of the text message. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you going to ask him to tie you to a tree?
No, not that.
You're going to ask him to ejaculate down your throat and on your face?
I don't know that I would have asked, but I probably would have gone for something like that.
You didn't really have interest in Mr. Alexander as a quote unquote sex slave, did you?
No, I didn't look at him like that.
Did you want him to be designed for your most vile and lustful pleasures?
No, I don't think any of my pleasures were vile, but maybe lustful, and I didn't expect him to be designed for that.
Why, and this was happening within a day or so of you having conversations or text messages with Mr. Burns. And it sounds like there was a budding, I think we use the word budding romantic interest with Mr. Burns. Why, given this budding romantic interest, are you still entertaining Mr. Alexander's interest?
I still have feelings for Travis, and it was just something that we were familiar with, comfortable with, and I think the comfort came from the familiarity, and it's just something we continue to do.
Okay. Before we move from this time period of your life, I want to show you what's been marked. Exhibit 413, 414, and 415 and entered. I may approach this.
You may.
Do you remember seeing those photos previously?
Yes.
Could you explain this photo to us when it was taken? I'm sorry. This is exhibit 415.
I believe that was taken on Main Street or Broadway. I think it was Oregon Street. It's taken on Oregon Street in Wairika, right up front of her dad's office.
And who is that?
My friend Heather.
Okay. And when was that taken?
It would have been after I moved to Wairika. I don't remember the exact date. Sometime in the spring, I think.
And your hair there, I'll let you describe the color. What color would you describe?
Why are we talking
I would
about her
say
hair
shades of
again?
Brown, medium to dark,
Okay.
light to dark, maybe.
Secondhand cringe.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit 413. Who's that with you in the photograph?
It's my little sister.
Do you remember when this was taken?
We were laying on my bed and just goofing off, and we're on my pillow and just took pictures.
Do you remember when?
After I moved away, that's at my grandparents' house.
Was this around the time of your phone call with Mr. Alexander?
It would have been somewhat contemporaneous.
You said a few disparaging things about your sister during that phone call. What did you mean by that? You said she was stupid. Can you explain?
Yeah. I wasn't aware at the time that she had a drug addiction, and she was an alcoholic, and she was only 17, and she was also coming out of an abusive relationship that she was hiding from the whole family. So I didn't know any of those three problems. So I thought her behavior was
Damn.
off. She was kind of out of it most of that time. So I thought that's just how she was because I wasn't aware that she had those problems.
And it appears to me in this photograph, I would describe the hair color is various shades of brown. Is that what you would say?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what's Exhibit 414. Do you remember when this was taken?
Yes.
When was this taken?
In the spring, also 2008.
Who's that with you in the photograph?
That's my parents' dog. Her name is Jewel.
And it appears your hair is brown in these photographs.
Yeah, it goes kind of from maybe dark blonde or light brown to dark brown.
When did you dye your hair brown?
I don't remember the exact day, but it's in text messages. It was while I was still in Mesa.
Moving back to, or forward for a minute to June 4th. Earlier we saw photographs of you with brown hair. Or excuse me, on June 4th, we saw pictures of you in brown hair earlier in this trial. Did you change your hair color from this photograph until the time you got to Travis's house?
Trying to remember because I dyed my hair twice, and the first time it didn't take, that was in Mesa, so I did it again. But it was already dyed by then because it was not that dark until the second time. So
Okay. You didn't go blonde?
I wouldn't have been able to go back to blonde.
Why not?
Well, I had been platinum blonde for about almost 5 years at that point. So as you can see, my natural hair color is pretty dark. And when you strip away all that hair color, the shaft of the hair it changes it. I don't know exactly know. I'm not a cosmetologist, but
It would have gone
when you
brassy.
deposit dye onto the hair again, it not only takes, but it sucks it out like even more. So it's now almost like staying in a way that can't really remove it. I heard that you can actually strip it back to blonde, but by doing that to my hair, what it was, I wouldn't have really had hair left. It would have just broken.
Yeah, it would have been a total fucking disaster.
Serious, I inadvertently gave you the wrong exhibit earlier. I'm going to now hand you, if I may approach, Your Honor, with exhibits 407 and 423. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these exhibits.
I'm not reading the chat right this moment in case you guys are saying something. I'm trying to change something in my studio.
Yes, I recognize them.
You mentioned just a moment ago that you dyed your hair brown in Mesa and that there was reference to that in one of the text messages. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at these exhibits and determine if such a text was in there?
I'll look for it. It's not really in order. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah.
Okay, and having refreshed your recollection with the document, when did you dye your hair brown?
Well, it says
She has to refresh her recollection, she can just give us the date.
If you could advise us what day, based on looking at that, you dyed your hair back to brown.
Yes, I would say it was on 3/20/08, but it says 3/21.
Oh my God. Juan. I hope the judge is just like beating him. His objections just have me like all over. Okay. I'm making it so that only subscribers can comment. So if you aren't a subscriber to my channel, you're going to need to be. Just, I'm letting you know now. So now is a great time to like and subscribe. Please and thank
Based on your
you.
review
It's
of the
free.
document. Not telling us what the document said, but based on your review of the document, what day did you dye your hair from blonde to brunette?
Would have been in the evening on the 20th of March.
Okay. And since that time, you've never gone back to blonde. Is that correct?
Who the fuck
Yeah. Well,
cares?
this first time it didn't take very well, so I did
Okay.
it one more time. It was like a, I don't know how else to describe it, like a kind of like a very brown, sort of medium brown. It's not what I was going for. I wanted it darker.
All right. Now, we've spoken earlier about, and some references have been made to your communication with Mr. Alexander. It wasn't just in person, it wasn't just by phone, verbally, you also communicated through text messages and other forms of internet chat. Is that correct?
Yes.
In these, so we have a better sense of your relationship, everything that led up to June 2008. Was he assertive and aggressive with you in these emails, in these text messages?
Very much authoritative.
Very much what?
Assertive, aggressive, and authoritative.
Okay. Do you recall some of the things he said to you in these text messages? And if you need a moment to refresh your recollection, you certainly can.
You're not talking about the instant messages? You're talking
No, right now let's talk about the text messages.
Okay.
Without reading what he said, do you recall some of the things he would call you?
Judge,
Oh.
could you just give us the date, that we can tell us the date and whatever she's going to say that she's refreshed about?
Judge, she's, her recollection of what she doesn't have to give a date and time just to testify. It's not an appropriate objection.
Prior to indicating the statement.
Okay, I'll find it.
Who does boo? You, me, or her? Allegedly, I do not have a doppelganger, so allegedly.
The one that I remembered was on
Judge, I think you checked the date.
5/26/08.
Got you, got you.
Well,
What did he call, what did he say to you on 5/26/08?
he called me. Well, he said I look like a pure whore.
Oh,
And that was on 5/26/08?
Yes.
wow.
And do you understand why he called you that? Was he upset? Something of that nature?
Yes. Well, he was upset about a lot of things that day, but there was a specific reason he called me that.
Why he called you a whore?
That's funny.
He found a comment that I left on another friend's page on his Facebook, on one of his photos.
And this, you said another friend's page. What are you referring to?
On his Facebook page, the guy had a photograph up, and I left what I thought was a funny comment on it.
Do you recall what the comment was?
Yes, it was a reference to the movie Anchorman. It's a comedy with Will Ferrell. And can I explain the context?
What do you, well, let's say, first of all, what was the comment?
I put, are those man boobs or are you just ripped?
Okay. And this was the comment, Travis was mad at this comment and called you a whore because you said you made a movie reference.
Yeah, it was a joke about the movie, from the movie.
Okay. Was there other discussions with him that day? Be they, specifically May 26th, be they verbal or written discussions?
There were these text messages and also a chat conversation and a phone conversation that followed.
Okay. Is this a chat conversation we heard in evidence earlier where he calls you a three-hole wonder
Yes,
and a slut
yes,
and a whore?
yes, and many other things.
What other things do you recall him calling you during that conversation?
Calls me a bitch. He tells me I'm worthless and he tells me I'm shit.
And to your understanding, this was about an Anchorman reference posted on a Facebook page.
That was one of many convoluted subjects that he was angry about.
Was there other things he was angry at you about?
Yes,
that
Bye,
day?
Matthew.
To your understanding,
Have
what
a
were
good
those
one.
things?
he was angry because I told him I would drop the subject of him getting help for his stuff and
What do you mean his stuff?
his sexual problems. And well, we agreed to drop it as long as he got help. I didn't really want to bring it up anymore. But after he made that comment about sodomizing a little girl on the phone, then I was kind of, well, I was concerned that he wasn't making any progress. So I sent him another of the same little stack of pamphlets that I grabbed, and I mailed it to him without telling him. I just dropped it in the mail because after that phone call, it concerned me. And he blew up over that and some other things also.
Some other things. What other things?
I had missent a text message to his phone. It was supposed to go to Steve Carroll. And the nature of that text message was that, because Travis had my Gmail password and he was getting into it. And so Steve and I were chatting on this, and it created a fight when Travis found the conversations. So I sent Steve Carroll a text message. I meant to send him a text message saying, hey, let's use my Hotmail for now, or something like that. Because someone has my Gmail password. Unfortunately, it happens to be an ex-boyfriend. And it was kind of a long explanation, and I went to hit send and could see it was 2 messages on my phone, and it goes through 1 and then 2. And as I was sending it, it saw it was going to Travis Alexander, and I was like, oh crap. So I hit cancel as fast as I could, and it canceled the message, but the first one made it to him, and that was enough to piss him off. So he accused me of being a liar because I wasn't telling him about what was really going on with Steve and I, even though we've never met. And so it just seemed to compound, because there was Abe, and then there was Steve and John Dixon and all these people. And then I was very angry about all that stuff.
John Dickhead.
You mentioned Abe. That's a reference to whom?
Abe Abdelhadi.
Since you brought up Abe, if I could approach again, Your Honor, with Exhibit 438. You take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that, Ms. Arias?
This is an email I composed to Abe on February 18th, 2007. I composed it at Travis's behest and then sent Abe the email, and also forwarded Travis a copy afterward because he wanted to read it.
Move to exhibit number 438.
Judge, may I record our witness on this one?
You may.
If there's an objection.
With regard to this, it says subject forwarding our friendship, correct?
That's correct.
And it does say that it's from you, right?
Yes.
And it does give a date, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it does say that it's to Travis Alexander, doesn't it?
The forwarded email is.
No, it doesn't say that. It says to, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond board the witness. This is cross-examination. You can wait his turn.
Take a look at exhibit 438 and see who the to line is to.
To travis.alexander@gmail.com.
This isn't, and there's underneath there a BCC. Do you know what that stands for?
Blind carbon copy.
You just told us, ma'am, that this was composed at Mr. Alexander's behest, right?
Yes.
And that you sent it to Mr. Abdelhadi, right?
Yes.
And that you sent the copy to Mr. Alexander, right?
Afterward, yes.
You didn't do it at the same time? Is that what you said? Ma'am, isn't it true that what happened is that you actually,
It wasn't important, but thank you for letting me know.
Your Honor, I'm in check. He wants to take this across but the foundation for this exhibit has been laid, and we move for its admission. He's already explained.
Counsel
it.
approach. Counsel approach.
Okay, so I was saying that I feel like he's overstepping. This doesn't feel like voir dire. This feels like a cross-examination. Like he's just getting a little antsy on the bit and wants to get to the race, but he's going to have to wait his turn. I guess it's a good time because we do have some new viewers.
Before you forwarded this email to Mr. Alexander.
To like and subscribe, please.
objection says the testimony isn't forwarded, it's sent to Mr. Alexander.
Rephrase it.
This email was a forwarded email, correct?
Yes.
To whom was it originally sent before you forwarded it to Mr. Alexander?
I first composed it and sent it off to Abe Abdelhadi.
And do you remember approximately, do you remember when that was?
I believe the date was February 18th, 2007.
So the same day that you forwarded to Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Okay. I move to admit exhibit 438.
Yes.
Why did you write this letter to Mr. Abdelhadi?
Travis was giving me a hard time about us remaining friends. He felt that there was too much history between us because we had gone on one date.
And this reads a bit like a breakup letter. You make the comment that what matters to me is how that I am accountable for, what matters to me is how that which I am accountable for would make Travis feel.
Let's see what paragraph.
I'm looking at the paragraph here, beginning with the word what.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
I just wanted to put, well, Travis and I already become official. well, I guess I just call it official because it's when we decided. we weren't
Facebook
dating
official?
anymore. So I wasn't dating Abe during this time, but I was still his friend, and it's very common at the pre legal events to hug associates that you know, kind of like we're all a big family. So Travis was not comfortable with me hugging Abe. He had said that his friend Chris called him and told him that he saw me hugging Abe at one of the Super Saturdays in Anaheim. And it made Travis uncomfortable. And then I thought to myself, would I have done that? Would I have hugged Abe if Travis were with me? And I realized I wouldn't have. So then I realized, well, that means I'm acting differently in front of Travis than I would otherwise. And I didn't like that I didn't want to be that way. So I decided I wanted to conduct myself and treat Abe the way I would treat him if Travis were standing right next to me.
Okay, I'm a little confused. When we go to the
I
paragraph.
think we all are.
You said, when we hugged at the Grove a few weeks ago, my intention was nothing more than to warmly greet a friend and business associate, right?
Yes.
That's what it says? What would be wrong with that? In your mind, how about let's start?
There was nothing wrong with it in my mind. I didn't think I was in the wrong, but I realized it made Travis uncomfortable or unhappy.
So because it made Travis uncomfortable and unhappy that you hugged a friend and business associate, you were encouraged by Mr. Alexander in order to avoid his wrath to write this letter, right?
Okay, guys, look at what Christine just said, because I think that it's important to recognize other people's perspectives, especially as first-time viewers. And I appreciate you being vulnerable enough to say that. Girl, just you wait. She is a whole different flavor of crazy. Like Baskin Robbins will never come close. Nope. Nope. No way.
In order to avoid Mr. Alexander getting mad, raising his voice at you and making you shake, is that why you wrote this letter?
No, because I wasn't shaking yet at that point. I'd only seen his wrath one time. Actually, I hadn't seen it. I heard it over the phone.
Okay.
I just wrote it more so that he would feel better about my interaction with Abe and so that Abe was on the same page as me so that he didn't take any offense when I was less warm or friendly toward him.
Why? You just told us a minute ago
Oops.
that you didn't think there was anything wrong with hugging a friend and business associate at the Grove. Travis did. Why was his feelings on the issue more important to you than yours?
I felt maybe it was just not a good way to look at things at that time, but I used to believe that when you're in a relationship, the other person's feelings should take precedence.
Is that what you mean when you say his happiness is of cardinal significance to me and his feelings opinion I value more greatly than gold?
Yes.
The next paragraph begins with, I didn't write this email to expound upon my secret worship Travis agenda. What does that mean?
Because it sounds throughout the email like I'm putting him on a pedestal, and I really was, but that wasn't really the reason for the email. So it was kind of just a joke, but that's why I wrote that.
And you also write in this email, I think you're a great person who has never had a single bad intention towards me, and I appreciate all the time you've taken to impart your knowledge, perspectives, and experiences. You didn't hold any ill will to Mr. Abdulhadi, right?
No.
You didn't want to kick his ass in the bathroom, like we heard Mr. Alexander do yesterday? As it relates to your understanding, I know we talked, is this part of the conflict between Mr. Alexander and Mr. Abdulhadi?
Yeah, that's one component of the whole conflict regarding that subject.
Did you ever ask Travis to write a
Mute myself.
similar letter to the woman who was hugging him in Oklahoma City?
No, I would never have done that.
Why not?
I didn't like the way it felt when he asked me to end my friendships. So I wouldn't have done that for him. And I've never done that with any of my boyfriends.
Did he ask you to end other friendships with male friends?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
Yes, he didn't want me to be friends with John Dixon.
And so we're clear, Mr. Dixon was the gentleman brought up in the tape we heard yesterday?
No, not in the tape. He was the one that we fought about prior to our leaving for House of Pine.
Okay. And he was just a friend, right?
Just a friend. Well, there was sort of a romantic interest there, but it wasn't anything that I would let blossom because he wasn't a member of the church.
Were you encouraged or motivated by Mr. Alexander to write a letter like this to Mr. Dixon?
Yes, I think it was quite as long, but there was a similar letter written.
Okay. Was it humiliating to you to write these letters?
It was awkward. I just tried to write from my heart.
And aside from Mr. Abdulhadi and Mr. Dixon, were there other males to which Mr. Alexander wanted you to end your friendship?
I can't recall. He was just hostile about most interactions I had with guys, but those two stand out because he actually wanted me to stop being friends with them.
Okay. And you did?
In Oklahoma City, well, almost. In Oklahoma City, he demanded that I call Abe right then and there that same night that he saw him and I talking and end our friendship. So I called, I was trying to think of some alternative or something he'd be happy with, some kind of compromise, and I couldn't come up with anything. So I reluctantly called him with that in mind, and Abe did most of the talking. He's very chatty. And the more he talked, he seemed kind of level-headed, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. It seemed confrontational or a little bit bold for me to say, hey, let's stop being friends, and unnecessary at the same time. So what I did instead is I just made a promise to myself that I wouldn't make any effort to contact him at all as long as Travis and I were together.
And this was in Oklahoma City. I want to be specific because we mentioned a couple different conferences. What year was that?
That was March 2007, Oklahoma City.
And just so we're clear, you went to Oklahoma City with Mr. Alexander in March of 2007 and March of 2008, is that correct?
Yes, both.
And when you went in March of 2008, this was subsequent to a history trip, correct? Or did you just go to
Yeah, it was all the same trip. We hit all the church history sites first, then went to convention.
Did Mr. Alexander, well, let's talk about this. Did Mr. Alexander ever encourage you to end friendships with women?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
Yes, he didn't like my friend Rachel. One of the only close friends I had in church. I met her in Palm Desert. She went to the same branch. The branch is the same thing as a ward. They just call it a branch when it's a smaller number of members in the group. So it was a branch in Palm Desert. She was part of that, and our friendship blossomed. And
Was this the same Rachel you lived with when you moved to Mesa?
yes, that's when I moved in with.
And to your understanding, why did Mr. Alexander want you to end your friendship with Rachel?
He became hostile not toward her because he didn't interact with her a lot, but in conversations. After I had a conversation with him, which came after she and I had the conversation that we need to go to our bishops.
Yourself and Rachel had a conversation about going to the bishop. What does that mean, or could you just explain that to us?
Yes, my understanding is when you're a member of the church, most things, if we're all sinners, is the idea, nobody's perfect. So you repent. And a lot of times that stays between you and God and within your heart. And, you go through your own repentance process until you feel like you have repented sufficiently. But when there are certain sins that are more egregious, it is recommended that you go to your bishop so that he can counsel you and guide you toward back to the straight and narrow, in other words. And so sexual sin is definitely on that list.
So your conversation with Rachel then related to sexual sin?
Yes.
And was this the same conversation you referred to a while back about where you told her you were having oral sex with Travis?
Yes.
Okay. And did Travis want you to go to the bishop with this information?
No.
And would I be correct in assuming then that Travis wanted you to end your friendship with Rachel because she encouraged you to go to the bishop?
He was just hostile about her afterward. I don't really know the reason.
Okay. Aside from Rachel, did he want you to end your friendship with anyone else? Any other females, excuse me?
Nobody comes to mind. I want to say yes, but I can't think of anybody.
Okay. Getting back to the text messages, you mentioned that on May 26th, he called you a whore. Moving back in time, were there other text messages where he called you names?
When I was looking through these just now, it seemed like there were more like complaints or accusations of things that I did wrong.
No, that wasn't a question. Apart from calling you names, if I heard you correctly, you said there was accusations in these text messages. Is that what you said?
Accusations and complaints about just things that he felt I did wrong or things that didn't please him.
Okay. Let's start with accusations, and then we'll work our way back to the things you did wrong. And if they're one and the same, so be it. What were the accusations he made against you in text messages? And if you need a minute to look, please do.
Okay. There was a bunch in here.
I need to check my schedule and see what time I'm going to go live tomorrow. I don't know. This whole
How many examples you want because it's full of them.
Okay. Jen, you want to take a break before we begin?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please pick up
Perfect.
3:20. We'll start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
3:30 seemed to have worked well today. So we'll probably do that again tomorrow. Do you guys ever wonder what they eat in court, or what like the defendant eats for lunch? Because I wonder that all the time. Like, do they bring like a lunch from jail, or do her attorneys feed her? Does she go back? She goes back into custody during lunch, right? So like, what is her lunch situation? I've thought about this way more than a normal person probably should. If anyone knows, holler. What time is it here? It is 8:19. We're going till 9. My husband brought home pizza. I like your papadori. You have a pretty papadori, LB. Crafty girl, what kind of crafts do you like?
Please be seated. The presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Thank you. Ms. Arias, before we delve too far into the text messages, I neglected to ask when you were.
I have one more question. If you guys could type it in the chat, whether you're watching right now or on replay. How did you guys find me? Was it another creator? Have you already followed me in the past? Did I come up on your For You page on YouTube? Or was it a different stream of social media? That would really help me. Thank you.
You were talking about your friendship with Rachel Blaney and her suggestion that you go to the bishop. Did you have a conversation with Travis about her suggestion?
Yes, and just for the record, it's Rachel Bennett. Sorry.
Bennett, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was Rachel Bennett.
What's that?
It was. I think she's divorced.
Right. You have this conversation with Rachel and you talked to Travis about it. And based on your conversation with Rachel, it sounded like you wanted to go to the bishop. Is that accurate?
I felt it necessary at that point based on what Rachel told me.
Did Travis want you to go to the bishop?
No.
What was your understanding of the reasons that he did not want you to go to the bishop?
He had had this problem before. It was embarrassing to him, and he did not want to go to his bishop. I offered, that's okay, I'll just go to mine. And that's when I learned that if I go to my bishop, there's a high potential that his bishop, my bishop would call his bishop. And
Yep.
called into the bishop's office.
They would.
Why would that? What was your understanding of what problems that would create for him?
I wasn't sure. I just know that he and Deanna had their temple regimens taken away at one point. That's what he told me, because of the same activities.
What was your understanding of Mr. Alexander's, for lack of a better way of putting it, status in the church?
Wow.
Well, I was actually real nervous about talking to him because he baptized me.
She's explaining.
In order to baptize, you have to hold the priesthood. He was a holder of the Melchizedek priesthood, which is a greater priesthood. So my understanding of it at that time was that when you hold the priesthood, you're delegated with a certain authority to act for God. He had read the Book of Mormon 23 times at that point. He could quote hundreds of scriptures, maybe more from memory. He knew all the doctrine through and through. At least I believe he did, including what Mormons refer to as deep doctrine, which are types of doctrine that aren't immediately shared with non-members, if at all, and they aren't immediately shared with new members either. But maybe eventually, depending on their progress in the church. And I mean, he wore his temple garments. He went to the temple. He'd been a church member for over a decade. He baptized me. It just seemed like he was a lot farther along in his knowledge and authority in the church than I was. I hadn't even been a member for a year at this point, and a year is a significant milestone in the church.
How so?
After being a church member for a year, if you've lived worthily for that year, you are eligible to enter the temple.
So are you telling us then that you felt as if his knowledge was so much greater than yours, so his decisions on these issues or his beliefs on these issues were more informed than yours?
I believed he was superior to me in all matters of our mutual religion, and I understood his embarrassment, and I also understood, well, I believe that he understood where the line should be drawn as far as the law of chastity goes, and that, I don't know, I mean, we didn't go all the way like a few days before, so I knew that we had crossed that line, but I knew for certain, all the other things aside, but I didn't want to cause any problems for him.
So after you had this discussion about telling the bishop, you wanted to, he didn't, and you didn't. Is that accurate?
Well, I can't even say I wanted to. I felt like I had to. It was not like I was looking forward to it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Getting back to these text messages, and I know you've had the chance to look at them a little further. Rather than going backwards, perhaps we'll go back in time and move towards 2008. Earlier during your testimony, we saw a couple pictures of that you testified were pictures of Mr. Alexander's penis that he had sent to you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Having reviewed those text messages, are there other times in which he sent you pictures of his penis for erection?
Yes.
And do you remember when those were, having looked at the text messages? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Yes, they would have been February 2008.
Okay. And The messages you see, are those just the verbiage, or are there more pictures associated with those text messages you have before you?
There are pictures associated with these text messages, but the pictures aren't here, just the text.
How often did Mr. Alexander, well, we've heard of 2 occasions when he sent you a picture of his penis. Were there other occasions when he did that?
There were other occasions.
Do you remember how many more?
Several, not tons, but there were many times.
What was that?
I mean, I couldn't count.
Okay.
Somewhere around 10, I mean, over 10, under 20. I'd say.
Okay. Did you ever request these pictures?
Sometimes.
Why?
I requested pictures of him, but not his, that.
Girls,
Is that
girls
okay?
never want to see that. Sorry.
There's his penis?
Oh, yeah, well, in public, yeah.
Okay. You never requested pictures of his penis, but he sent them to you. At the same time, and when you read some of these text messages, were there times when he would request pictures of you via text message?
Yes.
And having reviewed some of those text messages, and if you need to take a look at it, just let us know. When did those requests happen?
They happened many times, but these text messages show there was some on February. February 25th, 2008.
Now, looking at February 5th, 2008,
25th.
Huh?
25th.
25th, excuse me, 2008. There are a series of messages. Well, let me ask you this. When you look at these messages, whose phone are these based on? When a message says incoming, does that mean incoming to your phone or incoming to Mr. Alexander's phone?
It would be incoming to Travis's phone, like a message he received.
Okay. And on the 25th of February 2008, it appears there were numerous text messages that day. Would that be fair to your recollection?
Yes, we were going back and forth for the whole weekend, I think.
For
Almost,
what?
almost the whole weekend.
Okay. And if you look at those messages, one could get the impression that you were texting Travis and he wasn't texting you back. To your recollection of events, is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Are there text messages that you sent Mr. Alexander that are not included in the data that is before you?
Yes, I was responding to him and he was responding to me back and forth for this entire thread, but all of his they must be deleted because they're not here.
Okay. You said, before we get into the content of some of these, you said that you were going back and forth that weekend. Was there something going on that weekend between you and Mr. Alexander that isn't reflected in these text messages?
Yes, well, it's not very detailed in the text messages.
Okay. Since it's not, please provide us that detail. Was there an argument? Was there a vacation? What was going on in the February 25th, or I guess it was a weekend? What was going on that weekend?
Well, it started as an invitation. He was going to take me somewhere I got some articles of organization for him to start an LLC, and he wanted me to do all the footwork for it, and he would pay to have it published. And so he said, by doing that, I want to take you out to dinner to this place that you really love. And he didn't want to tell me where it was. He just said something totally you'd love it. And so it was something he kind of talked up a little, and it wasn't like set in stone, this date, but I guess it was in his mind. Otherwise, I would have never taken off because it sounded like a fun date. But instead, I was talking to Beth and he was doing a presentation in
They
Las
were.
Vegas. And I went out there for the weekend
Ooh.
to see the presentation and go to a few things, just shows and things around in Las Vegas, just a weekend to relax a little bit. And I didn't tell Travis I was going, and he got very upset about it and offended and hurt that he accused me of ditching out on our date.
Okay. So this was the reason for the flurry of text messages then?
No, actually, because what happened was after that argument, he apologized and I apologized because I felt like, I didn't mean to skip out on this date. I didn't understand that it was set in stone. So I felt really bad because he seemed very upset about it. And after that, just like almost always after we're done apologizing, it led to something sexual. And so we started going back and forth on our text messages, and they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier. And so it was kind of like just foreplay too when I got back to Mesa.
You mentioned, like it always does, it got sexual after an argument. And you mentioned makeup sex before. Why did it get, from your perspective, why did it get sexual after an argument?
Travis had this cute little term called de-stressing, and I thought that was interesting. So it's something we began to, it was like a code word in a relationship. So when he was stressed out, his way to de-stress would be sex. So arguments were stressful, and that was a good way to blow off steam and feel better after.
By sex, are we including oral sex, anal sex, or vaginal sex? Is that what,
Yeah, all of the above.
all the above was de-stressing?
Well, whatever the activity entailed that day.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you were in Vegas, and from what you told us earlier, you said it became sexual, and you said he was asking for pictures that day?
Yes.
And by pictures, would I be correct in assuming we're talking about nude photographs?
Yes.
And when you received these requests from Mr. Alexander for nude photographs of yourself, where were you?
I was hanging out with Gus in his motorhome. We were watching the Prestige.
When Mr. Alexander sent you the text messages requesting dirty pictures, did you have dirty pictures as you said? Did you have those on your phone?
No, I didn't keep them on my phone.
So did the request then involve making a new current picture of yourself?
In order to fulfill the request, I would have had to.
Did you end up fulfilling that request?
I did my best.
And I know it might be embarrassing, but what did you do to do your best?
Obviously, I'm not going to do anything like that with Gus there. So I went into the bathroom, and it's a motorhome, so it's a very small, cramped bathroom. And he wanted a photo, and the lighting was poor. I just did the best I could.
What did he want a photo of?
On my butt.
So you remove your clothing to take a picture of your buttocks for Mr. Alexander?
Not all my clothing, just my pants.
Okay.
My underwear.
What was that?
Just my pants and my underwear.
Why do you do that?
Because he responded positively or favorably toward those things. So there was incentive in that regard.
Okay. Before we move off the subject, did you fulfill requests like this more than this one occasion?
Yes.
Can you recall another occasion when you were asked to do this?
I'm drawing a blank. I mean, I know that was something that happened in a relationship, but I'm drawing a blank.
Okay. It wasn't uncommon for you then to get these requests and go off to fulfill them. Is that fair to say?
It wasn't uncommon, but it wasn't very frequent.
Okay. But you never stored these photos on your phone. Is that what you were telling us before?
They got deleted. Yes.
Okay. So were they all requests? Did he request that you send pictures of particular body parts on different occasions?
He only requested that specifically, that I remember.
Okay. How did you feel doing that?
Kind of like a voyeur a little bit. I mean, it wasn't, I don't know. I felt a little awkward. Like if there was a picture that wasn't very flattering, I would delete it, try again, and delete it, try again. And it was like, okay, that one looks, he'll like that one. So I would send it. And it wasn't so much that was uncomfortable, but it was outweighed by the fact that I liked his response in return.
And so when you send him these pictures, you see in these text messages positive responses from him, or are those not present as it relates to February 25th?
His responses are not present, but I did receive positive. Well, they were not angry or negative by any means.
When you say positive response, what are we talking about? And if you need to look back at the entire dialogue of that day, please do so.
Well, I can see that I'm responding to things he said, and we were trying to top each other. His responses aren't here, but there are different things that we're talking about.
Okay. Would it be fair to characterize his responses on that day as sexual?
Yes, exactly that.
Okay. One of the things that we spoke about earlier was, well, let me ask you this. Did he send you, looking at these text messages, did he send you other text messages of a sexual nature?
Yes, he did.
Can you recall any of those for us?
There's one in here. I mean, I can find it if you'd like. It was
Sure.
Okay.
Come on. Yeah. Chicks never want to see penis pics. Hate to break that to you guys. Ever. Christine's a little behind, I can tell. Okay, for real, Jodi? Yeah, I think the girl in the red is the sister, or else the sister-in-law. I think. I could be
Not quite what I
wrong.
was looking for.
Jodi, let me back up a step and ask you this. Apart from the sexual text messages,
Sorry, hold
let me
on.
ask you this. We talked about, before we completely get off the sexual text messages, did he ever ask you, ever make reference or request of you to wear your hair in braids in these text messages?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you ever remember him making specific requests to you via text message to wear the Spider-Man underwear?
I remember making requests. I don't know if it was over text or the phone, but I remember responding about them in the text messages.
Okay. Yesterday, you told us about a trip you made to Walgreens in order to obtain candy that would be used as sexual props. Do you remember sending or receiving a text message related to that?
I remember sending and receiving text messages that night. I don't know if we were referring to Pop Rocks or I think it was more about how I'm not comfortable going into the store. I think I put because I'm dressed like a slut.
Brian who, Miley?
Did Travis ever send you text messages in which he was, and I forget the words you used earlier, so I'm just going to say that if he was mean to you? In
Yes.
these text messages. Recount for us, if you will, times that he was mean to you in these text messages.
Can I look at the text messages? He got meaner after I moved. So just look at that.
No problem. Don't worry about it. Are we really doing the whole diary search right now? Is that what this is?
Something having to do with prepaid legal.
And was he mad at you or mad in general related to something in prepaid legal?
It appears that he was mad at me because I was stressing him out because I made a comment about not making Players Club, which is monthly qualification. The Players Club is, I don't remember it specifically now, it's been so long, but it was a level of production. They counted certain memberships that you sold to recruits as counters, and so a certain number of counters each month got you into Players Club.
And I got a little confused there. He was mad at you for commenting on how he didn't get into Players Club?
No, I didn't. He said here I was moaning about it, but I think I just mentioned it. I don't remember moaning about it.
You don't remember what?
He says he was talking about how I was moaning about not making Players Club,
Okay. About him not making.
about me not making Players Club.
And so
He always made Players Club.
what's that?
He always made Players Club.
Okay. And that Players Club is a level in prepaid legal?
It's more a qualification. It doesn't have to do with your actual level. It can be any level and be in Players Club or not, I think.
Okay. So he was mad at you for not making Players Club?
No, he was mad at me bringing up the fact that I didn't make Players Club that month.
Okay. And that led to him cussing at you
Yes, I hung up because he started swearing.
in general or at you? Was he calling you names? Do you remember what he said?
I don't remember, but he was being very negative toward me, and I didn't like listening to it, so I hung up so I didn't have to hear it anymore.
Was it hard on you to hang up on him?
Yes, very hard.
Had he hung up on you before?
I think he has. Nothing really stands out, but yeah, I'm sure he has.
When you hung up on him, how did he react? Is that what we see in the text messages? Without telling us what he said, is that what we see in the text messages, his reaction?
Oh,
It's not about hanging up. It's more of the same.
excuse me. You say I look exhausted. I have to take off these headphones because they are so incredibly uncomfortable. And I have a mod in here, usually in here, unless she's helping out with her sick husband. And she usually posts my Venmo and my Cash App information for the headphone fund. because these are just so incredibly uncomfortable. So if you ever see me like taking off my headphones and just like going like this, it's because I feel bad for my ears. They're like pushed back against my head. All right, let's finish this out.
That he was talking about in the conversation that caused me to hang up.
Okay. Was this commentary on your abilities within prepaid legal?
No, it was about, he's accusing me of stressing him out.
So when you brought up your problems to him, he accused you of stressing him out and began yelling at you. Is that right?
Yes, I don't think that's what the conversation was supposed to be about. It appears that I was trying to tell him something that would be to his benefit, not advice, but a piece of information that he could use.
Okay. Earlier, you had mentioned, I'm going to draw your attention to 4/8 of 08. And there's a text message there that lasts about does last more than an entire page at timestamp 1921. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the reference to the argument you had earlier about this person that was Michelle or Mimi or Marie?
It was Marie, but this is a completely new argument about something different the next day.
What is this argument about then the next day?
Before I left his house, the day I pulled out of his house, I wish I could remember what it was because it's sentimental, but he had some kind of drawing or something that he was giving to me. And because he was giving it to me, I asked him to sign it, and he signed it and said something nice on it. And then I forgot it as I was leaving. It was just a spacey thing that I did, and he got very upset and accused me of being rude and insensitive and dramatic because I left it. He thought I left it behind on purpose, like I was trying to tell him something, but it was really just something I forgot to take with me.
Okay. And he was upset with you about that, for getting it?
Yeah, he was very mad. He thought that because he had signed it, now he can't give it to anybody else. So it's like, and I don't know, I guess because I didn't take it, he thought I didn't want it, but I did want it, I just forgot it.
Okay. And I don't understand why he was saying, did you ever explain to him that you just forgot it?
Yeah, I explained extensively here that it was just an honest mistake. I just forgot it. I forgot about it. There were so many other things going on when I was leaving.
That was the day you were having the fight?
Yes.
And he was flipping you off as you were leaving, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess I'm a little confused, and maybe you can enlighten us. What was the big deal? Why couldn't it just be mailed to you or brought up to you when he was coming to Wairika?
I don't know. He mailed other things to me after I moved, and there were plans for him to come to Wairika. It was paper, whatever it was that I'm trying to remember what it was. So he felt that it was just another dramatic thing that I did, and I don't know. He was kind of a bully about it.
Kind of a what?
A bully. Just more bullying.
I want to move away from the text messages and show you what has been marked as Exhibit 399. If I may approach.
Okay.
Take a look at that for us, Ms. Arias. See if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's just a little rhyme that I wrote when I was up very late when I sent it to him, just to be silly.
Him being home.
Travis.
And do you recall from looking at that when you sent that particular item?
I sent it on May 19th, 2008 at 3:15 in the morning.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 399.
Okay, I know that our numbers are dwindling, but with that being said, I have made the executive decision. If you look at this, I'm pretty sure you can see my screen right now. We have 30 minutes left of this testimony from this day. I would like to finish this testimony so that tomorrow we can go straight into, I believe it is, no, it is day 6 the next day. So yeah, we're going to do that. But yeah, we're going to go a little bit longer. So probably 9:15. If you could do this, I'm sorry for everyone who's heard me say this a million times, but if you are new, hi, my name is Lacey. I would love to gain your viewership on a more consistent basis. If you could please subscribe to my channel because it's free, because I'm a pretty okay person. And if you could like the stream, that would help me tremendously by helping the algorithm get to where it needs to go, to different people. So thanks, guys, and remember to comment. I appreciate it. let's finish this out. We're going to finish it, call it a night.
No objection.
$3.99 is admitted.
You mentioned you sent this at about 3:15 in the morning. Is that when you wrote it?
Right before that.
Okay.
I just composed it real fast, just being silly.
What's that?
I just composed it really fast, just trying to think of something that would rhyme.
And why did you feel inspired to write a poem to Mr. Alexander?
Sometimes just a little line will come to my mind that rhymes, so I'll just build on that. And also, he was a good poet too.
He was what?
He was a good poet.
Judge, rather than display it on the display, requested to be published by having Ms. Arias read it.
Maybe so.
Just read your poem. Please, Joe.
Do you want me to read the first sentence that's not part of the poem?
No, just the poem, please.
Okay. It says, "How doth the mind of the Lord see it fitting that I should be bored, that I might compose some poetry and send it speedily off to thee? But I think is that, in fact, if I am bored, then I must act, for it is my own restless mind that has responded this way in kind. And for that boredom of which I speak, I am still grateful, for it's not bleak. I am still happy, for there is much I can still do for it and such, like send an email after 3 and read another book, you see. So here's to wishing you a time that's full of happiness and rhyme. May your days be full of stimulation, and not just in simulation, but in reality, just the way you have it be."
She wrote
What are
that?
you hoping? How are you hoping that that poem would be received?
The same way my previous poems have been received. He expressed gratitude, awe.
That was pretty good.
Usually, he complimented me.
In May of 2008, we had talked about some of the things. You mentioned helping him incorporate. You mentioned acting as his maid. You mentioned helping him in his prepaid legal business. When you lived in Wairika, did you help him with any of his philanthropic adventures?
Can you be more specific?
You want to find me approach again? Yes. For the record, I'm going to show Ms. Arias what has been marked exhibit number 406. Please review this entire document to yourself and let us know when you're done.
Mark, I mean, you're either nuts or she's just extremely social, because I've had about 3 to 4 people in the chat today say that they've met her, know her. I'm not saying I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm just saying it's quite alarming how many people in my chat have had interactions with her in real life.
Yes, I remember his email.
What was the subject matter of that email or your discussion?
There were several subjects. Part of it was I was expressing just the discontent that I had in the past about our relationship having never been public, and the expressing my discontent about the constant shadow that Deanna always casted, probably unknowingly, over our relationship at that time, and how we had to hide it from her. And he started a website. I started a website with my photography at that time, and he told me that he would post a link to my website on his page, on his website. And I said, I'll do the same for you. And then when it came down to it, he kept stalling and saying, I have to talk to Sean, I have to talk to Sean. That was the guy who was helping with his web hosting. And so I kind of got the sense that he didn't want to do it because he was getting pressure from his friends about our friendship, and just different things, a bunch of things. I just felt like I want to just take the pressure off him. Like, if it's that hard to be friends, let's just cool it a little bit. Like, I still wanted to be his friend, but I didn't want him to feel like that our friendship had to be a burden.
And when did you send that email?
May 16th, 2008, a little after midnight.
A little after what?
32 minutes after midnight.
And you sent that to Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
We're going to move to exhibit 406.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. This is funny. This is true. She is not wrong. Juan was disbarred. So was her attorney. Juan, if I'm okay, let's call a spade, right? I think what Juan did was a lot worse than what her attorney did. But that's just me.
Exhibit 406 is admitted.
Ms. Arias, I want to ask you about a couple of things you said in this email, just so we have an understanding of exactly what you meant in certain areas. I want to begin with the second, the portion of the letter that begins with directly follows "here goes." Okay. You say to Travis, "I realize after further introspection why it is that I asked you to give me a little mention in your next post as credit for the task of editing and grammar and typing the link in out." What's that a reference to?
Travis was writing a book on personal development and being a better person.
And from what the sentence would say, then it sounds like you were editing that book, or could you describe that for us?
His friend Katie Barnes had edited and typed the introduction, and he asked if I would edit and type the first chapter.
And you said Katie Barnes. This is the Katie that's referenced here?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like, looking at it, you said, it's much longer. It would make me feel good to have a little recognition thrown my way. Were you hurt by the fact that she got recognition that you didn't?
I wouldn't say hurt. I was a little bugged. I mean, the intro was very short, and he wrote special thanks to Katie Barnes, and I thought, that's nice of him. And then I joked actually about it. I didn't think he would, because I don't know. But I said, make sure you put special thanks to Jodi Arias just as a joke. And he said, I can't do that.
And what was your understanding of why he couldn't do that?
His friends, the Hugheses, gave him a hard time, and he said that they made his life hell whenever he would talk about our friendship.
Okay. So at this point in time, at least at some level then, it wasn't just the sex that was a secret, but it was your friendship altogether.
Yeah, our very association had to be a secret now, from then.
Okay. You say, and I'm looking down here with this sentence, it begins with but you see that?
Yes.
Where I pointed to? But my cry for a little recognition comes from a place within me that feels it was never adequately gratified and that it thirsted to be validated, not just as some girlfriend, but as your girlfriend. What did you mean by that?
Well, almost the entire time I'd known him, the extent of our association was a secret. So I just tolerated it. I tried not to let it bother me by not thinking about it. And so when he said, I can't do that, and now we're not even boyfriend girlfriend anymore, and he still can't do that, or claims he can't, I realized how much it kind of bugged me. I didn't realize it until I was walking to work one day and thinking about the phone call we just had. And so when I got back from work, I composed that email.
Okay. Was there ever consideration, this is May 16th, 2008, was there ever consideration to the fact that, we're having phone sex, we're talking, I'm doing this work for him, he still doesn't want to recognize me as his friend. Is there ever a thought in your mind saying, okay, I'm done with this guy, I don't want to be friends with this guy anymore, I don't want to associate with him anymore?
No, I never thought anything extreme like that.
Why would that have been extreme for you?
Well, Travis and I had been through a lot, so I couldn't foresee I couldn't foresee myself completely exiling him from my life. I just wanted us both to be happy, and I wanted things to be cordial between us.
In the first paragraph of this next page, you say that you find yourself now wishing to be recognized as your friend, referring to Travis. But you talk about the recognition within his entire circle of friends. Sounds to me like it was more than just Chris and Scott Hughes.
Yeah, I guess it was. I didn't have anyone specific in mind, but I knew that there were, how do I put it? I guess I knew that he was, I really don't know what I meant by that. I just wanted to be able to be open about our friendship in public and hey, we're friends at school.
Okay.
Not just all this drama that we had been going through.
Okay. You talk about his mode of operation with Deanna. Before we go into what you say about it, what do you mean when you say his mode of operation with Deanna?
He had to constantly hide me from Deanna, even after we broke up. There were times when I was dropping him off at his house after I moved to Mesa, and he said, Deanna's there, make sure she doesn't see your car, park it down the street and drop me off. And I thought, we're not even dating. He said, it won't matter to her. She'll freak out. So, and then when we came back from Oklahoma City in 2008, he dropped me off at a quick stop in the middle of the night in North Phoenix because he had to swing by Deanna's house to pick up his dog Napoleon because she was babysitting him. He didn't want me to go with him because he didn't want her to know that we went on the trip together.
Oh,
This, you've spoken a couple different times now about how, he said Deanna would get crazy or she'd be upset or things of that nature. Did you ever see any evidence on Miss Reed's part that she acted in a way that supported the concerns Travis was expressing to you?
I saw something that I thought was kind of odd, but maybe not quite to the extreme. I felt Travis was exaggerating, even though the behavior to me was odd.
Okay. What was that behavior?
At the beginning of October 2006, Travis left for General Conference, which is a twice yearly event that happens in the church where all the general authorities in the church, including the president of the church, get together at the conference center in Salt Lake City, and they give talks and different things. And the whole event happens, I think, on a Saturday and Sunday, and it is streamed live and broadcast around the world for all church members and non-church members who are curious. The conference center is huge, and there's a new one recently built. It's somewhat new. And Travis had an opportunity to go to this conference that time with some friends from his church. And unless he traveled to California, he would usually leave Napoleon at home. So he needed somebody to watch his dog because he felt that Napoleon could get lonely. His roommates didn't pay a lot of attention to him. So he asked if I would stay at his house to pet sit for the weekend. And so I did that. And one night, the following weekend was when we were going to New Mexico. So I knew that trip was already planned. And I was at his house. I got this chocolate chip cookie recipe from the pastry chef at Quintana to try out this recipe for cookies to see if it was cheap, to see if we could just take a whole bag of cookies on our trip because we didn't have a lot of money, but that would have been a way to just eat partially on our trip. So I'm baking these cookies. I'm sitting down watching TV. Napoleon's sitting next to me on the couch. John Hepworth is there, but he stepped outside. He was on the phone. And he went to the door, stepped outside. And then all of a sudden the front door opens, and I thought at first it was John. Napoleon was flying off the couch, barking and running toward the front door. And then I hear a woman's voice, but the lights were turned off in the entryway, so I didn't see who it was. And for some reason I thought it might have been John's wife because he had been talking to her. She lived in Utah, and he couldn't go to Utah for some legal reason at that time. So, but then she came into view, and I recognized her as Deanna. And it was kind of awkward. I actually was a little bit scared because of the things that Travis had said about her. And I mean, all the information I had was from Travis and the Hugheses about her, and most of it was negative. So she said hi, and I said, I'd never officially met her or even interacted with her personally. So I said, you're Deanna, right? She said, yeah. And I said, I'm Jodi. She said, I know who you are. And not in a rude way or anything, just brief. And then all of a sudden she ran upstairs, she ran upstairs into his room and shut the door and stayed in there for about 10 minutes. But by this time, when we were in East Mesa, she lived in North Phoenix. I told her Travis isn't here, and she said, I know. So she knew he wasn't home, but she came over to his house and locked on the door and ran up to his room and shut the door and locked herself in there for 10 minutes. So I didn't know what to do. I just sat down on the couch and waited, kept watching TV. And about 10 minutes later, maybe 15, she comes out of the room, comes downstairs, goes into his office and shuts the door there. And I don't know if she locked it or not. I think Napoleon went into the office with her at that time. And I'm thinking, what's going on? So I just waited, and then she came out of the office and walked into the kitchen and looked around. And unfortunately, I didn't scale the recipe down. It was a restaurant recipe, so I had tons of cookies already that I didn't think to refrigerate the dough. So she's looking around, and there's cookies everywhere, and there's more in the oven and more on the tray ready to go in the oven. And I offered her some cookies, and she declined, and she said she was just in town for someone's birthday, and that she just came by because she was looking for a book. And so after that, she left empty-handed.
Okay. And in terms of did Travis comment on Deanna's reaction to that event?
Yes.
Did he lead you to believe that she was upset or angry?
Yes.
Did you see that in her behavior?
No, she seemed friendly. Other than her behavior, her demeanor seemed kind of normal. Nice.
Sounds similar to the situation when you walked in and Lisa Andrews saw you, right?
Yeah, except Deanna didn't turn and leave. She stayed for a while.
All right. You talk about Travis didn't want to deal with Deanna's interrogations and emotions. You never saw any evidence of Deanna interrogating Travis about this. Is that accurate?
Interrogating Travis about what?
About you or about anything?
I actually saw one incident when we were on our first history trip, or I saw him venting to his grandmother over the phone about the incident.
But not her.
Nothing from her exactly, directly, no.
You say right here, this paragraph beginning with, well, I'm going to make it easier for you. And it looks like you're telling him that you want to kind of end your friendship. Is that accurate?
No, I didn't want to end our friendship. I didn't want him to feel obligated to be my friend in order to spare my feelings. I wanted him to only be my friend if that was his desire to be, not because he felt he had to be.
Oh, bitch, please.
You say that, in contrast, you weren't private or secretive about your friendship with him. Is that what you're telling us here?
Yeah, there's a typo, I think, in the second sentence, but yeah, I was not ashamed to call him my friend.
You said, you even go specifically at the bottom of the page, you say, you see, I have no shame in being your friend. Were you under the impression that Travis was ashamed of having you as a friend?
I got that impression from him about the Hugheses.
If anyone ever tried to guilt me or judge me, you would put them in their place. You were proud of Travis. You cared about him, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let anyone say anything negative about him.
In fact, you didn't really like to say anything negative about him or to him, did you?
That's correct.
And this was in May 2008, right?
Yes.
You tell him that you care very much about your happiness and well-being. Still meant a lot to you at that time too, right?
Yeah, I cared about him.
So much so it sounds like that you were willing to sacrifice or at least back off of your friendship if it was better for him.
I wasn't sure specifically what that might have entailed, but I wanted him to know that he didn't have to, I didn't want him to feel the stress that he might have felt just by being my friend.
You also say, I love you, and I will always be here for you as your friend and confidant. May 16, 2008, you say you love him, right?
Yes,
Do you mean that?
of course.
Did you also mean the part where you say you'll always be here as his friend and confidant?
Yes.
After Mr. Alexander received this message, do you recall what the next form of contact was? Did you speak on the phone, text message, email? Do you recall?
When I began composing that email, we were already chatting and he was already irritated over something. So I told him, I think it was about the subject of the link on his website. So that was another thing that just made me think he doesn't want to be public even about our friendship. So that's when I said, well, I told him, hold on, I'm writing an email. So I wrote out the email. He was upset at the prospect of receiving the email because he wanted to know why I would send him an email about something that I know is going to make him upset. And I
Yeah,
said to
we'll
him,
get to the murder tomorrow.
whether or not it makes you upset, you're my friend and this is something I have to tell you. So I made that email. I didn't think it was very mean or aggressive or hostile, but he took offense to it and it led to another fight.
Now you say this led to another fight. Was this fight a verbal fight or was this in some other fashion?
It was just an argument that took place over that same chat conversation, which continued.
And is this the one where he calls you a three-hole wonder and a slut?
No, this is a different one.
Do you recall what he says to you in this conversation?
Not particularly. He was just very upset, mean, and well, not mean, not as mean as he's been or would be afterward, but he claimed that he didn't get what I was trying to say. And he said, are you trying to say I should put a link up? Or and I said, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. Reread it. And he said, I read it twice and I still don't get it. And I said, well, I don't see how more plainly I can explain it to you. So, I mean,
Okay. Did you speak? Did the two of you have a phone conversation after this email was sent?
I clicked out of the window before he could type anything else that was going to be mean. And that made me mad because it was sort of the equivalent of hanging up on him. And we either started texting or talking on the phone. I don't remember which. And it was just a little more of the fight until it tapered off or we stopped communicating for that time being.
And you say tapered off. You've told us in the past that these arguments, disagreements wound up in the end turning to absurd. Did that happen this time?
I don't remember on that particular one how it ended.
Did you want to do that?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the evening recess at this time. Please be back tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, friends, for being here. Oh my gosh. Nothing makes me happier than finishing up the day so I can not use these daggone headphones. I am so, I recognize you had a lot of other places that you could have been at today, but you chose to spend the day with me. So I really appreciate your time and your viewership. And I am super excited to continue with the testimony. Sorry, you can tell it's probably time for me to close up. The testimony tomorrow. And this will be Jodi on the stand again. And she has more in store for us. So may the crazy continue. And yeah, if you haven't done so, please hit the like button, subscribe button, both of which are free. If you are watching on replay, make sure to comment. Let us know where you're watching from or how you found the channel. And for everyone who was in the chat tonight or today, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm about to go eat pizza. So I hope you have a lovely rest of the evening. And I will be back tomorrow, probably around the same time, between 2:30 and 3:30. Bye, guys. Have a safe night. See ya.